What's good? What's good? What's good? Hey, shout out to all of y'all, man. Appreciate all the love I've been getting, all the Instagram, posting everything like that. Look. Hey, 4 months in, 1K. I'm actually at my Angel Reese video I did. I guess it hit the algorithm. I'm actually at like 1100 and something. Again, I told you I'm one of them ones. Again, 4 months in, 1100. Hey, shout out to all of y'all pulling up early in the dark with a smile. What's going on? Appreciate you for stopping in. Saheed, my brother, appreciate you. I'll be seeing you and Jay on Instagram, man. Keep doing y'all thing. Shout out to my brother Jay, man. What's going on, Superfly Jay? You already know what it is. T. Carmilla, what are we doing? What up, everybody? Hey, look, that what are we doing? Hey, look, for my 1,000 subscriber mark. I tell y'all that's why I'm one of them channels, man. And as my subscribers grow, more people gonna come to the channel. But I always want to give love to my all-time viewers, man, my all-time subscribers that were here from the beginning. So later in the stream, probably towards the end, I'm going to do a 5-minute contest. And email me moving forward. Send me an email. I know sometimes it's hard to do stuff on Instagram. Send me an email. Again, my email is imzomedia@gmail.com. is literally my tagline thing. I'm going to send you a hoodie or a t-shirt of your choice. You'll either get a I Am Zo Media hoodie or t-shirt. One of them ones t-shirt. I just finished that design, and I just finished my design for What Are We Doing? That one's going to be cool as well. Probably like towards the end of this video, we'll do a contest. Just a thank you subscriber contest to everybody who's been supporting the boy. We're gonna get to that one too. So I'm excited to do that contest towards the end. So make sure y'all stay tuned. Hit the like button as you come in. Again, comment in the section as we go through this. Again, you already know what today is. I call Thursdays Teach You Something Thursdays. So on Thursdays, I really like to break down the game, what we looking at, things like that. So when we go to chats, y'all can have a better understanding of what y'all be talking about. Hey, look here, man. Look here, man. Let me take this earphone out because I can't barely hear. Look here, man. Hey, some of my subscribers, man, you embarrassing me on these. I be seeing y'all on people channels. Y'all embarrassing me. Y'all been around me long enough. Y'all supposed to be learning something. Y'all are embarrassing me, man. Look, y'all embarrassing me. Y'all supposed to be representing me well. Look, we got to get it together. We got to get it together. I be like, they just left the channel. I thought they learned something. Look, we got to get it together. Y'all can't be going to other channels embarrassing me now. We got to keep the name up. Again, look, I give information so you can take it to other channels and sound sophisticated. Sound like you know something. Sound like you've been in the game. Again, y'all embarrassing me. Let's get it together now. But shout out to y'all. I'm just messing with y'all. Shout out to y'all though, man. What's going on, Miss Lisa? What's going on, Tamika? Hey, Tamika, I'll be seeing your requests. I'm trying to compile Camila Cardoso's footage from overseas. So I'll be doing that breakdown a little later on. I just got a lot of other videos I want to get to. I still got to catch up on, again, next week. Make sure y'all tune in starting next Tuesday. We're back at it again. The number 10 draft pick breakdown. I'm excited for those. It got some great players in the draft who might be available around that 10 slot. Again, that episode will be 7 episodes. I'm trying to extend that one into the draft because the draft is in April. So hopefully I can extend that one into the draft. I'm going to do 7 to 8 players that would fit the Chicago Sky well. Even if we trade back with that 10 pick into the second round or whatever like that, that'll still give you options of who could be available in the second round. So I'm actually excited for that one, man. Again, next Tuesday, 4:30 Central Standard Time. So if you live on any other coast, I'm in Central. I live in Houston. I don't live in New Orleans no more. I live in Houston. So make sure when I post, it's Central Standard Time. But again, you already know what today is. Today is Thursday. Hey, moving forward, Thursdays, Teach You Something Thursdays. Teach You Something Thursdays. Again, shout out to my brother K-Sap. I couldn't get on the panel yesterday. I was actually visiting one of my stores. But I was listening and like I think we get into conversations and bullet points get passed around, but they don't fit what they're saying. So I'm excited to do this one because of course I work on my thumbnails ahead of time. Y'all see all the work I put behind my thumbnails. Y'all know I don't just wake up after hearing the podcast and do something. I really put a lot of work into mine. Also, crazy thing is I told you I'm one of them ones. I had I'm about to give y'all a funny story. I had a Caitlin Clark YouTuber email me, and he's always making Angel Reese stuff and hate stuff, and I was weird, like, why are you emailing me? But again, when you put out great content and you like really know the game and stuff like that, he said he even did his research on me. He knew somebody I played with, whatever like that. But like he always puts out like Angel Reese hate stuff, but he loves Caitlin Clark. So he emailed me, and I ain't gonna get into the details. I ain't even gonna say who it is. But again, that's why I'm one of them ones. He asked if I could do a Caitlin Clark breakdown slide on like her game from Iowa all the way to like her first year in the WNBA, how she's progressed in her like scoring, assists, where she gets her assist at. He literally emailed me asking if I could do a breakdown for his channel, and he got a lot of subscribers. But again, I was like, nah, I ain't with it. I ain't gonna say their name though, but shout out to you though for even looking at my videos. You know, at the end of the day, that's all love. It's all sports. You know, I'm an athlete, man. You know, we big on breaking people together, man. But I was like, nah, I'm good. But shout out to you. I ain't gonna say, but shout out to you for even, you know, watching my channel. That lets me know people and other algorithms watch my channels, man. But shout out to you though, man, for even taking the time out to email me, man. I appreciate the love and the support you got in just what I do. Again, hey, y'all ain't seen nothing yet. I'm one of them ones. Look, you'll see. You ain't seen nothing yet. I don't think y'all understand what y'all witnessing. A lot of people take my podcast for granted. I was talking to somebody on Instagram. I don't even think a lot of my subscribers even know what they're witnessing. Again, you'll see. Just be patient. I told y'all I will get to 1K by the beginning of the year. I like to keep my words. A lot of people, I'm just saying this, like, this ain't me bragging, boasting, nothing. This is just from my feedback from other people that got larger platforms that email me, message me on Instagram, things like that. Like, my subscribers don't take me for granted. I don't think y'all know what y'all witnessing. They just told me to tell y'all that. So I just wanted to relay the message. You know what I'm saying? But again, I give y'all a lot of information for free. You know, like some of the information I give y'all would have to go to coaching seminars. Y'all would have to go to player conferences to find that stuff out. So that's why they was telling me. They even made me realize it was like some of the stuff that you do, the way you put your docs together, the way you explain behind the scenes stuff, being an athlete, stuff like that. Like a lot of people actually pay for stuff like that. So again, don't take my podcast for granted. Like that's just coming from me. Like they just told me to tell y'all that, so I'm just relaying the message, man. But I told them I just really like giving information. You know what I'm saying? Everybody wasn't blessed enough to play sports, man. So I just like giving people information. That's why I could get on here every day and bring out my resume from AAU playing 8 years old and say, you can't talk sports with me like some people do. But like, I ain't one of those, you know what I'm saying? And I always say like, that's another thing that's weird to me. Like, I'll get on YouTube and like bless you with information that you wouldn't really get. And it ain't bragging or boasting. I've been a basketball player since I was 6 years old. So I can only talk as an athlete. I can't talk as a fan like that. I can give subjective as a fan, but I can't really talk as a fan because of how long I was in the sport. Like you listen to anybody who really plays sports, it's really hard to talk as a fan. It's very hard. And that's why I go support other channels like Showtime, KSAP, HD, Bro Claude, Lakeisha, because they have that fan perspective. So I'm able to go over there and like run it with them. Like even when I'm coming up with my titles, I can't come up with the creative. I can't, and that's a talent to them because I can't even come up with some of the creative titles that they come up with because I don't think like a fan. So how they come up, that's why I don't do a lot of like rumor content because I can't think of content like them. So shout out to them for like how that lets y'all know like they really know what they be doing. This coming from an athlete, like I can't think out the box like that to make those witty titles. So shout out to KSAP, Showtime, HD, all of them, Lakeisha, Bro Claude, WBB Universe, like the way they have those witty I can't do all of that because I don't think like a fan. So like, but so shout out to them. Just wanted to give y'all some insight on that. So shout out to them for that. That's why I don't do a lot of like the rumor mill stuff because I don't know how to like honestly, I don't know how to articulate that. I'll be honest with y'all. I don't know how to articulate like how they be putting out like the 10-minute videos on like on something like that. I don't know how to articulate it. So it's just difficult for me because some people be asking me why you ain't report on this or that. Like they'll even write on my community post and be like, hey, you seen that? You gonna make a video about it? Sometimes I don't even respond because I don't know how to. Honestly, that's a talent they have that I don't have. You know, everybody got their own wheelhouse when it comes to media and the marketing, you know, YouTube and stuff like that. That's a wheelhouse that I don't have because I can think like a fan subjectively, but it's just my approach is different. So when I'm coming up with titles, it's very weird. It's very weird to write certain things because I'll write it and I'll read it as an athlete and be like, nah, we don't think like that, or nah, we wouldn't say that, or nah, that ain't how that'll go. So it's like very weird, man. It's very, very weird, man. So shout out to KSAP, HD, Showtime, all of them for how they do the witty titles, man. You know, that's why when they do theirs, I'll pull up over there. But I try to keep my channel streamlined with just like, you know, like real inside the locker room kind of information, stuff like that. So those who be writing me and emailing me or messaging me on Instagram or Twitter asking to do this or that, I'm just giving you some insight. You know what I'm saying? Rather than me kind of writing it, I can just tell you right now before I get started, like why I don't actually do that because I can't. I can't make those witty titles like that. So shout out to all of them, man. Shout out to all of them. Again, appreciate y'all for pulling up. Again, when we again, some of y'all embarrassing me, man. Y'all come over here to learn something, and y'all go to panels, and y'all ain't learning nothing. Y'all look. We when we think about sports, it got to be streamlined, man. Free agency can't mean one thing to somebody else and mean another thing to somebody else because that's not how free agency works. Free agency gives you an opportunity to do just one thing, streamline one thing. The draft gives you opportunity to streamline one thing. Trademarking gives you opportunity to streamline one thing. Everybody has roles and responsibilities, whether they're the GM, the player, the coach, the training, athletic director, the owner, whoever. Everybody has a different responsibility of how it builds the team. So when we thinking about like how to like put a team together, we got to remember like what their responsibilities and the concept of who they actually are. You know what I'm saying? So like we got to remember like what's the GM's responsibility versus the player. And some of those haters out there who hate on Reese, we're gonna talk about that today. Like how you make a video about this when that's not even her role and responsibility as even if she is the franchise player, that's not her role and responsibility of how the market moves. Like she can't control the market value of the team. And we're gonna get into that again. It's like very, very weird. It's very, very weird of like how that kind of goes. It's very, very weird of how that kind of goes. But shout out to y'all, man. Before I get to it, you know, I gotta bless the chat, man. Shout out to the chat, man. To he, Lisa, Tamika. Shout out to Miss Gant, always pulling up. Edward T, Superfly J, T, Carmilla, MJ, J, Sahid, in the dark with a smile. Uncle K-Sap. Y'all go follow Simply Ball Dropping. My dude HD. Shout out to my dude HD. Make sure y'all go follow HD as well. Welcome to HDT IITV. Go follow him. What's going on, Jackie? Shout out to the super chat, man. Shout out to the super.
All I ask is when you lay your head on that pillow at night, know I gave you everything I had.
Shout out to DeMarcus. Hey, DeMarcus I met DeMarcus doing movie and TV reviews. I actually have a review channel. I just haven't been on it. I do like the power reviews and stuff. So I met DeMarcus on there, man. Cool dude, man. Always been around. Appreciate the $3 super chat. First one of the day. Shout out to DeMarcus, man. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Lisa, what's a backhanded? Lisa said this sounding kind of backhanded. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know what that means. Lisa, did I diss somebody? Did I miss something? Okay. Lisa, let me know if I diss somebody so I can apologize. Because I don't do that on my channel. I try to keep it clean and support everybody. DeMarcus, I'm kind of even people been hitting me up on Twitter about that. Like, I'm actually trying to move past the Kennedy Carter situation because she's not on the team anymore, man. But again, I'll probably get into it. If she signs with a team, I'll probably do a breakdown because I actually got film on her that I wanted to use because people was asking me about like the play styling and everything for the Chicago Sky. And I told them I had film that I was going to use. I was saving it for when they actually finalized their roster. So I actually have film on her that I have recorded, but I never used it. And I won't use it because she's not on the Chicago Sky. Because I was going to do that one later into the season once everything settles in and the team gets finalized and they go into training camp of things I want them to work on. It was going to actually be like a training camp breakdown. It was going to actually be that. So, but I'm going to use it once she signs with a team on how she can help that team. You know, she is a former Chicago Sky. And again, I have no problem with Kennedy Carter. So I'll support wherever she kind of like goes. So, because she never rubbed me wrong. She just was a fiery competitor. And again, certain locker rooms can handle that. Certain ones don't got the support system to handle that. So again, you know, like I always tell people, she ain't out here hurt nobody. It's just conducting yourself in a business manner when involved with a sports organization. It's named professional for a reason. You got to be a professional, no matter how much we want to bring a lot of our outside nuances of how we got to a certain place. Once you get to that level, you got to be professional. And at the end of the day, that's kind of like where it's at, man. Shout out to Reddit. Hey, Reddit, drop everybody links in the hey, I gotta get K-Sap hey, HD, I think you can give K-Sap a wrench. Give K-Sap a wrench, man. HD, I think you it's HD and Jay. I think you can too. I forgot who else I had gave the thing to. I'll do it though. Let me go. I'll do it. I got to get Uncle Wrench, man. Hey, K-Sap, I'm gonna get you a wrench in a minute, man. Hold on, let me see how I can do it. But hey, drop everybody links in there. Anybody who follow any of my brothers' chats, you know we got a tight circle, man. If they ain't in my circle, don't be dropping their links in my chat. Unless they're cool. If they're cool, drop it, man. Hey, K-Sap, I don't even be. Hey, that's one thing y'all gotta remember, man. Yes, I can talk basketball good, but when it comes to this YouTube stuff, I'm still new to it. So I be forgetting to highlight super chats sometimes. I be forgetting to even, especially when I get into my soliloquies, I be forgetting to even look at the chat. So sometimes I just be forgetting. So y'all gotta give me a little patience. Give me a year. I ain't even look. October, November, December, January. I've only really been in the YouTube streets like 4.5. It hasn't even officially been 5 months yet. So give me a year to kind of like get into all like the nuances and all of that like that. So give me a chance to kind of get through like, you know, how I operate with the chat. Cause I got another screen right here, but I'll be having my doc on there. So I'll be having a lot going on because I use docs. So I need to give me a third monitor so I can just have the chats up there. That'll probably help me better. That'll probably help me better. Yeah, man. Put everybody chats, everybody links in there throughout this thing. Because again, I got a lot of my basketball homeboys who watch my channel and stuff like that, and I be telling them about their channel so they could go subscribe. Because I be telling them, because they be like, you don't talk spicy on your channel, because they know me. Like I be trying to look. I got decorum on my channel, man, because I try to streamline it because of how my information is. I try to make sure it's professional. But on other people's channels, I don't. If y'all notice me, y'all never hear me curse. I don't curse. I don't curse. And I wouldn't disrespect nobody else's channel like that either. But on other channels, I'll get spicy. You know what I'm saying? I'll get spicy. I'll get it. I'll get spicy, man. I'll get spicy. Yeah, K-Sap, especially when they I be trying to look. And K-Sap at 13,000 subscribers. He been around a minute, and he still be struggling himself sometimes. He be letting y'all know y'all got to be patient because they scrolling. Y'all screen don't see what our screen looks like. So they be like going fast, especially when a lot of people commenting. So sometimes I got to scroll all the way back up. Like right now, I'm probably gonna miss like 20 chats. So y'all got to be patient with people who be having a lot of people on their channel. Y'all got to be patient. But before we get started though, man, again, appreciate y'all for pulling up my 1,000 subscriber mark. My Angel Reese video actually doing numbers, so I'm actually at like 1,100. I'm at like 1,110 or something like that. So let's see if I get to 200 by the end of the week, man. I got 2 more videos to do, so I think I can get there. I think I can get to 1,100 by the end of the week. We'll see. We'll see. But shout out to y'all for pulling up again. My appreciation to all my subscribers for my 1K mark. I did just finish my "What Are We Doing" t-shirt design, and I just finished my my one of them ones design. So at the end of the stream, probably before it ends, I'm going to do a contest for everybody in the chat, everybody who's listening. So if you're listening towards the end of the video, grab your phone. If you listening, watching TV, whatever, at work, grab your phone for a couple seconds. I'm going to do a contest. I'm going to do a 1 through, I don't know, probably like a 1 through. We'll see how many people in here. However many people is in here watching at that time, I'll do a 1 through that number. And that I'll actually do 2 people. The 2 closest people to the number will get a choice of a I Am Zo Media hoodie or t-shirt, a one of them ones hoodie or t-shirt, or a What Are We Doing hoodie or t-shirt. And that design is crazy. I can't wait for y'all to see that design. That design is crazy. But shout out to all of y'all for pulling up. Again, Thursdays, teach them something Thursdays. Teach them something Thursday. Again, especially like new fans or just fans in general, sometimes we get caught up in the biasness of like how to build teams, what roles and responsibilities are, how we view things. And sometimes we make comments in context it don't match and then it'd be weird. It'd be weird because I'll say something and they'll be like, and then I have conversations with people sometimes, and even on panels, like I'll have, or like even with people in chat sometimes, and I'll say something and they'll be like, well, that don't make sense. Yeah, it don't make sense because you were wrong. I don't like to take people wrong. You were incorrect on your point of view from the get-go. So anything I'm about to say don't make sense to you because whatever you thought it was, it actually ain't. So anything I'm about to say don't make sense to you. I need some people to realize that sometimes because that happens to me sometimes. I'm not saying I'm an expert on everything, but there are sometimes I might think something and somebody says something and I'm like, well, that's not the opposite, or I don't get that, or that don't make sense. Yeah, it don't make sense to me because I thought it was something that it actually wasn't. So my whole thought process this entire time, and it could go on for months. Whatever my thought process was, or how I should have viewed it, I just viewed it wrong. So anything anybody says, it won't make sense to you because your thought process was incorrect from the beginning. So anything somebody's saying is going in one end, not the other, because when you're listening to things, you're listening for keywords that match what you're thinking. So if they're not saying anything that matches with those keywords you're listening to, because 80% of the people can't repeat back everything you say. They listen for keywords of when you're going into a diatribe. And they're like, okay, yeah, I was thinking that too. And if you don't say those keywords that kind of match with their thinking, it'll go in one ear out the other. And that's in life in general, not just sports. That's anything you do. So sometimes people just got to like realize like, yeah, it doesn't make sense to you because you weren't thinking that from the get-go. So, and you were listening for keywords to agree to you. Again, when you're in these YouTube streets, man, y'all gotta stop I gotta win. Everybody gotta agree with me. Everybody, it's just viewpoints are different. Like it's just viewpoints are different. As long as you got the standardized information, and that's what I try to give. Like with my docs and stuff, I try to give the standardized information, and you can take it how you want to take it and like build your own thought process. But I do try to streamline like what a certain role and responsibility is instead of like being all over the place. No, if you're the franchise player, this is your roles and responsibilities. Everything else is nuance. Everything else is add-ons and additives. If you're the GM, this is your roles and responsibilities. Everything fans might want from a GM, that might just be add-ons of what they aspire or expect from a GM or a franchise player. But you have your streamlined things. So, and that's what I try to give. I try to give like just streamlined information. Man, what's going on, chat? What's going on? Oh, Brass. Shout out to Brass. I'm gonna drop the link after I get through my thing, man. So y'all be patient. But let me get to it, man. We 30 minutes in. Let me get to this, man. Cause we again, the title of this video is Chicago Sky needs to build the right team and fast. Chicago Sky needs to build the right team and fast. And when you think about a team, right? 5 of the most important factors to a team is management, the locker room, free agency, the franchise player / cornerstone, and the trade market. All 5 of these things build championship winning, great organizations, roles and responsibilities, understanding of how to win championships, how to build teams for the long haul. If you want to build a microwave team as well, roles and responsibilities don't change no matter what type of team you want to build. And again, when y'all see all of this, y'all gonna know I don't put my docs together in a day. Like that's why I said don't take advantage or whatever of my videos, because I do put a lot into them that give y'all. I want to give y'all information. So when y'all go into channels, y'all can sound like geniuses, man. Y'all can sound like one of them ones. Well, y'all can sound like one of them ones, man. I honestly, I just be messing around when I say that. If y'all knew me in real life, y'all know half of the stuff I say I be joking. I'm an athlete, so it just sounds like I'm bragging. Again, we're not doing just Chicago Sky draft stuff today. We've already done that in the past. And tune in next week for the first episode of the number 10 pick, which is actually the 6th episode of the series. But the first episode for the number 10 pick, everybody already know the draft is April 14th. We only have 2 draft picks that everybody been coveting. Nobody wants to get rid of. I don't want to get rid of, and I got a reasoning why. We only got 2 picks there in the first round, the 3rd and the 10th pick. Yeah, and right below that, I'm not going to read all of that. If you've been watching my channel for a while, you should have read that already yourself. You should have read all that yourself already and know what that actually says. Again, I updated the free agency since the qualifying offers and the unrestricted free agency for Kennedy Carter. As of this point, she's still listed underneath Chicago Sky's free agency because the season hasn't started and she hasn't signed with anyone. So the season would have to start, or she would have to sign for anyone for her to actually not be listed and tied to Chicago Sky. FYI for those out there. I know we want to move on from her, but legally, she's still tied to Chicago Sky legally because that was her last team legally, and she wasn't cut. She actually wasn't cut. She served out her contract. Again, we already know who's under contract for 2025, minus the qualifying offer for Michaela and Dana Evans, Mariah Jefferson, point guard, Elizabeth Williams, center, Rachel Banham, shooting guard, small forward. I would really have her as shooting guard off the bench. Lindsay Allen, point guard, Camila Cardoza, center, and Reese, power forward. We already know we have on the roster. We already know. Again, the other stuff. Again, now let's get into the nuances, right? So let me say this. I'll be hearing. Let me say this. I need somebody to help me make this make sense for me. Sometimes when you say stuff, you might feel a certain way. And I'm gonna say this: my wife she works with finance and all of that. She works with athletes and stuff like that. So I got this from my wife actually. Sometimes when you say stuff, you don't get the true context. Sometimes y'all need to write stuff down. So those out there who listen and even on playback, even after this, do this. If you don't like Jeff or trust Jeff, do this. Do this for me. Write down pros and cons on a piece of paper. Put Jeff's name up top. I call him Jeffy P. Jeffy P. Write down Jeffy P up top. Do a pros and cons. And truly sit back and put the start date when Jeff actually became the official GM. And look at the transactions that didn't happen since he's actually been the GM. I think he gets a lot of disdain because of the organization and how it's been viewed over the last couple of years. Like, I need y'all to really, and I don't care if he was in the organization. At some point, you go into a new role and a new responsibility. If you're the assistant coach, think about this, because I want to give y'all an example. Because some people be like, nah, he been with the organization. Give you an example. Let's say if there's an assistant coach on somebody's bench. Let's say there's an assistant coach on somebody's bench. I want y'all to listen closely to this because y'all know I keep it real. Y'all know I keep it real over here. If you're an assistant coach and the head coach gets fired and they give you the job, do y'all have that same enthusiasm, that same miscommunication, that same uncertainty with the assistant coach that comes from the coach tree that was sitting on their bench? No, y'all say, oh, good, we got somebody else in here. Let's see what they can do. We don't. That's what, and they were with the organization already too. When that organization was losing and wasn't making the playoffs, that assistant coach was on that coaching staff. Y'all know that, right? So again, sometimes we pick and choose who we like, who we want to give the favoritism to. And I get it. The diehard Chicago Sky fans, they fed up with the team and how it's being ran. They got the microwave championship, but outside of that one, the last 10 years, they don't like the way it's been ran, the stain on the organization, how they conduct things with players, how they run it like a plantation versus a player having a say. I get all of that. I get all of that. But there's two things you got to remember. With job change comes new role and responsibilities. And everybody works for someone. And as a GM, his responsibility isn't always to the players. As a GM, part of the responsibility is to the owner as well. So we got to take that into account. I don't think we do that enough. I think we just, if you're in management, he could have came from the Aces last year, and I think y'all would have still did the same thing because y'all trying to tie everyone into how the organization has been ran. That comes. I want to let y'all know something. Jeff P has nothing to do with the facility. I'm confused at what y'all think a GM is. Jeff P has literally. Look, man. Y'all gotta stop it, man. Y'all be wondering why I be like, what are we doing? Y'all gotta stop it, man. Look, Jeff P literally is an employee. He has it's like working at a retail. What do they call him? Store manager. That store manager has nothing to do with the price of that shirt. That store manager has nothing to do with why that store is not in your mall. That store manager has nothing to do with why the music on the intercom sounds like that. That's coming from corporate. Y'all gotta be better at it, man. Y'all gotta be better, man. Y'all gotta be better. Y'all gotta be better, man. Because I hear it, and I think y'all takes and the way y'all want to design the team come from y'all disdain from the organization, not Jeff P. So you gotta, again, y'all sometimes we gotta take the blinders off. We all do it. We all do it. No one's absence from the biasness. We're all biased. I'm biased. Look, Y'all know this is a Angel Reese catered to channel. I'm biased. I mean, we're all biased. So I'm confused. Even when you think about sports, some people just like basketball and don't care about athletes that play football or vice versa. They could be walking down the street and you wouldn't want a picture with them. That's biasness. Again, we all got biasness. We gotta come to grips with that part, man. But again, tonight, those of you who need some clarity, some understanding, and a fresh thought going into free agency. Free agency is kicked off, man. That's why I'm really doing this, because free agency is kicked off. If you haven't seen my free agency breakdown, go check that one out. It's actually listed under my playlist, free agency. So I don't need to even, I'm not even really about to get into all of that because I've literally already done it. I've gave you all the free agents, what I think about them, how they would fit with the Chicago Sky. Go watch that video. It's literally underneath the free agency playlist on my channel. So I don't need to get into that. But tonight, just get a piece of paper, write Jeffy P up top, do pros and cons, do his start date, and really write down what his impact has been in the organization since he's been the GM. Let me say that again. Since he's been the GM. I want y'all to know something. Since Jeff's been the GM, we've got 4 first-round top 10 picks. Back-to-back years when we had none. That's why I don't get what y'all want from Jeff P. If you want Jeff P to bring you a championship team, say that. But a championship team isn't built overnight. If you want Jeff to create a well-balanced roster, say that. But a well-balanced roster isn't built in 1 year. You got to figure out what you got, and you got to continue to build onto those pieces. You know how long it took the Aces to build that team? They didn't build that team in 1 year. They didn't just go sign a bunch of free agents and just draft a player and became the Aces. No, even the Liberty last year, that was a put-together team. That's why I don't understand. I be trying to be there with some of y'all, man. But hey, I be trying to be there. You know, I be trying to be there. I be missing the boat. I just be missing the boat a little bit. And maybe I'm slow, you know. Maybe I'm slow, you know. Maybe I fell off my rocker. You know what I'm saying? You know, maybe I fell off my rocker. But again, so we can move on. Write down the pros and cons of what Jeff P has done since he's been the GM. That's all I'm going to say. That's why I don't get what you want Jeff P to do in 1 year. You see how I was quiet just now? Because I wanted to say that and you to really think about it. What did you want Jeff P to do in 1 year? I know what you wanted him to do. You wanted him to become the GM after the head coach was hired and half of the roster was already there and all the players had left and we had no draft picks. Guess what you wanted him to do? You wanted him to build you a championship team, get a Hall of Fame coach, and all their players go to the Hall of Fame. And you still wanted to retain your 2 first-round picks for this year. That's what y'all wanted. And y'all wanted Chicago Sky to be voted the best organization in the WNBA. That's what y'all wanted. That would have made some of y'all happy. But that ain't how sports work. That ain't how team building works. That's fantasy land. I'm not saying Jeff P is perfect. There's some roster construction he did this offseason that I didn't like. But guess what I did? I said, I don't like what he did this offseason, but it's year 1. It's a dysfunctional franchise. He had no draft picks. He had incompetent players. Let's see what he can do. Let's see if he can turn it around. And guess what we have this offseason? We have 2 top 10 protected picks. We have 2 cornerstone players. I'll repeat the first 2. We have 2 top 10 draft picks. We have 2 cornerstone players, and we're 3rd in cap space. I am confused at why y'all don't think that's great. Yeah, some of y'all, man, y'all need to give me y'all basketball cards. Why don't you think that's great? Because I know why you don't think that's great. Because you got such a disdain for the Chicago Sky organization, you can't see beyond that biasness to look at what he's actually put in front of you. Look, I've been holding this in forever. Y'all notice I never bring up Jeff P. because I'm trying to go back and forth about nonsense that don't make sense. Because the hate for Jeff P. Honestly, it don't make sense to me. I get he put certain things out there. I went and do my research. There were 4 GMs last offseason. I got the slide for it too. You know me, I come with the facts. There was 4 GMs last offseason that said things and they didn't do none of those things. GMs don't tell you what they're doing. They don't tell you exactly what they're thinking all the time. It got to be obvious for them to tell you what they're thinking. So if he goes draft a point guard that's not 6 feet or go get a wing that's not 6 feet, I'm gonna be like, nah, Jeff, you told me you was looking for 6 feet, 3 and D's now. But you drafted who you drafted. Let's see how it work out. That's gonna be my mindset. It ain't gonna be, oh, look, Jeff Peter did it again. What did he do? He been there 1 year. What did he do? He been there 1 year. What did he do? Come on, man. That's why I've been quiet on the Jeff P. That's why you can't get no sound bites of me talking about Jeff P. Good or bad. That's why you don't hear me when people bring up Jeff P. I get quiet because I ain't gonna change your mind on why you don't like him. But I can give you the obvious facts. Everything I've said is facts. You can't even rebut it. You can come with biasness and say, oh, not this or that. It's not everything you're about to say is not a fact. I can rebut everything you say with a fact. Everything I just said is a fact. He drafted 2 cornerstones, whether he wanted her or not. She's on the team. And he pulled the string, whether he wanted her in the beginning or not. Whether someone had to convince him or not. He pulled the string. He pushed the button. He made the phone call. He called down to the WNBA Drive Convention Center and said, we want Angel Reese. Whether the reports that he wanted her in the beginning or not, he did it. I don't be understanding y'all, man. He did it. Whether y'all like y'all like how she got there or not, he did it. And we got to be careful with the word don't like. Because sometimes we can read something that's not actually there. Who says he didn't like Angel Reese? Maybe he thought they needed a 3 and D. Because Michaela wasn't Michaela yet. Maybe he thought they needed a 2 guard. Because Kennedy Carter wasn't on the team yet. Kennedy Carter wasn't the Kennedy Carter we see. She was still being vetted by Teaspoon at the time. So maybe he thought it with that 7 pick, we needed a shooting guard. That don't mean he don't like Angel Reese. Y'all do the same thing when I talk about Olivia Miles. Zoe don't like Olivia Miles because he won't sit trying. Y'all be doing the same thing with that conversation. Y'all gotta stop that, man. I can see a better fit and still like a person. Y'all gotta stop that, man, because that don't be making no sense to me. Y'all gotta stop that, man. But back to Jeff P, man. What did y'all want the dude to do when the coach was already hired, half of the roster was put together already before he got the job? Let me say that again. How many GMs get a job after the head coach? I'll say it again. What have Jeff P done for you to say he don't know what he's doing? Let's see if he can build out a roster. Angel hasn't said anything skeptical about him. Let's see. Let's see what he can build. If he can't build, then we got facts. Right now, we're moving on emotions, and we're about to try to put together, some of y'all emotions about to put together a team that will fail. Look, you can't build out a team with emotions. You build out a team that makes sense. That's when I hear some people putting together all these rosters. I'd be like, first of all, where you getting all those players from? And you don't even think about it because you're speaking out of emotions. You just said 10 different players. You're speaking out of emotion. Where you getting all these picks from to go trade for all these pieces? Because one of these players you said gonna need 2 picks, and we only got 2. So how you trading for the other person? We don't got nobody on our roster that we can trade straight up. Yeah, that's what I be talking. That's what I be talking about. That's what I be talking about. That's why I be like, what are we doing? That's what I be like, what are we doing? As soon as I start talking, guess what they say? Zo think he always right. You talking nonsense. It just sounds like I'm right because you talking nonsense. It just sounds like I'm right. And if you feel I'm right, if you feel like I'm right, or you feel like Zo always feel like he right, without me actually saying it, that's just letting me know in your head I made you see a different point of view, and now I got you to thinking. So look, I'm good either way. I got you thinking, and that's what I do. I just want to get you thinking. Look, hey, look, I'll tell y'all. Some of y'all learn me. I'll tell y'all. Like sometimes I'll be listening to panels, and I'll wait till somebody says something outlandish, then I'll come up. If they just talking, they talk. I love hearing people talk basketball. If I'm listening to a panel and they just talking, they talk, I probably won't even hop on the panel. That's why y'all don't see me on panels a lot. Because I can't. It's hard for me to have a. If y'all notice, anytime I come on the panel, and again, that's why I don't. Y'all don't pick up on cues a lot. If you ever see me on a panel, I'm not just talking with everybody. I'm really just up there to give a take, and I kind of probably bounce. I'll probably like just stay around in case somebody else say something outlandish. But other than that, I'm just coming up to give a different perspective. So like if they just up there talking, they talk, and everybody just kind of like having banter and all of that, you probably won't ever see me come up. I'll probably just come up like just to show love or whatever like that, or if it's like if it's a good title or something like that. But like, cause it's hard for me to talk from a fan perspective. So like, if I talk from an athlete's perspective, again, I'm still learning my panel etiquette. Sometimes when I talk from an athlete perspective, it might seem like I'm targeting someone because they're coming at it from a fan perspective. So everybody listening, they might feel like, why is Zo going at this person? Because I'm coming at it from an athlete's perspective, because that's all I can think about at that moment. So that's why I try to be selective, because I can't change my thought process, just like they can't change theirs. So I try to be selective, and I don't like messing people's streams up. So that's why I'm selective on when I actually come up on panels. I'm very, very selective. Y'all, I'm surprised y'all didn't pick up on that yet. If you see me go on a panel, you know I'm about to come with some gospel, because I'm very selective. Because I don't want people to think like I know more than them or something, like, because just the way I talk, and I'm an animated person, so I'm still learning my panel etiquette of how to approach things. But I'm just very selective on when I come up. So those of you who in the chat, if you ever see me come on the panel, I'm coming to speak gospel, and I ain't coming to shoot. If you ever see me, I'm not just coming up there to just run it. I'll probably get on HD channel because HD be having other conversations going on. So I'll probably hop on HD channel and just go over there and run it. You know what I'm saying? Or HD will come on my channel like he was the other day, and we were running for 4 hours just about everything, man, in life. Just talking life, politics, sports, everything. Growing up in the hood, like everything. That's what we do on HD channel. I'll go pull up over there and do that. But like, if it's just sports talk and it's a panel of people and they just talking about like their viewpoints, I won't get up there because I'll come from an athlete's point of view, and that'll sound like I'm brushing off their point or acting like their point don't exist, which that's not really me. You know what I'm saying? So I try to be selective, man. I try to be selective. So that's why y'all don't see me a lot. I just try to be, man. I just try to be. Yeah, Gamble. I do. I be listening until I'm fed up, and I'm like, we can't let this, because this is one thing I will never let happen. when I'm listening to something, and I got some people panels I won't go on because I just don't support their channel. But people channels I actually support, I won't let rhetoric go on in the chat because, again, people who are on panels, this is something you got to realize. You might feel like you don't have a channel, or you might feel like you're not like a big voice in the sports world itself. But you got to, one thing, if you're on a panel, you got to remember, this is what you got to remember. There's people in the chat who are still trying to learn the game. There are people in the chat who are really passionate about getting information on the sport. So when we just start getting on panels and just saying nonsense because it sounds good, using big words, we got a good voice with a microphone. We can't just get on there and say anything because they're taking that information. And to some people, whatever you say is God. So you got to remember that. You got to remember that. Again, panel etiquette isn't just how you conduct yourself, it's what you say. Because there's people in the chat who are really passionate about just learning the game, man. So you got to remember that when you're on these panels. Y'all got to remember that people in the chat are looking and listening for information on the sport because they're trying to either become a fan of the sport or get a better understanding when they're watching games. So we can't just come up there and say anything. That's when I'll come up. I'll be like, nah, we can't have this in the atmosphere. I'll be like, and then some people channels I respect, I'll be like, nah, we can't have an athlete or somebody who actually knows something listening to this and be like, this what they be talking about on that channel. Nah, I gotta come correct it, man. Because look, no matter what y'all might not see all the comments, all the viewers, but these people channels, when y'all go on people panels, this is something y'all gotta realize. Some of these people channels are in the algorithm where more people see it than you think. So I know some people want to come on panels and have a perspective, but you do got to remember, it's not just how you conduct yourself with your microphone, your volume, the way you say a word. Sometimes it's about what you say. So you got to remember that as well. You got to say something that makes sense when you get on these panels, man. That's when I be mad. Again, when y'all listen to podcasts and y'all be like, and when y'all listen to podcasts and y'all listen and y'all hear at least say something like, who started that? That's what we be talking about. Who started that? Who came up with that? Where did that come from? You got that from an athlete? Who did you get that from? Or did you hear somebody say that who got a podcast and they're actually not? So that's what I be meaning, like, have panel etiquette, man. When y'all come on people podcasts, because hey, y'all can be messing up my dude's podcast, man, with that foolishness, man. Again, come up there with a look. I'm not telling you don't go on the panel. Just be mindful of what you're saying on the panel. Because I'm a student of the game, man. Like, I don't mind getting on the panel and learning something. Because again, and that's the weird thing. That's the weird thing. That's the weird thing. Just because someone got a better take than you, don't mean your take wasn't good. So don't feel attacked. I'll say that again for the people in the back. Just because someone has a better take than you, don't mean your take wasn't good. Anyway, man. Let's keep look. Like on case I say, let's keep the main thing. I just want to get that. I just wanted to get that out there, man. Let's have panel. Let's be mindful of what we say, man. Because there's people in the chat who trust some of the things y'all say. There's people in chats who listen to things y'all say on people panels, man. I can't just be coming on people panel just saying anything. Be mindful. Be mindful. If you can't be mindful, it ain't my panel, so I can't tell who to come well or not. I can't tell nobody what to do or what not. I can just give you advice. I can't tell you who panel to go on, what to say on the panel. I can just give you advice on. Just be mindful of how you cater your words. Just be mindful of how you cater your words, man. Just be mindful, man. And stop over talking people, man. Y'all be going on panels over talking people, man. Have some panel etiquette, man. Have some panel etiquette, man. It's panel etiquette. Over talking people, man. Let people get their takes out. Ooh. People don't hear you talk the whole time. Let people get their takes out. But let's move on with this, man. Again, give Jeff P and Tyler Marshall a little grace, man. See, this is what I'm saying. For Jeff P, this is year one for me of his building phase. He's got some pieces back from, because it's like a presidency, right? Your first year in office, you're really just cleaning up the mistakes or trying to get things in order from the last 4 years. So last year, Jeff P was just getting draft picks back, clearing up cap space. And this is what I don't understand. If you really know how a GM works, what their roles and responsibilities are, I give Jeff an A+ for what he did last year. He got you 2 top 10 draft picks, and he got you 3rd highest cap space. That's why I don't understand what y'all. And he got you 2 cornerstone pieces. I don't understand what y'all. I don't know what y'all think a great GM is, because if that's not what I'm not saying Jeff is great because he hasn't put a championship team together yet, but he did a hell of a job for what he went into. Like, y'all, that wasn't easy. That was not easy what he did. Like, that was not easy. Y'all act like top 10 draft picks just fall off a tree. Y'all act like cap space just happens. No, you got to put the right roster together. You got to make sure all their contracts end at the same time. You got to make sure the people that are still on the roster got minimal contracts going into those years. The Chicago, that's what I've been saying, and nobody been catching on to it. The Chicago Sky are set up to make a championship run if Jeff P does it right. Jeff P has set the Chicago Sky up to go on a championship run for the years to come if they handle this opportunity right. As a GM, all you want to do is come into an organization and create an opportunity. That's all you want to do. All you want to do. This is what I don't get. This is what I don't get. Let me tell y'all something. I'm about to make y'all realize and open y'all minds up. Why nobody talks about the Dallas Wings organization? Why nobody talks about the LA Sparks organization? Why nobody talks about the Atlanta Dream organization? Why nobody talks about the Mystics organization? I get they not Chicago Sky, and that's your team. But that's why I always say, when you take the biasness out of it, and you just look at GM for GM and what their organizations look like and what they have down the pipeline, what the opportunity for the championship window looks like, Chicago is in a great place. So he came in year one after the head coach was hired and did his job. He literally did his job. The role and responsibility of management, recruiting, signing players, including negotiating contracts, trades, and drafting, hiring and overseeing coaching staff, which he didn't oversee last year, and other supporting personnel, maximizing revenue opportunities through sponsorships, ticket sales, and merchandise. Evaluating team performance and making adjustments as necessary, implementing player development programs to improve skills and performance, acting as a spokesperson for the teams in certain situations, maintaining good relationships with the media, fans, and community, overseeing the use and maintenance of the training facilities and equipment. And shout out to Bo Claude. He was on his channel earlier. I don't know if he's still on, but he was on his channel saying they're already making improvements, even though they're getting a new facility that they're breaking ground on coming soon. They're already making changes to the rec center that last year nobody liked it. So I'm confused. Look, any change that happens outside of the team, that is not actually Jeff's responsibility. It's his responsibility to voice his opinion on what's these changes, but the owner has to go pay for that. I be hearing people say, Jeff, get that new facility together. That's not what, who y'all think a GM is? Like, really? Who y'all think a GM is? Who y'all think a GM is? That's what I be talking about, man. Who y'all think the GM is? Gamble, that's what it feels like. Jeff need to go lay down the cement, put the first brick, cut the ribbon, put the door on the hinges, change the keys. They want Jeff to do all that. Then he'll be a good GM. Chicago Sky is an opportunity to do something great. I'm judging Jeff off of what happens now. If he turns out to be a bad GM, at least let's have a track record. The dude don't even have a track record yet. Again, y'all put in what y'all think on the organization on Jeff. And I don't know Jeff. I don't got no horse in the race. I'm just giving you a logical perspective. That's it. A logical perspective. That's it. Chicago Sky is in a great place to do something. And that's all I'm going to say. And that's all I'm going to say. Franchise player. I know we keep having this conversation, man, but we got to narrow this down. So when we're talking about it, we all streamline the information. Franchise player. Listen to this. A franchise player is seen as irreplaceable, central to the team's identity and success. I'll say that again for the people in the back. A franchise player is seen as irreplaceable and central to the team's identity and success. If I can literally replace you with somebody else, you're not a franchise player. Number one, exceptional skill set and talent. They exhibit high-level performance, consistently contributing to the team's success. Leadership. The player often serves as a leader in the locker room, motivating teammates and setting a positive example. Number three, marketability and fan appeal. I'll say that again for the people in the back. Franchise player. Number three, marketability and fan appeal. A franchise player is usually high marketable, helping to attract fans, generate revenue through merchandise sales and endorsements. They are often seen as the face of the franchise and a key figure in media interactions. Number four, longevity and loyalty. I'll say that again. Longevity and loyalty. They play a pivotal role in the team's future plans and are often involved in discussions around the team's strategy and development. So, Jeff, if Angel Reese is your franchise player, she better be involved in future plans and often included in discussions around team strategies and development. If she's not, you need to get her. Hopefully she is. And I don't know how true it is because I don't look at like the threads on Twitter, but I think yesterday on KSAP channel they were saying Angel Reese tweeted. I don't know if it was KSAP channel or somebody else's channel. That was the last panel I listened to yesterday. That Chicago Sky are cooking something up. So if she tweeted that lets you know she's involved in discussions around the team strategies and development. Again, those who are listening, the definitions I just gave you are the definitions for a franchise player. Irrefutable. Not conjecture. Not innuendo. Fact. Fact. Leadership, marketability, longevity, and loyalty. Fact. Woo. Core players. I'll say that again. Core players. Core players form the backbone of the team, and their collective contribution is critical for the team's immediate and future achievements. They help provide balance and support, complementing the efforts of the franchise players and contributing to the overall team success. Consistent contributors. Core players consistently contribute to the team's performance, whether through scoring, defense, rebounding, or playmaking. Team chemistry. Core players are often key to the team's chemistry, working well with other players and supporting the overall team dynamic, fostering a cohesive locker room. Potential for development. Sometimes core players are younger in talent, with potential to grow into more prominent roles or become future leaders. I'll say that again. Core players aren't always veterans. Great GMs don't just go get veteran core players. Sometimes they come through the draft. Sometimes they go sign a free agent who just got off their rookie deal. I got cut during that rookie deal. They have an eye for talent to assess the team, to know what it needs, because maybe they fit their timeline of when their championship window is. Some of y'all be trying to put pieces together and don't even understand Chicago Sky championship window. Because I be listening to people sometimes, and I'll be like, I can kill your argument, but I won't say anything because then we can't have a dialogue. If y'all know me, sometimes I do that sometimes. I can literally erase everything you just said, but sometimes when I'm talking to somebody, I don't say a certain thing because it could die down the conversation, and I like dialogue. Honestly, I'm a student of the game, and I just like learning how people think, because there's things I take from people. There's like topics I take from people. There's bullet points I take from people. That's why when you see me on people's panels, I ain't over talking somebody. If me and somebody going back and forth, I won't interrupt them. I'll let them finish, and then I'll be like, but, or I'll be like, also, and I'll be like, I don't know about that, but here. So, because I really try to get tidbits, because again, sometimes my mindset is built on an athlete. I try to get a fan perspective sometimes, of like how a fan would, how like just a casual fan who's been watching basketball all their life, how they view it. Because sometimes, hey, their perspective could be a little more even keeled than mine. Look, that's why if you understand my personality, you don't even trip about me. Those who really know me, they'll be like, they'll tell you in the chat, Zoe just trying to rile you up, or Zoe just animated, he don't mean no harm, or this or that. Like, because at the end of the day, I'm a student of the game. Look, if you got a good take, I'm listening. I might add it to one of my docs or something, it might be some good information, So shout out to all y'all, man. Everybody know a little something. Nobody perfect. Nobody got 100% the answers, so shout out to all of y'all, man. Shout out to all of y'all, man. But again, sometimes core players are young players with talent, with the potential to grow into more prominent roles or become future leaders, depending on that championship windows. So sometimes when y'all put together these championship teams, they don't even fit the window. Free agents. By carefully selecting free agents with the right skills, I'll say this again, with the right skill sets, the team can significantly increase their chances of winning championships. The right free agent addition can provide the missing piece that complements. I'll say that again, complements, not overthrow. Complement the existing talent and strengthening the team's bid for a title. Filling gaps on the roster. Number one, free agents can address specific needs or weaknesses, such as adding reliable scoring or a defensive specialist or a seasoned playmaker. Boosting depth. Adding free agents can improve the overall depth of the team, ensuring strong bench performance and reducing the load of star players. Reducing the load, not taking on the load, reducing the load. Flexibility, risk management. Selecting free agents can be a way to manage risk, offering flexibility to adjust the team composition without long-term commitments. Again, sometimes owners and GMs say, let's get this player because we can trade them the next year. Or let's get this player because guess what? They'll be a free agent and we get that cap space back. Strategicness. You're not going to get this is another thing I be tripped out on. Oh, man. I'll be listening. I swear. I swear. Hey, y'all, some of y'all be funny, man. Some of y'all be funny, man. Look at this, man. Okay. We got Angel Reese. I'm gonna go back to this because some of y'all be funny, man. Let me go. I'm gonna pull this back up right quick. So we got Angel Reese, Camila Cardoso. Why would you give up a first round pick for anybody in the backcourt? They ain't even gonna play. This is what I be talking about, man. They ain't even gonna play. The only reason Izzy got all that playing time last year is because Cardoso was hurt to start the season. Elizabeth Williams was hurt the entire season. And we didn't have no wings. I'm going to say it again for the people in the back. The only reason Izzy got all that playing time last year is because Camila Cardoso started the season injured. Elizabeth Williams was injured. We didn't have no wings. And Angel Reese was a rookie. I'm not giving up no draft pick for nobody that's gonna be a backup to Angel Reese and Camila Cardoso. Especially when I got Elizabeth Williams on the roster. Back healthy. I just gave money to. You got Michaela on the wing. You probably not bringing back Diamond DeShields. We'll see what happens with Dana Evans. Kennedy Carter's going. You got Mariah Jefferson. You got Rachel. You got Lindsey Allen. We'll see what happens with them. Personally, I think one or two of them going to end up in a sign and trade with a free agent. We'll see. Or possibly, Chicago Sky has enough cap space to cut one of them without any cap hit. So I want y'all to know that too. They probably just free agency just started. They're eyeing the market. They don't want to cut them if they can put them in a trade to get another player. They got time to cut a player. Again, we'll see what that looks like. We'll see what that looks like. Because the CBA they have right now, it gives them the opportunity to just cut a player. This CBA is horrible. I'll be glad when they get a new one because this is crazy. But again, you got 2 top 10 draft picks. You bring them in. How many minutes? The reason I still got this slide up and I was laughing because I hear some people rosters. How many minutes you think these players gonna get? Look, man. No one can be impactful with 6 minutes. I don't care who you is. No, you could be Michael Jordan, LeBron James, Kobe. Nobody can be impactful on a team with 6 minutes. 10 minutes, you're teetering. Nobody. No. How many times you think you're gonna shoot the ball in 6 minutes? A game. Because I'm curious. I'm just curious. How many times you think you're gonna shoot the ball in 6 minutes? So what you expect these players to do in 6 minutes? But a problem we got when we putting these rosters together, we got to remember minutes We got to remember rotations. And we got to remember impact. Those, when GMs are looking at teams, that's three things they think about: minutes, rotation, and impact. Who is this player backing up, or who is this player starting for? Where are the minutes coming from? What does that impact look like with this many amount of minutes? You look at every championship team for the last, let's say, 4 years. Only 7 to 8 players actually have impact on that team. I'll say that again for the people in the back. Only 7 or 8 players have impact on any championship team. I'm talking NBA or WNBA. The last 4 years, any champion. Go look. The ninth man down the bench, he's a spare part during the regular season to buy minutes for. But you don't give up draft picks for them. You don't put money into them. They're on vet minimums. Who's your top 8? Then we can have a conversation. Who's your top 8? Who's your top 8? If your top 8 don't make sense, the roster you're trying to put together don't make sense. Only so many minutes in the game. GMs know that. That's why you'll see a scrub on the team and be like, why they on the team? Because I'm not giving a player that has that much impact. First of all, they won't even accept that contract. They won't accept that contract, and I'm not giving somebody who can make a bigger impact on another team a vet minimum. So you're going to have scrubs at the end of the bench. You're going to have a Mariah Jefferson at the end of your bench. She was a trade piece back to get the 10th pick. Come on, man. Mariah Jefferson and Rachel got you the 10th pick. Come on, man. Let's be better, man. Let's be better. Let's be better, man. Again, moving forward, when you have a conversation with me about a roster, start with your first 8. If it sounds good, I'm going to say you got you one. If it don't make sense, I'm going to tell you go back to the drawing board. It's just plain and simple. The ninth man don't matter as much. Let's be, again, and you only can have 12. So 9 through 12 are probably going to be vet or low market contracts. And again, the more you bring players in, you got to think, this is what I be talking. You got to think about this. The more players you bring in that are on bigger contracts, guess who gets pushed down the line? The Michaelas. Guess who else gets pushed down the line? Your rookies. Again, you got to think. You got to think. Why get 2 top 10 draft picks if you're not going to play them? Trade it then. Some of y'all got to think. They got to get playing. They got to get PT. Yes, it might dwindle during the season, and maybe somebody off the bench might pick it up, might pick their minutes up. But to start a season, a GM is in the boardroom with the coach and basketball operations of Chicago Godwin. I don't know who that is, and saying, okay, who's the starting 5? What is their minutes per game? Who's coming in for them, and what do their minutes look like per game? And what do you want their impact to be? That's why you'll see a free agent go to a team and be like, dang, they weren't assisting like they're on the other team, because their impact wasn't in assisting. Their impact was probably in defense or probably in scoring. That's why I say when you bring players to teams, let it shape out and see what their impact looks like before you jump on them. Every team only has 2 to 3 players that you're going to get the full capabilities from. You're not going to get the full capabilities from every player on your team. That's not how that works. Because I hear some people say, well, this person can't shoot. I don't need their impact to be shooting. I need them to come on the court for 5 minutes a game and guard the other team's best player. While my real 3-and-D takes a breather. I don't need them to be able to shoot. Again, coaches' game plans are deeper than just y'all conversations. The game plans are deeper than y'all conversations. Again, impact, rotation, minutes goes into building a team. The more people you bring with impact, the more someone gets pushed down the bench. If you're trying to build a team and you're drafting in the top 10, you want them to play. If I'm a GM and I know they're not going to play because I'm bringing in this person, this person, and this person, and I'm looking at my rotations and looking at minutes for them and saying, man, they're only going to play 5 minutes a game, I'm trading the pick. That's why you'll see some picks get traded on draft night, because they'll do a last signing or they'll probably get wind of this player wants to come to their team, and they'll just trade the pick because they look at the roster, they get with the coach on the phone, and they say, hey, send me a write-up. Send me a write-up on what your play style going to be next year. What's the minutes per position? Because again, sometimes you'll have a starting center and they'll only play about 6 minutes a game because of the play style. They just come in the game to start the game to set the tone. They're not the true impact at 5. Again, y'all gonna learn something today. This is called Teaching You Something Thursdays. Y'all gonna learn something today. So I want y'all to really think about when y'all putting these rosters together. It gotta really make sense from the beginning, not just the points per game, not just the assists. It gotta make sense. All of that come after that. It gotta align with the vision, the championship window. It gotta align. Let it align. Then you'll start saying, well, yeah, that player don't fit. Or yeah, that don't make sense. Because then if we drafting that 3, that player gotta play. Like, let it align. Free agents. Remember, boosting depth, filling gaps, and flexibility and risk management moving forward according to your championship window. They give you flexibility to make trades. They give you flexibility to create cap space. They give you flexibility to get back draft picks. So sometimes they might be on your roster, but they're really just there for a certain reason. And sometimes players know that. Sometimes players, like I've heard interview of players like, yeah, I was at that team because they were clearing cap space and I was on the last year of my deal. So I just came in, did my job, went to my next team. If you go watch player interviews, they literally be saying stuff like that. Again, gotta think, man. Trade market. This is the last slide. I'm gonna start letting y'all come up. Trade market. The trade market is viewed as a valuable tool that can provide the necessary upgrades, not downgrades, upgrades. We don't trade for downgrades or similar players. You don't trade for similar players. And adjustments for a team aiming to capture a championship, offering balance between immediate impact and long-term considerations, addressing immediate needs. Number 1, trades can be used to fill critical gaps in the roster, such as acquiring a key defender, a playmaker, or a reliable scorer. Number 2, acquiring star power. Teams may pursue blockbuster trades to add star players who can complement their existing core and increasing their championship odds. Strategic upgrades. I'll say that again. Strategic upgrades. By carefully assessing the trade market, teams can make strategic upgrades that align with their championship timeline. Again, remember, I'm gonna drop the link, but before y'all come up, hey, my channel is monetized now, so when y'all come up, panel etiquette, man. No over talk. Hey, I'm gonna put you in timeout. I don't got no favorites. I'm gonna put you in timeout. No over talking. No bad language. Respect the panel. If somebody's saying something, let them get it off. Don't over talk nobody. Watch your language. All of the above, man. All of the above, man. Let's be mindful of what we doing here, man. Let's be mindful of what we doing here. But while they're coming up, look again. Remember, give Jeff some grace. He's not the organization. He's a new GM. Year one was technically year one was a success for him. As a new GM, you come in because you got to remember when a GM is fired or being replaced, that lets you know they weren't doing their job well. So the new GM got to come in and clean up whatever they weren't doing well, and then their window starts. Let them clean up what wasn't done well. Then that championship window starts. That's why I was hard on Teaspoon just as far as like I was hard on Teaspoon as far as like her coaching style, but I was one of the people that advocated for her getting a second year with some tweaks to her roster. Again, I was advocating for her to come back. I felt like her coaching style, she needed Teaspoon is when you're a player's coach, you're more motivational, you're more let's get the job done. This is what you need to do to get the job done than X's and O's. And when you got a coach like that, you need mentors in the locker room for your younger players. Shout out BBG2K. GM wasn't fired. He left for the coach in the NBA. Certain coaches need certain things in the locker room that are beyond their skill sets. X's and O coaches, they need player personnel as far as like people who've been there, people who's done that, because there are more X's and O's. They need people who can tell them what type of plays players are comfortable with when they're tired, things like that, because there are more X's and O's. There are more, okay, this is what we can get an open shot at if we shift the defense this way, move the defense that way. So again, it's you need everything needs to complement each other, and that's what great organizations do. They complement each other. You figure out what kind of GM you have. You figure out where they concede the championship window at, and that's how they decide on the coach. And then the coach comes in, him and the GM get together, and they decide what type of players they need that fit that system. Now you'll have your core players where it's like, okay, this is my system. This is how they can be successful in my system and not regress. Let me say that again. As a coach, you come in and you just want to make sure your players aren't regressing according to your system. So that's going to be a responsibility for Tyler Marsh as well. Don't regress. Angel Reese and Camila Cardosa and even Michaela shouldn't regress. They're all young players, bright futures ahead of them. They shouldn't regress according to your play style. If they are regressing, that's up to you and your personnel to adjust to make sure they feel comfortable in whatever set you're running. They are truly developing game by game, and you can really analyze that from film. How is she hitting the corner on this play? How hard is her screen? How quick is her slip? Is she waiting? Is she second guessing on a layup? When she drives, what corner does she kick to? Let's see if she can get comfortable driving to the other side of the court, kicking to that corner. Because if we run this set, that person is coming on a curl. Like certain things like that. You're watching film trying to see like what development looks like. And as coaches, that's when you come in and you start tweaking things during practice. You go to angelreese and say, hey, I know we've been running it like this, but I've been watching film and that pass is a second too late. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to do a pin down. That person going to pop. They're closer to you on the drive. Like, again, as a coach, Tyler Marsh, just make sure you're adjusting throughout the season. Again, one thing I always got on Teaspoon about was Angel Reese and Camila Cardosa. I just looked at them all year long, and they never got better at understanding the court, like utilizing the baseline, utilizing the rim so their shot don't get blocked, pin down screens, flashing to the rim, running the court a little better depending on who had the ball, floor spacing, things like that. Like floors, when people hear floor spacing in this new generation, they just think shooting. No, floor spacing is sometimes shooters need floor spacing. Sometimes posts need floor spacing to be able to get to their right keys of the game. Like everybody has their spots on the floor that they work at. Like dribble drive, 2 dribble pull up, elbow, dribble drive, 2 pull up, nail, dribble drive, step back, wing 3, left side, like whatever your keys are to like your game, you have those. And sometimes floor spacing helps you get to those a little quicker, where defenders aren't able to adjust. When you don't have good floor spacing, they can help a little more. If you got a bad defender on you, it won't look like it. That's why if y'all watch 3-on-3, you can tell who the players who actually are good defenders and those who are just great team defenders. Again, nothing wrong with a team defender. Everyone isn't going to be locked down. But you do have levels to defense. And it starts with trying. First, you got to start trying before you even become a help or a lockdown defender, ISO defender. You got to try on defense first. Then you start getting to the actual levels once you try. So try first. So when we're looking for certain players, just remember we could, because I even say this a lot. We need wing defenders, right? But when you think about wing defenders, what type of wing defenders? Because some wing defenders are only just great with help. Some wing defenders, if you look at the stat sheet, it'll say they're top 10 in steals every year. They're, as far as their position, small forward, shooting guard, whatever, they're top 10 in blocks. But sometimes that's help defense still. Sometimes that's help side blocks. So we got to be careful with, like, well, Jeff actually has to be careful with the type of perimeter defenders he's looking for, because you have an anchor in Camilla, you have a great help defender in Angel Reese. We'll see what the other 3 positions look like. So when you're thinking about your perimeter defenders, Jeff and Tyler Marsh, you don't need someone whose shot blocks are like super high because you have an anchor and you have a help defender. You don't need someone who is great at secondary steals, who plays the passing lane a lot. Yeah, you want those. It sounds good, but just be careful of not just getting any 3-and-D defender, because it's levels to guarding on the perimeter. You need someone who's smart, who knows how to funnel to the anchor, who knows how to funnel a player to the help. You need those type of players, those who won't gamble. Because your front court doesn't move like super quick. I mean, your back court doesn't move like super quick. So you need those who truly know, like, how to utilize the players around them while also staying within their skill sets. Because again, some wing defenders that we even label wing defenders, they are wing defenders, but there's different levels. That's why some wing defenders don't, if you watch some teams, they don't fit right. You can be like, man, I thought there was a defender. They are a defender, but what was their roster like on the team they were actually on? So we gotta truly remember that when we're thinking about wing defenders, we need smart defenders, man. And we need shooters. Smart defenders and shooters, man. Like, start there and let everything else play itself out. You got to see what you got with your draft picks. Again, I'm one of those people. I know we've been in the dumps. I know we tired of seeing losing. If I'm Jeff, I'm trying to put a competent team that makes sense, that can be like a carryover to get me to 2026. If he can put together a roster, because if you look at who we have, I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 4 players I can truly see staying beyond 2026. So if you think about 2026, right? And if you get those four players and whatever you do in free agency this year, you bring in whoever. And if you can get two of those to stick for the future, you've won 2025. If this is what I consider a win for 2025 for the Chicago Sky. Three things. Actually, four things. If the Chicago Sky end the season with these four things, I will consider 2025 a success. Angel Reese and Camila Cardoso continue to develop their game and grow into true cornerstones. You leave out of 2025 with 6 solid players that can have a championship window starting in 2026. Because right now you only got maybe 3, 4 at best. I think you got 3. I'm being easy on I'm being generous to another. I think you actually got 3 that are just like true cornerstones to a 2026 and beyond championship window. If Jeff can leave out of 2025 with Angel Reese and Camila Cardoso and Tyler Marsh on the same page and developed, all 3 developed, same page and developed, all 3. Tyler Marsh, Camila, and Angel Reese, all developed, same page. You go into 2026 with at least 5 to 6 players for your championship window, all of your cap space, and your draft picks panned out. That's 4 successes for me. Again, the 4 keys to 2025 for me. Matter of fact, I'm gonna do 5 because at the end of the day, you got to win. I'm gonna do 5. We got to make the playoffs, even if it's at an 8 seed. We got to make the playoffs this year. Just to keep, honestly, we got to make the playoffs for any other reason than just to let Angel Reese and Camila Cardoso know we're, as an organization, we're trying to win and we're building something. We got to make the playoffs. Like, he got to put together a competent roster to at least, bare minimum, make the playoffs. Again, I do want it to be kind of like a bridge the gap year to get us to 2026, kind of like a stepping stool, but we got to continue to win because 2026, you don't attract who you're supposed to attract. It doesn't look like you want it to look if you're not winning. So we got to have some semblance of development and winning going on. So my 5 pillars: development, Angel Reese, Cardoso, and Tyler March, chemistry and relationship, 5 to 6 cornerstone pieces for the championship window, your cap space, your top 10 picks from this year, looking promising. So you got to win on those, Jeff. You got to win those 2 picks if you're going to pick them. And we got to make the playoffs. Even if it's an 8 seed, we just got to make it's as a player, something about just winning does something for you. Like it's just something about, I know we gonna at least get there. It just does something for you because that game when you're tied middle of the season and you're just waiting for it to be over, it gives you a little more push because we going to the playoffs. Like it just does something to you, man. It just does something to you. Bree says, "Oh, how do you think the Chicago Sky can change their narrative in free agency?" Again, see, I like that question, Bree. For me, I think the Chicago Sky, they need to get the right players who have cachet in the league. Because word of mouth is everything. Players talk in the off season, they go on vacations, yada yada. Word of mouth means everything. They need Chicago Sky needs to win in free agency, as far as they need to get a player in free agency who has respect around the league and do right by them. look, you already got Angel Reese and Camila Cardoso. Do right by them. Get a free agent that has respect around the league and do right by them. Even if it's just a 1-year rental, you're trying to rebuild your reputation, letting them know it's a new change of the guard. If I'm Jeff, one of my points of view is, hey, it's a new change of the guard. This is not the front office y'all was used to. We look out for players over here. So even if they're like a lesser tier, player, like I know on Bro Claude channel, make sure y'all go follow Steady Serving Entertainment. On Bro Claude channel earlier, I was listening when I was on my way home, and they were talking about like Alicia Clark. Alicia Clark is respected around the league. She's a championship veteran. Yes, I think she's 38 or going on 38, going into next season. But she has respect around the league. I've heard a lot of players talk highly of her, starting with Asia Wilson and Stewie. Stewie talked highly of her after the playoff series against them, of how she stepped in and guarded her. So like she's a player in free agency that vet probably you can probably get on a vet minimum, if depending on what other teams offer and how they view her, as just the cornerstone for setting a new precedent for your franchise. So Bree, if I'm looking at free agency, because if you look at the free agency list, ain't no surefires. Like I'm gonna sign them and get a championship. So I'm gonna use free agency to rebuild my reputation. Well, I got to spend little to nothing because I got the cap space. So I'm gonna use free agency, and I'm not trying to go get 5 players in free agency. I'm trying to go get 1 to 2 that can make a difference as far as how players view our front office, because that's where it starts at. The word around town is y'all bad organization, because you're getting your new facility. Supposedly they're even putting a podcast studio or whatever in there for Angel Reese, which is cool. That lets you know they're thinking about their players. So you got that going for you, right? Because that was one of the knocks on Chicago Sky, was the facility situation. So you got that going for you. So Bree, that's a great question. Free agency should be so important to them this year, because you can't go into 2026 trying to set the precedent, because 2026 is already going on. The players are, during the season, players are scoping out the scenery, seeing what makes sense for them. Half of the players already know where they're going in free agency before the season ends. Midway through a season, players are already scoping out situation, looking at teams who gonna have cap space, how much they gonna have, what positions they need. Halfway through the season, you can ask anybody who's in the league. Halfway through the season, their agent is already telling them, hey, these are the top 3, the top 5 teams that you could fit next year according to cap space, your talent, and their needs, where you fit on their team. So they already really know where they're going. So don't start once 2026 gets here and start trying to change things. No, he needs to start doing it now. Just create a new environment for the free agents. You know what I'm saying? Like, and Clark is a great option because you need a veteran in your locker room who's been through the grind, who's won championships. I don't know if y'all remember that 2020 Lakers team. Jared Dudley didn't play too much during the regular season. He hit some threes every now and then, but he was a great presence in that locker room with the younger players like the Carusos, the KCPs, the Kyle Kuzmas, of how they gelled with LeBron. Because there were reports that Kyle Kuzma was wanting to get more shots, more plays for him, and Jared Dudley would have to go to him and be like, hey, this is AD and LeBron. You're not getting that over here. And coming from a veteran who's been in locker rooms, he brought into it. That's why if you pay attention to that season, Kyle Kuzma relationship and his play style got better alongside LeBron and AD as the season went on, because he started to understand his role, because the year before that he was the key piece along with BI, and they were taking all the shots. But when you get certain players around you, you need to understand your role and responsibilities might change. What's good, Mike? What's good, Mike? So again, let's just make sure that Jeff, let's just make sure you got to win in free agency this year, even if it's just one player that has a reputation around the league that can just voice their opinion to others. Hey, they doing some good things over here, man. That's what you need. That's what you need, because the facility, that's just a starting point. The facility that's just a starting point to righting the ship, man. That's just a starting point, man. Just a starting point. Let me get through some of these chats, man. What's going on, DJ Cole Experience? Hey, look, I told you I'll be forgetting to read my chats, man. I'll be forgetting to read my chats, man. Hey, let me see. Hey, Anthony Cole, you gotta chill in the chat, man. We don't do no cursing over here, man. You gotta chill in the chat. You gotta chill in the chat. TD, Jeff was the GM who let go of Courtney, Elena because he was chasing Scholar and NECA. Bree said a lot of people around the org said he was actually wanted Angel. I don't know where that he didn't want Angel narrative come from. That's what I'm saying, Bree. Like, again, we got to remember, people listen to what we're saying, man. We got to remember, man. People remember what we're saying. So sometimes we gotta be mindful. Sometimes just a little key sentence could start a narrative. I don't actually know where that came from. I'm just going off of what the narrative is that so Bree, I'm with you. I don't know where it came from. Honestly, I haven't heard one way or the other. Because I don't do a lot of tabloid talk. So I haven't heard one way or the other, like a actual person said so. What's going on, Time? Shout out to Time. What's going on? So he said Jeff is a great GM. Hey, so he not great yet though, man. He gotta do a little more. He ain't great yet, man. He an okay GM. He did his job in his first year. So I wouldn't even say he a good GM yet. He's done his job in his first year. You know, he off his 90-day probation with me, basically. You know, he off his he could start getting some overtime. Bree said, you like the sloop pickup? I'm skeptical. And the reason I'm skeptical, because I don't see, I'm still a big fan of Lindsey Allen. Like, I think Lindsey Allen got a lot of bad flack last year. I'm a fan of Lindsey Allen. Think about this. All the stuff we heard about the Chicago Sky last year, you ain't heard one negative thing about Lindsey Allen. And everybody keep missing that point. That's the point everybody keeps missing. That's the point nobody's really paying attention to or talking about. You've heard all this stuff from Carter, Dana, Diamond the Shields, Izzy, Mikhail, whoever. Notice no one had any negative thing. Player, coach, front office, newspaper who can write whatever they want to write. Nobody had any real negative stuff to say about Lindsey Allen. And nobody's paying attention to it. I mean, Lindsey Allen had good numbers last year for a point guard. So this is what I'm saying. So if I pull up Lindsey Allen, right? Let me pull up Lindsey Allen. Let me pull up Lindsey Allen. Let me pull up Lindsey Allen. I have just looking at her numbers, rotation time, and you got to think about it. Dana Evans started the season. A lot of people forget that too. Dana Evans actually started the season. So you think about playing time, rotation, the dysfunction that was going on, the play style, like all of that goes into it, minutes per game. Like I had no problem with Lindsey Allen because there were some games where she was clutch for us. People forget that. There were some games where we were slower to score and she would get 14 straight. Like some people forget that. So again, we can get to a point where we forget about players, but I watched a lot of them games and there was times I can go look, there was times when Lindsey Allen came out in the second half clicking on all cylinders when we couldn't get a bucket. And y'all already know, for some reason, I don't know what was going on with the Chicago Sky last year, but for some reason, we always came out of halftime flat. It would have 1 to 2 players with energy. Everybody else would be flat. One game, Kennedy Carter would go off. Next game, angelreese would go off. Next game, Lindsey Allen would go off. But for some reason, we always came out of halftime flat last year, and I could never figure it out. I'm like, what y'all did in the locker room at halftime? So that's, I don't know. Hopefully this year we're better at that with the halftime adjustments. Because for some reason, we always came out the third quarter flat. And because this is how I know we always came out the third quarter flat. And I'm about to make y'all realize something. At the beginning of every fourth quarter, all of you are watching the TV with your hands on your knees, saying, "Okay, Angel. Okay, Camilla. Let's make a run right quick." If you got to say, "Let's make a run right quick," the beginning of every fourth quarter, that should tell you something. You're down. You're not saying, "Okay, let's play some defense." You're saying, "Let's make a run right quick." You don't say, "Let's make a run right quick" when you're up. For some reason, we couldn't get off the fast starts. Like our second quarter was horrible. Like for some reason, we would have an okay first quarter. Our second and third quarters were horrible. Madam, I'm gonna go pull the numbers on that. I'm gonna see if I can go pull the analytics on that. Of what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull the points per game versus per team, and I'm gonna see what the difference look like. Because for the life of me, just watching it on TV without the stats being in front of me, we always just seemed lifeless in the second and the third quarter, and we would look to Angel Reese or Kennedy Carter to get us out the hole going into the fourth quarter. So I don't know. We'll see. For the life of me, I could not figure that out. And again, I'll try to get the numbers for that, but I could not figure that out. I could not figure that out for the life of me. Why that was like that. I think, but Bree, back to your original question. I just had to get that out there because I like Lindsey Allen. But Bree, back to your original question. I don't mind Vandersloot, but I don't want Vandersloot because we don't want Lindsey Allen. It needs to be maybe Lindsey Allen is going in a trade or something like that, or Lindsey Allen doesn't want to be there. Because I think Lindsey Allen just got a bad rap last year. As a point guard, I just think she was in a bad situation that she had no control over. She wasn't professional to me. I'm just her tone, like it seemed like she got along with Angel Reese and Camilla. I used to see her clowning with Camilla a lot. That's another thing people didn't pay attention to. I used to see her and Camilla buddy a lot. Like when they'll show like the practice footage and stuff, her and Camilla Cardoso used to be buddy a lot. I think they even did a press conference together, if I remember, and they were joking on there. So I didn't have no problem with Lindsey Allen. Do I think Vandersloot is a better overall point guard? Yes, of course. She's championship. She's proven. Great facilitator. Yes. If we're just going with the better point guard, okay. I just like Lindsey Allen a little better. You know, I just like her a little better, man. Gamble, where y'all be getting blocked at, man? Who be blocking y'all? On my channel or somebody else's channel? Where y'all be getting blocked at? If y'all getting blocked over here, let me know. You too, Mike. Where y'all getting blocked at? Mike said, I'm upset with all the negativity, Sky, and all the negative Sky news. This franchise built themselves a bad rep over the years, and Reese is paying a price for it. Yes, I said that earlier. Yes, I think Reese and Jeff, they're both paying a price for Chicago Sky's bad ways. I just think, Mike, tell me what you think about Jeff. How you feel about Jeff? You know? So, Mike, let me know what you feel about Jeff. You know? I think Jeff got a bad rep. You know what I'm saying? Just according to the organization. But hold on, got a super chat. Got a super chat. You know, I got to get your
All
mom.
I ask is when you lay your head on that pillow at night, know I gave you everything I had.
Shout out to my dude Mike, man. You've been missing in action, but shout out, welcome back, man. Appreciate it. Mike said Zoe podcast becoming fire. Yeah, I'm just trying to, continue to elevate, man. Everybody can learn something, man. I'm actually trying to, Mike. One of my goals every time is that nobody be paying attention to. When people say something I need to do better, I literally do it. They just don't pay attention to it. I'm big on, because at the end of the day, if my subscribers not listening, I'm doing something wrong. You know what I'm saying? So when they be in the chat saying this or that, I be trying to adjust to it.
What up, Zoe?
What's down, Mike, man? What's down?
Congrats on the 1K subscribers. That's a big milestone to hit.
Road to 2K, man. Road to 2K, baby.
Yeah, that's like the hardest milestone to hit. Once you hit that and the algorithm kicks you out to more viewers, it becomes easier to build. And then your slides are always appreciated. Just one piece of advice with slides, you're taught whenever you don't go to meetings, don't put too many words on slides. They should be a bullet point as opposed to a definition. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because you don't want people focusing trying to read the slide instead of listening to you. You want that slide and that bullet point to be a cue to you. What am I going to say? And that way they're paying attention to you instead of the slide so much. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, oh, look, I appreciate the advice, man.
With that said, like I said, I mean, I think, listen, man, us as Sky fans, we got to stop being upset with Annie. She's reporting the news and she's betting 1,000. I'd rather hear it from her than sit there and speculate what's really going on. She's telling us ahead of time, and she's been right, I think, every time so far. So let's see.
She's been right every time.
How are we getting mad? How are we getting mad? We get mad when people don't tell us the news. Then when we hear the news, shut up. All you do is don't. Nah, man, that's childish. You know what I'm saying? With that said, I'm with you, though. I think we have too many overly optimistic fans. Teams don't go from number 3 pick to championship in 1 year. We got to focus on incremental positive improvement, right? So they're close to being a playoff team this year. I definitely think they can make it next year. Try to get one good free agent, right? The Lloyd situation is sad. I don't know what happened there. The rumors are there's some people are saying that they wanted the number 3 pick, which I don't blame them for saying no, if that's the case, right? But 2026 is where it's at. That's where everybody's a free agent, and you gotta focus on 2 things, in my opinion: getting a little bit better, where maybe you could sneak into the playoffs, and I think they should be able to get in the playoffs. I don't know if they have a 2026 draft pick. I think they might not, but I'm not sure. And then focus on showing the league and the players, hey, we're getting our practice facility. We're investing into this team. We're investing into the future. We already got 2 very good milestone pieces, and now we need people to help bring it where we want it to go. That's how you build. It doesn't happen overnight. They say the 80s where the Lakers had Kareem dominating, then they draft Magic at 1. Nah, that doesn't happen in today's world. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, look. Everybody want microwave success in this new generation, man. You gotta, again, sometimes organizations put us in a position where we want winning, but we got to remember the organization got our mindset of we need this microwave success because we tired of losing, but that's not how teams are actually built. Like that Chicago Sky team, like I want people to that championship team don't happen like that. That ain't no every year thing. Like look at the Liberty with star players and franchise players. They had to go through the grind. They had to continue to build out the depth of their bench. If you actually look at that Liberty Championship run last year, their bench was the most important part of that championship run. Their bench came in when Stewie and Sabrina couldn't get nothing going, man.
Yeah, and so that's another thing we got to remember. Like, you know what the smart teams are doing? The smart teams that are mid-tier or lower-tier teams, they know no matter who they sign, they're not competing with the Liberty. So I'm not going to waste everything trying to – you're not going to win now anyways because the Liberty are super stacked for at least another year. At least another year. So you're not going to beat them. Unless it's Nafisa Collier or Aja Wilson, there's no – any of the bottom four teams, there's nobody they can sign that would make them better than the Liberty. So you got to also take that into account and focus on incremental positive improvement because the Liberty are stacked next season. You got Cheryl Reeves in Europe. I don't know who she's trying to recruit. You know, whenever she's making moves like that, it's like when Belichick was doing a quiet trade, then you're like, who's this guy? Suddenly they're an all-pro. It's one of those type of moves. You know, Becky Hammond ain't sitting quiet. They're saying they might get Jewel Lloyd. A lot of rumors are saying Jewel Lloyd for a Plum might happen. Plus, they might sign somebody else. The Liberty not only are stacked, guess what I found out? Apparently, they own the rights to Liz Cambridge if she ever wants to come back. I don't know how the Liberty were able to accomplish this. This tells you
how they got the rights to Liz.
Yeah, I guess they traded for it, is what I'm hearing.
But they traded for her rights.
Yeah. So
because she was with the Sparks, huh?
Right. She you know, Liz Cambridge had she focused on basketball, she probably would have went down the best player in the history of the league. So like
because she was with the Sparks. Who did that Liberty get from the Sparks?
I have no idea, but you know they'll do a third round trade just to remove her, and then they'll hold on. The Liberty are known for holding on to people's draft rights and trade rights. They had so many European players that they own the rights to. What this tells me is it's proof that teams did not take the league serious, in my opinion, except a handful, because the Liberty are like 4 or 5 years ahead of the curve. Now that everybody's trying to take it serious, they realize the Liberty got a 2-3 lap head start on them. Have fun.
Look, Mike, I've been saying that all year. I said that the entire year last year. I'm talking about players in ownership. Like they did not take the league serious, and some of them are paying for it. You know, you got some players who should still be top players, but didn't take the league serious, didn't develop their games. They got lazy. Like you had a lot of lazy players in the league last year. A lot of them. Look, as these draft picks come in, they're gonna continue to get pushed out.
Yeah, and actually, it's funny you mentioned that because I was having a discussion with somebody about what you just meant. I was like, I'm watching Unrivaled, right? And I like it, but I'm also disappointed. You know why I'm disappointed, Zoe? In my opinion, it's clear a lot of players do not work on their games in the offseason. People that had flaws, a lot of them, the flaws are still there. Reese, you can tell she worked out. Even if I didn't see her workout videos, I can tell. I'm looking at her footwork. It's much better. I'm looking at her trying to do moves that I've never seen her try before. That doesn't come in the middle of the game. That comes because you practiced it and you were told do it in the game. Was it going on? You know what I'm saying? So she's trying. I'm looking at Kate Martin. She looks like she worked out in her game. Skylar Diggins has always been good. Fee has always been good. So the ones that have always been good. But like Satu, what's going on here, Satu? You got fans, everybody fighting, come to our team. What's going on here? Where's the incremental improvement? So I think this next generation in college, once they come in, you're not gonna have teams and players say no, keep my friend on the team, even though they'll never play. I think they're gonna get pushed out because there's the college game right now is loaded with talent. They can finish at the rim above bigs. They have mid-range shots. They have three-point shots. They got real handles. They're going to come, 10, 12 deep every draft. So in 3 years, that's 36 players that are going to be on rosters at least. They're going to move out a bunch of people. And I'm not even talking about the players in Europe that are going to want to come here now. So we need players to, step up their game a little bit. I'm not talking – you can tell an Arrival who worked on their game, who did it. It's clear in my opinion. It's very clear.
Yeah, look. When I'm telling when I be telling people like about the draft picks, I think what you just said is a point they always missing because how the WNBA has been building their teams over the years. These young ladies, man, look, these young ladies that's about to come in, they some serious. And look, I be telling people, see, they keep looking at the old way of building teams because the old way of the WNBA building their team is they just get one facilitator, they get a shooter, they get a defender, they get a post scorer, and they get a rebounder. Man, these young girls that are coming out of college, they can do 3 things where you don't got to fill all those gaps with all these different players. So that's why I be like, I don't like that's why when I'm building our Chicago Sky team, I'm looking at the utility knife that Citrine is, where you don't gotta go get 3 players like you used to have to do in the WNBA. She can literally fill 3 people's roster spots just by what she does on the court. And I think when I'm giving my like roster like construction, I think that's the point people be missing, how I'm viewing it. And I could be wrong at the end of the day, but I'm just looking at what the players are doing now in the WNBA and what the college girls are doing. What I don't like to say girls, young ladies are doing right now in college. They're a step ahead. Look, it's plain of the day. And if you don't think that, you don't know basketball. They're a step ahead right now.
Yeah, so I think without even looking at the college game, right?
What's going on, Lakeisha? What's going on, Key?
Without even looking at the college game, if we just look at every coach that was brought in, for the most part, the only one I can't comment on is a Dallas coach. I don't know much about him, but the rest I researched. Every one of them ran sophisticated new school offenses. They didn't run feed the post, 3 out, 1 floater, and feed the post. They didn't run that style of offense, which is old school basketball. And this is something I will credit Caitlin Clark with, like a huge part of it. When she came, her style of play and teams watched, this is a hard style to stop. We can't compete in the long run if we're playing old school
Not
basketball.
with those players. Like I told people that, Mike, sorry to cut you off, but I was telling people that. I told people, it's going to take at least 3 years for the league to catch up to Caitlin Clark's style of play, because the players that are guarding her right now, they're not used to that style of play. It's going to take those young ladies coming out of college who's used to her style of play. The ladies in the WNBA right now, they're used to Stewie coming down court, 2 dribble pull up elbow. They're used to Asia Wilson coming off the curl, nail shot, elbow shot, down, pin down. They're used to stuff. They're used to that. They're used to the stretch 5 just sitting in the corner. The stretch 5 about to come out of college, they can put the ball on the floor.
I reached.
The play style is different.
When you watch the Aces when they played the Fever, because Asia Wilson, what she does on defense, she likes to rim protect. She floats near the free throw line. But when she was forced to come out and guard the screen, she was tired. She was exhausted. But people like Asia, Fee, and Stewie, because they're so athletic, they can play stretch positions. They're fine. But I'm talking about the old feed the post. That I think is going to get erased from the league very, very shortly in the next couple of years. But when you're as athletic, long, and tall as as Fee, Stewie, and Asia, those players I think will always be good and will always dominate. But
because of their play styles,
and
it's even like an AD. AD don't really shoot the 3, even though we began into that 3-point era. Just as him and Giannis, just their play styles, because their height is an advantage as already, and they're quicker than most bigs. So their play style, it doesn't need to cater towards the 3.
Yeah, and Asia Wilson was smart. Look what she did the last couple of years. She developed that beautiful mid-range free throw shot.
Yes, I can't wait to do that breakdown on Asia Wilson. Look, I got the footage, Mike. I'm gonna do it before the season starts. Y'all don't know. Look, when y'all see this film, Asia Wilson is so smart, and y'all don't even notice it. Well, she gets the easiest shots.
So people don't understand, right? She developed that shot, and when she gets that ball, you ever notice what she does? She holds it, right? She's trying to get you to turn your hips so she can go right by you, because no one's stopping her at the rim unless you're Cardoso. So she just wants the defender's hips to turn slightly so she can go and get half a step and lean forward, because no one is catching that ball at the rim. If you don't want to turn your hips, you want to play off, she's going to pull the mid-range on you. And that's all you need. And she was smart for that. And, it elevated her game to a GOAT level.
Hey, I got 75 people in here. Hit the like button, man. Hit the like button. If you're not a subscriber, hit the subscribe button, man. Hit the subscribe button.
But so in regards to this guy, what I said on KSAP's channel yesterday, and I think it got some evidence was given of that today, was because they thought that, we're gonna get Citron, and then we're signing Sloot.
The link in the chat, you won't come up.
And we're gonna trade for Lloyd. I said
I listened to KSAP one yesterday, but I don't think I heard it when you was on there. What you were saying?
Okay, what I said was them trying to sign Sloot, in my opinion, is not evidence we're going to get Lloyd, but it's evidence they're going to draft Pow at 10 and try to get Sloot to develop her into a WNBA point guard. And now we find. And now
Pow at 10. Woo.
That's
Hey,
what.
Mike, I be with you, Mike. I be with you, Mike. I be look.
But hold on. Hey, I
And
used to
this ain't no knock the pow game, but yeah, continue. Ish.
but here's the thing, Zoe, is a lot of mocks have her going before 10.
Yeah, because of the team. I'm just thinking. I'm not. I can see her going. I can see Paul going top 6. Honestly, I can see the Valkyrie taking a chance on her because, I mean, they don't have a. If you look at their roster, the Valkyrie don't have a starting 2 guard.
Yeah,
And
a
they
lot
have
of
Valkyrie have some wings. One thing they did do, I don't know if you was on that stream when I did the live for the draft expansion. One thing they did do, they went get some wings. So they just don't got no shooting, but they went get some wings.
yeah. I think they're gonna. I think for sure they're going Kiki. Kiki got hurt yesterday. I was watching the game, but before she got hurt, she was looking good. She finished with 3 left-handed layups over defenders. She was
You
aggressive, and
think
then she
Kiki
hurt.
gonna be there at 5?
Yeah. I got so here's my draft order for you, Zoe. Paige 1, Olivia Miles 2, Citron 3, Malanga 4.
Oh man, I don't know, man.
So if I was a betting man, I would bet you that.
So you think Malongo going before Kiki?
There's no way they're gonna let Malanga sit there. She will go at 5 right away. Malanga, in my opinion, I've been saying this, has the highest ceiling out of any player in this draft.
Mike, you have been saying that longer than anybody. You've been saying that.
I know you like Malongo. I know.
Mike been saying that since he came on the panel. What up, Zoe? What up, Mike?
What's up? What's up, Key?
What up,
Key
B-Will?
was up here first. B Will. Let me see what Key got. What's going on, Key?
What's up? What's going on? What's going on? What are we talking about?
Nothing. What we talking? Well, my stream was just about the Chicago Sky building blocks and basically how they need this thing to look over the next couple years. So if you look at my slide, I kind of broke down like what like the pieces that fit great championships organizations, trade market, management, locker room, franchise player, and free agency. I broke down the free agency a little bit because I already did my stream on that a while back, but I kind of broke down like the responsibilities of why y'all need to stop being so hard on Jeff, because y'all must think he's Superman. I broke down why Angel Reese is actually the franchise player, because I know there's always the difference between her and Camilla, but I broke down Camilla is a core player, not the franchise player. That's 2 different things. I even think Michaela is a core player if she continues to develop, and Chicago Sky believe in her. Those 2 things have to happen for Michaela Boat. That Chicago Sky have to believe in her, and she has to continue to develop her game. I believe she can be a core player moving forward for the championship window that we're building. I broke down like the responsibilities of free agency versus just like what the conversation might sound like, trade market as well. So that's what we were kind of talking about, just the building blocks for the Chicago Sky going into the 2025 season.
Okay, and you want me to respond to what I think we need?
No. Look, I'm glad you up here because you one of them. You need to get off of Jeff, man. And somebody, you need to get off of Jeff, man.
Get off of Jeff.
What's your problem with Jeff?
I don't really even be speaking on Jeff like that for real. I'm 50-50 on him. I already said that. Like, he hasn't done anything like overly yes about him or overly no. Like, I'm just kind of 50-50. It is what it is. I personally...
Okay, you don't be on him. There's somebody in the chat told me you be on him. Talking about you need to get on Key. I was like, let me get on him.
No. If y'all go watch my videos, I'm talking about what we need to me, right? We all are going to have different points of views. What I have felt like we needed to grow a championship team. That's all I've ever talked about. And I don't necessarily believe that Jeff will be able to do that or not. Like, if he does it, okay. If he doesn't, I also wouldn't be shocked. I'm literally in the middle with him. He does good things, like he's gotten us picks, stuff like that. And he does some things that I'm just a little bit confused about on this side of it, right? Now, if it all plays out, y'all, and they win a championship, obviously we all got egg on our face because we didn't know, right? But from right now, my point of view, he 50-50 for me. I'm not on him. I'm not off him. It just is what it is at this point. I think that everybody, personally to me, I've been using this slogan. Everybody been drinking the Kool-Aid when it comes to the Jewel Lloyd and all of that, and this is what we about to do and we gonna win now and all of that. That's not how I feel. I personally do not want us to win next year. That's not to
Hey,
me.
look, we're on the same page then, Key. Look, people was getting this is why I only go on panels when I really got something to say, like when it like makes sense. Because I said Jewel Lloyd doesn't fit our window, and people got on me. I was like, because people keep people keep living in that Chicago Sky Championship that they did. Man, that is a once every 25 years, something like that happened with a team. Like that wasn't easy.
Correct.
It had a lot of luck involved in that. It was situational. Like that ain't how no GM actually builds a team.
Exactly. And that's been
those players, and think about it, Candace wanted to come home.
Right.
You gotta want people like they didn't actually go recruit 3 of them.
Yeah.
It was situational that they ended up there.
Prince, I also used the another example I used was the Aces. I said for the Aces to go back to back, y'all, they had probably 5-6 years of not winning. Like that, and then they built a core and created the team chemistry to be able to sustain winning multiple years in a row, and had the De'Erica Hamby shit not happen. Oh, I'm sorry. Had the
yeah. Look, I'm monetized now. Look, my dollar sign was yellow last video, man. Y'all messing up my money.
I got you. My bad. Had the De'Erica Hamby.
Hey, but this is what we gonna do though, Key. We gonna revisit. Okay. So this is what we gonna do.
Okay.
We gonna go through. It's 4 different elements. So we gonna go through each one. I just got your GM one, so I'm gonna go through the whole panel, and then we're gonna go slide for slide. Okay. So I'm gonna come back to you when we get to a franchise player. So Mike, you answered the GM one, right?
What about the GM one?
Your steps for management going into 2025. You answered that one earlier, I think.
Yeah, 100%. It's you know what I noticed about the WNBA? We got too many emotionally attached fans that don't use logic with their thinking. Like the young lady before said it best. The Aces had 3 number 1 picks in a row, I think. And then they had a great role players that are actually stars. Hamby's a star there before they won. It doesn't happen overnight. We have to focus on continuing to get better. There's major holes, and it's going to take time. Now, the good thing is with the 2026 free agency, everybody's a free agent. You can accelerate that timeline. And Angel Reese was a steal. So that helps accelerate the. Ain't no way anybody should be getting an Angel Reese at number 7. That's a top 3 pick. It happened. I bet you everybody. Yeah, I bet you top 3. I think depending on your needs. Maybe you have a good power forward.
Yeah.
You always have to look at the needs, right? I bet you every team that drafted after number 3 is hitting their head. What the heck were we thinking? What did we see that the sky seen? Anyways, with that said, the Liberty are stacked. So let's focus on getting better. Hopefully, creeping in, getting into the playoffs and setting up the team for success for the long run. But the perception of success that's going to entice the top free agents to be willing to come here. Because there's other teams that want these players as well that have a bunch of good stuff to offer as well. So that's how you got to focus on building a team. It's not an overnight thing.
Right. Great take. Be Will, what you got? What you got on management going into 2025? Let's clear all this up once and for all. What you got management going into 2025? So, because free agency just started, and on my channel, I actually want to move past Kennedy Carter. I want to move past like the surface level stuff, and I really want to start getting into the free agents and like roster building going forward. So what you got on the management part?
Well, only thing I'll say, I'm gonna respect the host. First of all, thanks for the time. What up, Mike? What up, Key? Somebody else just jumped in. I don't know who that was.
That was Brass.
What up, Brass Tax?
Chilling.
What up, B-Will?
Anyway, only thing I'm gonna say about Kennedy Carter is really she's tangential to my comment because I said this about an hour or so ago. Jeff P got rid of Kennedy Carter when he thought he could get Jewel Lloyd, and Seattle put Jeff in the trick bag and said, "No, what you offering, we ain't taking." And so now they got screwed. So now Jeff back to square one. So the thing I'll say about
But let me ask you this before you get off of that, because I hear what you're saying, but how do you know that was his plan? Or was that the YouTube and the tabloids situation, and we just thought that was Jeff's plan?
So I don't know KNOW. I don't know that was his plan, but
Okay.
by the way he was operating, it seems to me that a logical summation of how he was operating was what I explained. And for me, honestly, I gotta give credit to the homie Nathan that was on HD's channel a couple days ago, who actually brought that to light and made me think, oh wow, I didn't really think about that, because they weren't talking about Kennedy Carter. It was still ambiguous about Kennedy Carter, but as soon as the possibility of a jewelloid in Chicago came up, then that's when we started hearing all of the ops coming out about Kennedy Carter and her not being the sky moving on from Kennedy Carter and the locker room stuff and blah 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 blah. So that's how I came to that summation.
My bad, Zoe. I dropped off, but to answer your question real quick, I mean, we're working with limited evidence, so we can only judge on surface level because we're not in those meetings. But I don't care what anybody says. I'm going to hold the WNBA to the standard of the NBA, because in my opinion, one of the biggest honors you can do to an athlete is to hold them equalized to all athletes. So I'm going to pretend the WNBA is like the NBA. And forgive me if you guys hear, that's my son going crazy in the background. With that said, how the heck do you I don't care. Unless Kennedy Carter put her hands on somebody, you don't let them walk away. In the NBA, even when you put your hands on somebody, they trade you away. Not somebody that good. That's what I'll tell you one thing. If Seattle suddenly signs Kennedy Carter, which means we could have done a Lloyd for Carter trade, I'm going to be upset. Zoe. That means they played us.
Yeah.
So unless we don't know.
Let me get the brass though. Let me get the we're gonna get to free agency and trade in a little bit. Let me get the brass so we get to the next slide. What's going on, brass man? What's going on, man? What's your outlook on what happened last year, and what is your steps forward for management only going into 2025?
Hey, Zoe, before brass go, can I just close out my take on that?
Oh yeah, you good. Yeah.
It's really only one statement. My only statement is we ain't gonna know stuff until we know stuff. That's where I'll
be saying.
That's where I am.
At.
Piece of brass.
What's going on, Brad? What's going on?
Chilling. First of all, say hello to the champion, you jabronis. Say hello to the Big Ten champion. That's right. I said Big Ten champion because the national championship is above conference championships.
Right.
I wanted to get that out the way.
Hey, do your thing.
SEC, step off. We got two of them things 2 years in a row. But anyway, that's a shout out to Zoe.
Shout out to you, Brad.
That's a shot at Zoe. That's a shot at Zoe.
That's why I'm laughing. I know it is.
But anyway,
shout out to you, Zoe. Congratulations, Ohio State. Suck eyes. Congratulations. Keep it in the Big Ten. Keep it in the Big Ten.
Keep it in the Big Ten. The big dogs on the block now. But anyway, as far as the management, you made a lot of great points, though, as far as this particular general manager. Normally, you hire a general manager before you hire a coach. And to be honest, this is the first time I've ever heard of a franchise hiring a coach before a GM. I don't know if that's ever happened before, but I've never heard of it.
I'm gonna go check. I'm gonna go look, but yeah, if it happened, it probably only happened once or twice, and it wasn't in the recent years. Because if a coach is hired, the GM is already there. If a GM is hired, the coach is already there from previous season.
Right, exactly. Which is not the case in this case because Teresa
it's
Weatherspoon.
Weird that the owner hired the coach.
Right, and then allowed the GM to fire the coach.
Yeah,
that you hired.
Yeah.
Okay, and which to this point, I'm still kind of feel some type of way about that because I just don't understand it. I mean, whatever. That's in the past. It is what it is. But as far as the things about the management, I'm in a distrust mode because of how dysfunctional that organization has been. And just because you hire a new GM doesn't change that for me because the ownership is the same. The decision makers are the same. And looking at this organization, you just now starting to build a facility for these young ladies.
Right.
And the Chicago Sky has been around since the beginning. There's a lot of things about the Chicago Sky that I didn't know until this year. And that's because my team from the beginning was the Los Angeles Sparks because I'm a Los Angeles Lakers fan. So through osmosis, I became a Sparks fan, especially when they had Lisa Leslie.
Okay.
So the only reason why I'm a Chicago fan is because of you know who.
We already know.
We already know. We already know. So when I learned that they didn't have a facility, and it really opened my eyes when Angel was introduced at a gym. It looked like it's some public high school in Chicago. I'm like, what in the hell is this? I said, this is a professional organization?
Yeah.
And it cracked me up because the whole time that it was going on, Angel had a smile on her face the whole time. It tells you how humble she is. She don't care. She don't care if the introductory was in somebody's closet. I'm in the league. I'm ready. So from now, I'm like B Will. I'm in the wait and see mode. I'm not going by all these rumors. Now, Mike, I'm gonna tell you this. I know what you're saying. That most of this stuff is just internet talk and speculation, but sometimes where there's smoke, there's fire.
That's facts.
And to me, I don't blame, and I know it's going to sound crazy because I love Kennedy Carter as far as her game. But for me, she's either selfish or she's not very smart. It's got to be one of the two. Because you shouldn't be tweeting about nothing about nobody during free agency. You should be quiet. Because your reputation precedes you, whether it's overblown or not. You have a certain reputation, and everything you say and everything you do, is social media or otherwise, is under a hot microscope. Not just a microscope, a hot microscope.
Right.
So she needs, I don't know who she has around her or whatever, but she needs to shut up. She needs to be quiet. Which,
put it frank, yeah.
Just shut up. Just don't say nothing. Because the perception of you is that you're toxic and that you're a locker room cancer. That's the perception. And these tweets and you going back and having to clean this up and that up, and HD to me brings up very good points about all of that because. To me, in my opinion, she seems like a hater. And that's something that I cannot have around my Angel and my Camilla. I just can't. I can't have it.
Look, we're gonna get into that. Let's get to the next topic.
We're gonna get into that next topic.
Yeah, we gotta get into that next. We about to get into that next. Let's get to the next topic. Keith, you here, Keith?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay.
All right. So next topic. Franchise player. If you read the descriptions, it's leadership, marketability, longevity, and loyalty. That's even discussing things and strategies and development with the front office. So for Angel Reese for 2025, I know we talk about her jump shot a lot and we talk about this and recruiting. What is your outlook on Angel Reese for 2025 on the court and off the court?
As in what she will produce?
Franchise player. franchise players' expectations for Angel Reese on and off the court in 2025.
Okay, well, you know Angel Reese my favorite player. So
all right, talk to me then. Talk to me then.
I just posted her on my Instagram yesterday. I said year 2 loading.
All right, talk to me then. What that mean to you?
I'm expecting her to build on what she already has. You know what I'm saying? As far as her bag goes, because you know Angel Reese is a dog, and that's something that's just in her. So that we don't never have to worry about. But obviously she's working on mechanics, things like that, plyometrics, I can tell. And so I think she's just gonna I think Angel Reese is gonna be better in 2026. I think she's gonna be shooting a lot more of the mid-range, maybe you know, a few more 3 balls than last year, stuff like that. A dog on defense as usual. Like I think she's gonna be amazing. I'm really excited to see year 2. I really am. And then off the court, I posted a highlight from her mid-range on my Instagram, and then I posted her new Cash App commercial because she is the branding queen and she cannot be effed with. Y'all, if my kids get into sports, I don't care what the gender is. I don't care what they do. Actually, y'all, they could be doing karate. They will be watching Angel Reese because she is a branding queen. So I think her 2026 is 2025 going into 2026. I believe that she's going to continue to grow her brands, grow within brands. She has her own sneaker coming, y'all. She got her own signature shoe coming with Reebok. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure we're gonna see a lot more. Her podcast is growing. What I would love to see I want her to continue to get the Cheryl Swoops, the Skylar Diggins. The Skylar Diggins episode was so good. So I really want her to get more hoopers in there. I think Dejanay is coming up soon because I think those are her better episodes, but I know that she's in pop culture as well, and I love that for her. So she has her tentacles in every kind of thing you could brand, and that's what makes her reach so far. So I think year 2 gonna go crazy. That's all I gotta say. I think it's gonna shut a lot of people up.
We doing all star, all NBA, all defense. What does her accolades look like?
Well, to me, I thought she should have made defense last year. So as far as accolades, I think she'll be an all-star again. Yes, I do. Okay. I do think she will be an all-star again. I think that she also has this is gonna be my last thing. She also has that Asia mindset. Asia, every year when she leaves the season, she's upset at what she doesn't get, and she comes back and like it's almost like y'all can't not give me MVP. Like y'all gave it to Breonna Stewart. Like, okay, watch this. So I think Angel's similar to that. She's big on defense, and she didn't make that this year. So I believe yes, she will make that as well.
Okay. Hey, that's hey. According to Key, Angel Reese, hey, you gotta get together. You gotta get it together. Key got some high hope for you, man. I think she'll get there though. I don't think they're too high. I think if she
was all-star last year, I think she could be all-star this year. She was a great defensive talent last year. I think she could lock in all the. You don't think so? Yeah. Next year? That's not.
That's why I say I don't think they're too high. She just can't regress. As long as she don't regress.
Yes.
If she just come back and do the same thing again, I can see her making those teams. Because again, it's hard for rookies to make those teams. Like especially that all defensive team is hard for rookies to make that team. Because sometimes defense is about reputation. Like if you've been covering the NBA for a long time, you already know what I'm talking about. Sometimes defensive player awards, like Kawhi got 3. I think Kawhi got at least 3 to 4 of them. Well, not 4. I would say Kawhi got at least 2 to 3 all defensive teams on reputation.
Okay.
I think he got 2 to 3 of them on reputation only. Because there ain't no way.
Oh, okay. So you feel like he didn't even deserve it.
No. At all. And then 1 year he got a 3rd team. They threw him on there. Reputation only. He got a 3rd team 1 year. Like matter of fact, he got that 3rd team the year right before they started doing the 63. So it was an honorary one because they knew he wasn't gonna make it again.
So for the W, the all defensive team, do they do one one or more teams, like first team, second team.
It's 2 teams, right? It's
Yeah,
first and second.
Okay. Because I can see her not making first team. Second team is a hard pill to swallow. You know.
I think she can make first team.
Think she can make
I don't
first
think that's out of the realm of possibility. She got tough competition, but you know.
Yeah, I just think with her position, I feel like unless Asia Wilson, Stewie, and Alyssa Thomas, unless they regress, it's gonna be hard for her to get that spot. It's just
Right. That's where I was going.
Look, reputation, team, like his team wins go into it too now. Like, and where they stand in defensive rating, like a lot of that goes into it too. So I just think with them 3, it's just hard for her to get there because they already got that. It's hard to get past reputation sometimes. It's just hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's still. I'm just saying it's not out of the realm of possibility.
No.
It is hard.
I got her on second team next year.
And that's not bad because well, how many players do they select each team? 5.
Yeah.
So if she make the second team, she'll be one of the top 10 defenders in the world.
Yeah. That's why I said like I'm talking about first team. Like that first team, she got to get past. She got to get past.
Yeah. I got you.
Yeah. For that first team, but that second team definitely doable. She could because that second team she can share with one of them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
One of them. And then don't forget you got Camila Cardoso too. You know.
That's true.
So she got competition on her own team. B Will, let me get to you though, B Will, man. Your expectations for Angel Reese on the court and off the court for 2025.
Well, like I said, on the court, man, I expect Angel to be at the very least. I do not have like. There's no realm where I see Angel Reese regressing. So when I say that, I don't mean her stats and her numbers and all that kind of stuff, because stats are only a part of it. So her stats could regress, but I think Angel Reese is going to be Angel Reese, and she's shown that she's going that's true, right? So I don't see her regressing. Her stats may regress, and only a fool would hold that against her as long as she's performing the way she performs. So if she scores fewer points or has, if she averages, a couple fewer points or rebound less, to me, that's not a regression. That's just, I would expect that because the league is catching up to her and understanding who she is. They're going to play her differently. They're going to box out. So I said a couple of days ago on somebody's cast that all AB, talking about the Unrivaled game, all AB had to do was box out. What I meant by that is saying, like, Angel Reese gets a lot of rebounds and hurt. So and this is not a dig, this is not a negative. For me, Angel Reese getting her own rebounds, that's a plus for any team, anywhere. I don't care who you are. But her getting her rebounds is because she's watching, she knows where to be, right? So for me, what I was saying about AB being all she got to do is box out. When she puts the ball up, don't look at the ball. Just put a body on her, right?
Right.
Put a body on her. Don't worry about where the ball goes. Put a body on her. You may not get the rebound, but maybe you putting a body on her prevents her from getting the rebound. So I think teams are going to see that and use that to try to use that to their advantage. But Angel is going to still be Angel. So if she drops a rebound or two, she's still going to be her, and she's still going to do what she do. And I think she's still going to be a WNBA All-Star. I'm not sure I don't think she makes, all NBA, all WNBA. Certainly not first team. But that's not bad. She only a second-year player.
That's not bad at all.
You know what I mean?
So bad at all.
And if she cracks, the all defensive team at any level, first or second team, that's great. But I don't expect her to regress. As far as off the court, I expect her to still be the teammate that she is, the leader that she is. That's her best quality.
Hey, y'all got background noise, man. Who got
Man,
dogs barking?
that's my dang dogs, man. Let me go inside. They outside. I'm outside with them.
Let me get my takes off.
I think she's still gonna be the teammate that she is.
Hold on, Mike.
I think she's gonna grow her brand. She's gonna continue to grow her brand and expand her brand. And I think she's gonna continue to be. I said the face of the league a couple of days ago. What I really mean is the most popular player in the league, right? She is the one who has everybody looking, right? So she might not be. If we can talk about what we think, how we define the face of the league. But the reality is, Angel Reese is the one that has people talking about the WNBA right now, right? In the offseason, in Unrivaled, everybody talking about Angel Reese, everybody talking about the Chicago Sky because of Angel Reese. And so she's the one that's keeping the conversation about the WNBA going.
Right.
And I expect her to maintain that because she's an inspirational person. You can, I don't agree with everything she does, but I have to respect the fact that she's doing what she does. You know what I'm saying? And she's doing what she does for a reason. And her reasoning is brilliant. You know what I'm saying? She's creating generational wealth for her family. So that's it. I'm gonna land with that.
All right, appreciate it. Before I get to Brass, I think Brian Allen Hines and was it Brian Allen Hines and Nate? I don't think nobody up here was who was saying Chicago Sky been around since the inception of the WNBA. But they have been. They have been here since 2006. That was 18 years ago. That was 18 years ago. We can't hold nobody accountable. They've been in the league 18 years. Oh my God. See, that's what I be talking about. That's what I be talking about, man.
That's a long time.
That's what I be talking about, man.
If you had a son, that means if you had a son born back then,
he a grown man.
He's an adult now. Yeah.
He's a grown man. If you had a daughter, she 2 years away from playing for Chicago Sky.
Right.
If you had a
talking about here, man.
Right.
If you had a child born back then, they're eligible to go into the military now. That's a long
man.
Like,
come on, that's 18 years. What are we talking about here? But appreciate that Nate and Brian Allen Hines for letting us know 2006. Because I forgot it was 2006. I thought it was 05. See, I gave him 19 years. I thought it was 05. But appreciate that. HD said San Francisco hired Kyle Shanahan, then hired John Lynch. Yeah, San Francisco did that too. Hired their coach before their GM. But it doesn't happen a lot because most of the time the GM got their own direction. So it doesn't happen a lot. It don't happen a lot. It don't happen a lot. It's not known to happen. It's very rare.
Yeah, and that's not.
And I think his had more to do with his daddy than the organization itself.
Right.
So it's very, very rare. But before we get to that, man, make sure y'all hit that like button. Make sure y'all subscribe. Again, I'm at like 1,120 subscribers. Again, make sure y'all go watch my previous videos. Again, my Chicago Sky Draft Report series comes back Tuesday, 4:30 Central Standard Time for those not in the Central Time Zone. And again, I got some new stuff I'm adding to that. That'll be super, super exciting. I can't wait to introduce that one. And hopefully that one stretches all the way to the draft. So we'll see how many episodes I can get in because the draft is April 14th. So hopefully that one stretches over the next couple months going into the draft. So super excited for that one. I'll probably do 7 to 8 players. And again, don't forget, before we end this stream, I'm going to be doing my contest for either an IMZO Media t-shirt or hoodie or a one of them ones t-shirt or hoodie or a what are we doing t-shirt or hoodie. Just created those 2 new designs. So super cool to get those out there as well. And again, memberships will be coming soon. So be on the lookout for those. Those do come along with perks. So make sure you sign up for those. I like to be fair. It's your money. You work hard for it. I want to make sure you get the bang for your buck. That's how we do it over here. Look, basketball paid me well. I'm good on my end. I'm about making sure y'all good. So again, appreciate that as well. Brass, what you got on this, man? On and off the court, man. What you got on this, man?
Man, Neil Ivy is fine. But anyway,
man, go ahead home, man.
I guess got distracted for a second. But listen, she's gonna be a better leader. And that's all I look for is her being a better leader. Not so much vocal, but being an example. Because what's going to be important is if Tyler Marsh creates an environment conducive to her being a leader or the opportunity to lead, and she's a natural leader anyway, but to allow her to do that as young as she is. And he has to, that goes back to the manager or the general manager getting rid of the riffraff. But anyway, I expect her on the court to improve in all areas as far as, and especially what she was weak at last year, finishing at the rim. She needs to improve her ball handling, her mid-range shooting. And like I said, I don't want to depend on her shooting from the three, but if they leave you open, don't be afraid to shoot it. And don't hesitate. But overall, I expect her to, continue to improve as far as running the floor. Her rebound is going to be there. She's still going to be the double-double queen. That's not going to stop. But mainly just her ball handling, her around the basket finishing, and her get a little mid range going. But off the court, I expect her to continue to do what she's been doing. She's the face of the franchise. She's a brand giant, and she's going to continue to do that. But as far as the Chicago Sky, her being the face of the franchise is gonna take care of itself as far as growing the franchise, being the face of the franchise. Because like B. Wilson, I agree with him. She's one of the more popular players in all of the WNBA, so that's gonna fall on Chicago as far as her being on that team. That's gonna automatically follow Chicago. But you know what, Prince? I'm not worried about her on the court and off the court, to be honest with you, which in her progression. I'm not really worried about that. I know we like to express what she might improve on. I think she's going to improve all around. But my thing is that franchise, bruh. I'm not worried about Angel. I'm worried about who she playing for. You know what I'm saying? Because if you're playing for a dysfunctional franchise,
Mike, you can go when Brad's finished. I'm gonna be right back.
When you talk, they've been so dysfunctional that if they don't get it together, it's not going to matter what she does on the court or off the court so much, because it's a team sport. It's a team sport, and you need a team with you, and you need the backing of those who are in the front office,
Brad,
the organization.
Can you hear me, Brad? Because I think I cut off.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, my bad. Keep going. I just want to make sure you guys can hear me.
Yeah. So I expect her to be Angel. Which is good enough for me because that's an all-star. I expect her to make another all-star because her popularity alone, because let's face it, the all-star voting is mostly the popular vote. The more popular you are, you're going to get more votes to the all-star. She's going to earn it. She's going to play well enough to be an all-star. I trust that. But I expect her to be better because she's been through the league one time, and I don't expect her to regress. That's just not in her to regress. If she regresses, I would be totally in utter shock because the dog in her, you got to be born with it. The kind of dog she is, you got to be born with that. You can't teach it. You can't learn it. You can't get it out of a book. You can't get it from another coach. You can't get it from a teammate. You can't get it from your mama. Can't get it from your daddy. Can't get it from nobody but God. He gave that to you when you was born. So that's with that kind of mentality, I don't see her regressing at all. She's gonna be an all-star for the second year in a row. She's gonna be the leading rebounder in the WNBA again. And she's gonna be the double queen again. And I think overall she's going to become more efficient offensively and defensively. We'll see if she'll get more block shots in the ledger because she's more of a position defender rather than a shot blocker. She makes it difficult for you to score on her, but I like to see her. Like to see if she increases her blocks per game. But that's all I have.
Yeah, Best. I think you made a good point when you said I'm not worried about Angel. My concern is with the franchise. Are they going to step up? So, in regards to answer Zoe's question, what do I expect? I think many times, especially in sports, one of the biggest indicators of the future is the present, right? So, if we want to talk about injuries specifically, let's just watch how she's playing in Unrivaled, right? We're seeing her doing more work with the ball at the free throw line.
Mike.
You cut out, Mike.
You cut out, Mike.
My bad. I don't know why my screen went blank. Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what was the last thing you heard?
The free throw line.
Yeah. So Unrivaled, we're seeing you get the ball a lot at the free throw line, taking a dribble, putting the ball on the floor, and getting to the rim. I think, which is good because Cardoso is going to be in the post, so that's going to free her up with a little bit more space to work with. So I think we're going to see a lot more of that. I expect her efficiency to go up, if I had to guess, by at least 5%, which if that happens, that's a very good jump. For 1 year, that's a huge jump. That's, that normally don't happen, but I think there were just a couple of flaws. A couple of flaws that they're working on mechanically, which I think is going to help. One thing that I do want to see improve is too many times when she has the ball on the rim or going up, she brings the ball too low. And if you noticed, the last Rose game, there was 3 blocks, right? That happened on her. I don't care that there was 3 blocks. My concern is, if you guys paid attention, because I'm an X's and O's guy. The 2 of the players, I think it was one of them, and I forget who the other one, they telegraphed the ball, which means they knew she was going to bring it low, and they waited there. They kept their hands there, right? So that's scouting report is out. So the ball needs to be started up a lot higher, especially in the post. You know what I'm saying? To avoid those type of blocks. And I think she'll learn that. I think I think down there today she was working with Kali and her husband, who's an amazing trainer. I think these are the good thing is, Bryce, these are very simple fixes. These are not, oh my God, they're major changes. This is a simple, hey, make sure you try to do this, and it's fixed as far as I'm concerned. So I expect her numbers to get even better, which like 15 and 12 is what I expect, right? Which is a very good player at that point in the WNBA, especially for somebody who plays defense. Now, for somebody who doesn't play defense, say give me 17 and 12. But somebody who's a good defender, if you can give me 15 and 12 next to good defense as a 1 year improvement on slightly better efficiency, that's a huge jump, and I think she's going to do it because we're already witnessing changes in the game and Unrivaled. That's what I love about Unrivaled. That lets you see where the players really are and who was working on their game. And Reese clearly showed she's been working on her game. So I'm more concerned about the franchise. I have very little concern when it comes to Reese. We're already seeing improvement. And Brass, I'll give it to you this. You made a good point months ago. You said Angel Reese, her jump shot, it's confidence. She looks confident and she's shooting it and she's hitting it now in Unrivaled. So yeah, looks like you were right. Because her release was always smooth. And now we're seeing just take the shot and she's doing it. And what is she, like 2 for 2, 3 for 3? And I don't even care if she makes her miss it. She's moving into it so confidently. That's where the mid range, it's confidence. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's nice to see. Off the court, I expect her to keep doing the same. And the one more thing I expect her to add to her bag, I think she's going to be on a TV show. I think she's going to get into acting. I think we're going to start seeing her on TV, like acting, because that Cash App commercial that she did shows she knows how to act.
Yeah.
So I think that's the next thing she's going to add to her portfolio.
Appreciate that, Mike. All right, let's get to what up, Woody Mac. But let's get to core, man. Key, you still with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, let's get to core players, man. If you look at the descriptions, like consistent contributor, team chemistry, that's locker room, on the court, off the court, young potential developmental players that can be key pieces to our championship window whenever that arises, and whenever Jeff feels our championship window should get there. Again, development, chemistry, and everything got to go one in one when you think about that championship window. You can't have one without the other. So when you think about core players, young, old, veteran, those who are on the team, what because we had a lot of locker room rumors, drama, players not want to pass to this player, poor development, schemes. When you think about your core players, right? That's your Camillas and Michaelas that I have. Like that's on the team. On the team right now, they're the only core pieces I see for the championship window. I feel we don't have them on our team yet. It could be draft picks. So as far as our core, what do you feel we need to be in 2025?
Okay. I mean, I'm with you. I feel like those are our only two core players as well, Camilla and Michaela Onyenwere. You know, just based off of their body language and stuff like that, they were great teammates. They were great teammates back to the franchise player. And I think that's important in becoming a core player is, you know, you kind of adhere to who the franchise player is. And you know, they supported Angel just as much as she supported them. So I feel like those are our only core players as well. I mean, they're obviously gonna make some moves in the draft and in free agency, but I know that's your next slide. I don't know if those moves that they make in 2025 will present a couple more core players for that championship window and team.
So how important is Michaela? Because we already know. Because I think Michaela gets overlooked because she still got a lot of. I'm still trying to figure it out going on. How important do you think Michaela's development is, or if she don't get it, we got to move on?
Oh yeah, it's extremely important. I would say if people got high expectations for Angel, they should be higher for Michaela in the way that she shows up in this next year. On if she's like the way she shows up in this next year, I think will either cement herself or, you know, make her distance herself. It wouldn't be her fault, right? Because she has the intangibles, you know what I mean? As far as like she works very hard, she has a great work ethic, and she's a great teammate. I think that's very important for like locker room chemistry and all of that. But you do have to produce on the court. And last year she struggled a little bit towards the beginning of the season, but then we saw, you know, some lights and some bright spots from her. So there's a question of, you know, could it have been some of the teaspoon schemes and, you know, just things like that? Because it seemed like when she finally played, it was kind of on some, well, shoot, I don't have other players to play. So go ahead, Michaela. And then we were able to see. It seemed like Spoon just really wasn't playing her to begin with. I don't know if she saw something, whatever. But yes, her development this year is extremely important. It has to show up, or I do think that they move on from her if it doesn't show up in a decent way. And it does not have to be like she's the third star, you know, player or you know, nothing like that. It's just the consistency. If she can give them a consistency and does, you know, Uncle J.E., I feel you, does a little bit better. She just got to slide her feet on defense and stop ball watching. And then I think
she does that a lot.
Yeah, I think she'll do really well for herself. But I think she's also capable. You know, I'm not on some, she got to be Jackie Young. That's not my thought process. I think she just got to be Michaela and be better at being Michaela, and she'll be fine.
All right. So if you the GM, again, I don't know if you was here earlier. Again, this is again, when I push back on people's lineups, this is always my pushback.
Okay.
And I'm not saying they're wrong. I'm giving them a locker room perspective of like when I used to walk in the coach's office and look at their board. This is things I used to see. when you're building out the roster, right? You got your starting five. How many minutes are they getting? Who's coming in after them? How many minutes are they getting? And how many of those players are coming in after them? So when we think about a team, it starts with your first 8. Your next 4 are subset pieces, meaning they come in, fill a role when we're sitting starters, garbage time minutes, or we're using them to build out something in the future. Whether they're about to expire and we're trying to trade them for a star player, along with probably one of our starters, or we're trying to create some draft flexibility, something like that. They call those the sub pieces, the 4. So when you think about 12 players, where does Michaela fit in that 8? Because again, that's why I say when people like won't bring this person in and this person in, you're not paying somebody that makes $300,000 a year to sit at the end of your bench. If they're not in your 8, why would you? That's why I be tripped out at some people rosters. Why am I paying 3 people to sit at the edge of my bench that's making $1 million combined? That don't be making sense. Like nobody doing that. Like who's doing that? So you're gonna get garbage. I ain't even gonna call them garbage. You're gonna get them ancillary pieces at the end of the bench. People be trying to create a starting 12. I mean, a starting 5 out of 12 players. Like, that ain't how teams work. You got a cap. There's certain things that go into it. So I just wanted to explain that piece before I get your answer. Where does she fit in that 8? Because if she's not in that 8, we got to move off of her because she makes too much, and we don't want her just sitting on the bench.
Okay, is she not in that 8 to you though? She's not in that 8.
So for you, where does she fit in that 8?
I mean, to me,
is she starting? Do you think?
No, she would have to. If I'm basing it off of her last season and we get a better wing, then no.
Okay, so you're viewing her as a 6-man kind of role?
Yeah, and that's where we're playing her last year. I know people say Michaela. I've heard people say, I think Spoon said it, like she can play multiple positions, right? So I'm just going off of last year though. She was at the 3, so I'm assuming she'll be at the 3 again, right? And so if we bring in a better wing, I personally think you have Michaela coming off of the bench. Again, when we talk, when I've talked about the Aces, they had De'Erica Hamby. You know what I'm saying? People, they had people who could start somewhere else coming off of the bench. So if she does get to even a starting type of stature, but we have a better person to put in the starting lineup, I still think you have her coming off the bench because off of the bench. I don't know. That's my thought process.
Okay. Look, and I asked that for a specific reason because when we get to the next slide, it's gonna make sense. I asked that for a specific reason. Okay. What you got, B Will? What you got on this, man? Core players for Chicago Sky next year. What do we need from our core players from Chicago Sky next year? Not free agents, not free agents, not trades. Our core players we already have in place.
So I'm on my phone, so I can't really read what your definition of core player, but I'm just going to go ahead and if you want to tell me, that's great, but I'm going to go ahead and
I can just read you the first part. Core players form the backbone of the team. Their collective contribution is critical to the team's immediate and future achievements. They help provide balance and support, complementing the efforts of the franchise players and contributing to the overall team success.
So for that, Angel and Camilla are of course obvious, but I do think Michaela is a core player for this team. I think for a number of reasons. Number one, the commitment that the team has shown to her by offering her a contract and
So you skipped over Camilla. Look, because again, we already did our franchise player, which is Angel Reese, right? So who are your core players? I'm not telling you who my core players are, so you can talk off of those. Establish your core players that's on the team first.
All right. So I didn't skip over Camilla. I said Angel and Camilla are obvious.
All right.
So Camilla, for me, yes, is a core player. I think the next most valuable piece of the people that they have in place right now.
Mm-hmm.
I think the next most valuable piece is Michaela, and I believe that because of the confidence and the commitment that the Sky have shown to Michaela, and how they've talked her up, and how Tyler is putting in work with Michaela. And I've said it before, Michaela is drinking the Kool-Aid by the picture. So Michaela is bought in to the program. So she's bought into whatever they're doing, whatever they told her that they are doing. Michaela is bought in because she's there, she's putting in the work, and she's trying to get better for the team. I think, again, of the players that they have right now, I think Lindsey Allen is a core player. Whether that be and for Lindsey and Michaela, whether
Thank
that
you,
be
Will. Thank you, B. Will.
whether that be off the bench or starting, we won't know until we know what they get out of free agency and the draft. But for me, going back to Michaela, what's an important piece for Michaela's success? Michaela needs to understand what the Chicago Sky envision as her role. She needs to understand that up front, because for me, I think Michaela struggled early on in the season, as Key alluded to. I think she struggled because she was unsure what that was. And that's valid because I think Teaspoon didn't know what that was. You got a new coach, a brand new team. You're trying to figure out pieces, right? So I think they didn't know what they had exactly starting out the season, and I think that's one of the reasons Michaela struggled. Once Michaela's position was solidified and she knew what they wanted from her, then we saw Michaela improve and fill that role. So I think that is important. Hold on one second. Yeah, so I think that's an important piece for Michaela. I think it'll be an important piece for Lindsey Allen as well. But again, we won't know what the Sky expects their roles to be until we see what happens in free agency and the draft. Because again, you can bring in Dejanay. What does that mean to Michaela? I think Michaela is okay as long as she understands what that means. You know what I mean? If they gotta duke it out to see who's gonna be in that starting role, okay. I think it needs to be clear. I think understanding is everything, man. And so I think as long as they understand what their expected role is, I think they'll fall in line. Because again, I think if Dejanay comes, that means she's bought in. She bought what they selling, and she said, "I'm coming." Michaela stayed, and she's bought in. I mean, she's bought what they selling, and she's bought in.
You don't think they positions complement each other?
Michaela and Dejanay?
Yeah.
If we thinking about a starting five, I don't know how both of them start. Not right now.
Okay, you're talking about the start five. I thought you were talking about playing just throughout, probably throughout the game. Because again, Michaela to me, because I do want to get the brass. Michaela to me, I just don't. I think she started off the season not really understanding her roles and responsibilities. That's hard for anyone because in the beginning of the season, you're really trying to figure out how you gel with the team, and if your role keeps changing, you don't know what you need to be watching during film study. You don't need to know what you need to be paying attention to when y'all running sets during practice because your role keeps changing. So that's difficult for anybody, let alone people that are just watching. Man, that's difficult. I'm telling y'all, that is so. Look, you get better throughout a season, but if your role keeps changing, if your responsibility, your minutes keep changing, you don't really know what you need to get better at. So that's why Michaela took so long to come along. So I think this summer, she needs to sit down with Tyler Marsh and say, what is my role? Because I can't do this again. She needs to be real with him because her career is on the line. Her career is on the line.
Yeah.
Look, Tyler Marsh, My career is on the line. What do you need from me? Because again, she just got a qualifying offer. And we'll see. We'll see what that looks like as far as her market and Chicago bringing her back. The market is going to tell a lot about how teams view her. And if we don't view her very well, I'm going to Tyler Marsh's office the first day of practice and say, hey, my career is on the line. My generational wealth is on the line. What is my roles and responsibilities? And they can't change 20 times during a season. That's what I'm telling him. But you can finish up, B. Will.
No, we 100% in agreement. I agree 100%. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
All right, Brass.
I don't see the rest of the team as it is as core pieces.
Look, me, you, and Keith thinking alike, man.
Yeah, and I feel the same way. Of course, the obvious core is Angel and Camilla, and for me, Michaela is on the border. She's on the edge of not being a core herself. And I mainly look at the bigger picture as far as what this team needs going forward. And again, I keep stressing defense. To me, core doesn't necessarily always mean what you offer offensively.
Right.
I look at we're one of the worst perimeter defenses in the league. And
not one of the worst. I pulled the numbers up. Go watch one of my old. We were the worst by, I think, 10%.
Oh, okay. I remember I said that the other day, and somebody was talking about they'll be
right. They already know, Brad. You already know. I'm gonna pull it. They already know. Look, we were the worst by 10%.
You remember that? You remember that, Dozo?
I don't remember.
I don't know if you was on the panel or not, but I think we was. I don't think you were. I think we were on KSAP. Okay. I was on KSAP's, and somebody in the chat was talking about that we weren't the worst. We was the third or fourth worst, and I'm like,
no, we were the worst by 10%. We were the worst by 10% as far as perimeter shooting on defense. Yeah, we were the worst.
Right. So, be that as it may, I like Michaela, but defensively against the better guards, against the tougher guards in the league, she doesn't do it for me on defense. Like, and you mentioned it earlier, B. Will, that her from Uncle J.E. She doesn't slide her feet very well. She ball watches. I don't see her as a elite defender. And I don't know what Tyler Marsh is going to work with her on specifically, but that needs to be a major part of it. So for me, I don't really see her, in my opinion, as a core player. Because a core player to me, what you just listed off, or what a core player is, she doesn't check all them boxes.
Man, you out on Michaela?
Huh?
You out on her?
Yeah, I'm talking about Michaela, yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying you out on her?
I'm not out on her. I'm a wait and see. Like I said, for me, yes. I need to. She's on the border to me. She's and I know what you said earlier about we ain't gonna talk about free agency and all that, but
no, because we get into it. Yeah, it's coming up. Yeah. It's coming up. So I want you to say that.
Yeah. But that's key, and whether or not she stays with this team. Well, I guess you got a qualifying offer, but still, that don't mean you can't get cut or something or traded or whatever.
Yeah.
So for me, the only core players on this team, and I definitely don't consider Dana and Lindsay and all them and all them other jokers as no core. Right. Banham and what's the other guard's name?
Rachel. So right now, this is who we have. Mariah Jefferson.
Yeah, Mariah Jefferson. That's what I was thinking of.
And Rachel and Lindsay.
Yeah, them ain't core players.
And of course, Dana Evans and Michaela is on the qualifying.
Oh my God, Dana Evans. Whatever. I'm definitely out on her. But The core for me is those two bigs. That's the core. That's the core for me.
I hear you. Her game ain't pretty, but I could see her. She got the potential to be 3-and-D. It's just something missing. And again, I want to wait and see as well to see if it's just the pieces that are around her. She's probably out of her wheelhouse, because sometimes you could just be trying to do too much because of the pieces on the team. You could be trying to prove a point, playing out of your game. Like she could be confused about her roles, what the teams need from her. So she should try to do everything, try to find a niche. I mean, I gotta see more.
Yeah. Likewise.
On to the next one. Appreciate that. On to the next one. Back to you, Key. Speaking of free agency, again, when we having these, that's why it was so important I did this stream and wanted to get other individuals' takes, because when I'm on panels and they putting together teams, that's why I be yelling, what are we doing? Because like it gotta make sense. We can't be putting pre together. Like it got to make sense dollar-wise. It got to make sense chemistry-wise. It got to make sense championship win. Like it just got to make sense. It got to all fit. You can't just go put 1,000 pieces together and hope they eventually fit down the line, because you got all these different options. Sometimes too many options is too many. Again, I'll say that again. If you don't, sometimes too many options is too many, because at some point, a player who probably got 20 minutes on one team doing this and that, they won't have that same impact getting 12 minutes or 10 minutes. So if I'm not paying you to get that same amount of impact, I'm not bringing you to my team. No matter how you looked on another team, that's what I mean about fit and impact got to match. You could be an all-star guard, but if that production isn't needed on my team, I'm not paying you. I'm not giving up picks for you. I'm not trading away assets. That's what I be telling some people. Like, they think I be poo-pooing on a player when I'm like, no, this player fit better. No, I don't want. I just look at the team. I don't look at the name. I look at the impact of if I'm running plays with them, would it make sense? Some of these players don't sense for the play styles that y'all want y'all core to play. And that's why I be like, they be contradicting themselves, because they want the core to play this kind of way, but then they want to bring this player in. And I'm like, bringing that player in is going to take away from what you want them to do. So I don't get it. But again, Key, what you got on free agency? What we got to hit on in 2025? Like let's take names off the board, right? Just play styles, just future opportunities. Like, what do we gotta hit on in free agency? Because we're going to get a free agent. We ain't got no choice. We gotta fill the roster out. We ain't got no choice. We got 900K. We going in free agency. So we can't even avoid it. We going in free agency. So what's your take?
Yeah, I mean, this is such a tough one. I feel like in free agency, I mean, we need shooters and playmakers for sure. Now we need like 3 positions at this point. You know what I'm saying? I know
what
we
position
got
are those?
Point guard, shooting guard, and wing.
What kind of point guard?
I guess it's like, do we need a backup for Angel? Because is he gonna be gone?
It depends on, because I was saying that earlier. Like, when you think about building out your team and you think about those 8, that first 8. What does Izzy I tell people this, I was saying this earlier. Izzy only had such an impact because Camilla started off the season hurt and Elizabeth wasn't there. And then Angel was a rookie playing, and her minutes wasn't up there either. So she was able to kind of like shine a little more than most 6-man power forwards would behind those 2. And then you got Elizabeth, who you just actually gave a guaranteed contract to. She don't got a qualifying offer. She got a contract. So that lets you know they're paying her to come back and have some kind of role. So
Yeah, I mean,
I'm thinking depend on the 3 you get. If that 3 can play some 4, make more sense.
Oh, okay.
Go and get another 4.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Yeah. Then I guess it depends on that. But I mean, I think the most urgent is those 3: the PG, the
I'm
shooting
with you
guard.
on that.
I mean, before it was like, okay, only PG and a wing, but now it's PG, wing, and a shooting guard that we have to find through free agency and the draft. I think you kind of just got to look at the board, which I did do a live yesterday on. You got to look at the free agency board and see what is giving you as far as those 3 positions for real. And then you got to look at, like, I think what you get in free agency goes in tandem with the draft, because you know what I'm trying to say? Like,
yeah, I get what you're trying to say.
It's more of this.
Sometimes you can get in the draft what you miss out on in free agency.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
Or vice versa.
Like, yes, exactly. So to me, it's like, you know, it might be more wing than free agency, and even maybe better wings or wings that will continue to get better than in free agency. So do you just go after a PG and a shooting guard, and you know what I mean? So that's all I'm saying. But I think we need to address all 3 of those things. Try to address them through free agency in some way, because you got to build out a bench a little bit too.
You do. See, and that's my thing though. That's my thing though, Key. Like, there's some things you can't. There's some things you can't get in free agency. You know what I'm saying? I mean, the draft. Like, you can't get that veteran for Angel Reese and Camilla Card. Like, there's some things you won't get in the draft that you just got to get out of free agency, man.
Right. That's a fact. I'm with you on that.
So I know as much as we want to lean on the draft, we don't talk about free agency enough.
Yeah.
Because there's something it's so impactful about free agency.
Have you looked at the list though, Zoe?
Yeah, I actually did a stream on it. It's underneath my playlist free agency.
Okay.
I'm trying to pull it up right now though.
I did one yesterday. I'll check yours.
Of course, Zoe did a list. Of
course, he will. You don't know me.
That's what he do. He one of them ones.
Yeah, I literally did a stream where I broke down like their skill sets, their points per game throughout the years, stuff like that. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll check that out. And but basically,
it's under the free agency playlist.
Okay. I just went through it yesterday on my live with Keisha. We just went through each player for real, and it's low key kind of slim pickings. But
I'm trying to pull it up right now for y'all.
Yeah, but and a lot of them for me too, though, is a lot of them. It's like, okay, but are you willing to come off the bench type of people? You know what I'm saying?
That part.
Like, you're not about to come here and start. Are you okay with that? Or are you okay with maybe starting and then halfway through the season you're not? You know, so that with the free agency, I'm with you on a veteran, but it's also, I don't know. I think if they could win over somebody who's willing to buy in and do whatever it takes, then okay. But a lot of the people in free agency want to start. A decent amount of them do want to start. And I think that's kind of something to think about. I know we can't get all of our needs in the draft. I definitely know that. We could get some bench needs or maybe even some starting needs, but we only got 2. We don't got 3. We only got 2. So I know there's only so much we could do with that. But I agree with you about getting a veteran through free agency. But at what position though? Does it matter to you or?
I need a veteran. I don't care. And again, this is where I am with free agency. The reason I need to hit on free agency, Key, is because if I'm GM and I'm Jeff, I'm really trying to get an Alicia Clark. I know a lot of people not high on her. I think you were one of the ones on the channel that was kind of like wasn't high on her when y'all was talking about it on Bro Clark channel.
I mean, he made a point though. He was like, she's a champion. She's solid. Don't expect no more of her or no less of her. And I was like, you know what? That makes sense. And we're not trying to win next year. That's not my thoughts. So it made sense to me, honestly. It made sense.
Look. This is the key. This is why I want to get her. And tell me what you think about this.
Okay.
I want to get her for reputation qualities only. Okay. Alicia Clark is respected around the league. Yes, she's a champion. Stewie talked highly of her after they played her, of how she stepped in off the bench in the starting lineup, how she guarded her. Asia Wilson always talks high of her. You don't hear nothing negative about her. You see how people collaborate with her after games. They switching jerseys with her. She's respected around the league. If I'm Jeff and my organization has a bad taste in a lot of people's mouth, pause, I'm utilizing somebody like Alicia Clark to the best of my ability, because guess what she can do? Reputation is all word of mouth at the end of the day, not what you do sometimes. You can do you can have a friend and you can help them pay all their bills, co-sign their car, and the moment they go to the barbershop and tell them you was hating on them or you was negative, that's all people gonna listen to. You know what I'm saying? So the word of mouth when it comes to reputation is everything. Chicago Sky could build the best facility in the world, but if their reputation isn't there with players around the league, that facility gonna be empty with the lights running with nobody in it. It's gonna be cold up in there. So I would utilize somebody like Clark to build my reputation as a GM, not at Chicago. Jeff needs to build his reputation as a GM. Forget what Chicago got going on. While I'm here, we're gonna do things right, and we're gonna look out for you. So look, soon as she walk in there, her locker right next to Angel Reese locker. I'm getting her chauffeurs to the game the whole season, because guess what? I need her to go this off season and talk about me.
I agree. I actually agree with that. Where you play her at, coming off the bench for the three?
Look, I don't even need her to play. That's how big I am on reputation right now. I don't even need you to play.
But
I need you to be a locker room presence like Jerry Dudley was for the Lakers.
If everything you say is true, Zoe, and you, Jeff, can you actually follow through with that?
That's up to Jeff. That's up to Jeff. Look, Jeff, I'm giving you Jeff. I just gave you a people's choice. It's up to you to follow through. Alicia Clark is a player's choice. She's a champion. She's a veteran. She has a great reputation around the league. She's respected. And one thing you can't buy is respect.
You ain't lying.
No, it's facts.
That's one thing you can't buy.
Since Seattle days, she's also good with the trailblazers of the league, the Tina Thompson. You know what I'm saying? So
yes,
you're right. She's good all around. You're right.
Look, Key. People be disagreeing with me, but I always got a plan. I don't tell you everything right away because it might sound weird, but at the end of the day, you'll come around. I got a plan.
I didn't know how to flesh it out. It's like you're fleshing out my thoughts, because I already said next year just needs to be a solidified front. So when 2026 boom happened, people want to come to Chicago. So we just need to make it to the playoffs, and we need to look like, it's like when you take your family to the family outing. It's like we need to look like we, you know what I mean? Like
no matter what we doing at home, when we had this family reunion, right, we the best married couple in the world.
Exactly. Everybody looks clean, everybody clothes look good, shoes is clean, everything. You know what I'm saying? And you handle yourself properly so that when 2026 free agency happens, people want to help y'all come get over the hump. You know what I'm saying? So I'm with you on that, because that helps the image of the Chicago Sky, of Jeff, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Which ultimately will help them.
And look, I'm cutting somebody just so she can fit. I'm cutting somebody just so she can fit. I don't care if she's the 12th person on my roster. She getting on there.
Mo and what you call it is through 2025. We can't even cut them. Mo and Rachel Banham.
You can always be somebody.
Look.
They got a contract, but they cannot make a team.
So the way the CBA is, because I did that on my channel, I actually got the whole. Somebody actually sent me the whole CBA. I have the CBA. I just never did the thing yet. If you look through my community post, I posted the first page. Actually, in the CBA, as long as you're not a core player, if you haven't been cored in the last 2 years, you can actually be cut from your contract. Yep. The CBA is horrible. I don't know who agreed to that. That CBA is horrible. I'm gonna do it one day. I just haven't had the time because it's like 27 pages to break down. But I'm gonna do it one day. Like that CBA is horrible.
Oh, you broke it down once real good.
I did break it down, but I really want to, because I want to, you know me, I want to break it down to show y'all how it impacted players, not just the wording. I want to show y'all how the CBA, how a team got around on a player according to the CBA, or how it impacted the player. So I want to break down how since 2020 that CBA has affected the league. That's what I want to do.
Okay.
Yeah, well, that CBA is horrible.
Get cut.
Yeah. Why you think Kennedy Carter isn't on her rookie deal anymore?
Oh yeah, because I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, that CBA is set up strictly for the owners. I don't know what they gave the players for them to agree to that, but that was horrible.
Okay. Well,
they don't even have an all-star kicker in their contracts. Like that CBA is horrible.
Well, let's hope I'm sure they're gonna change a lot of things in this next coming year.
Yeah.
That is crazy. Well, if you can't cut somebody, then yeah, you definitely put Alicia Clark on your team. And she gave good to me. She could give you, a good few minutes for real. So I'm with that. I'm actually feeling that. Yeah. Would you? That's what I was asking though. Well, you said you wouldn't even play her because I was like, would you put her at the 3 or the 4?
Look, she's gonna be 38. She's gonna be 30, 39 by the time the playoffs come. So yeah, she's gonna be 39 by the time the playoffs get here. Yeah, so crazy. Again, I'm using her as that Jared Dudley role. Just kind of, I wanted her to keep a control of the locker room because everybody gonna respect her.
Okay.
That's what I'm there for. Look, she's there for and to help Angel and Camila Cardoso be better leaders. So when she's not there, they can just fill in the role. Like how show them how to talk to players a certain way when they're doing certain things. Like, hey, they missing shots at halftime. You walk up to me and you get on them and be like, hey, what you get paid to do? Yeah. And when they say I'm here to shoot, well, shoot the ball. Like that kind of that. Sometimes some players need that kind of leadership, like to remind them of why they're here.
Yeah.
And I think Clark could be that person for them.
Okay, I'm with it.
What you got, B Will? What you got, B Will?
Well, I digested everything you said. I think Clark is a stretch. Because for me, and you can correct me if you feel like I'm wrong.
I'm listening.
But because you got better insight and background than I do. But for me, right now, Chicago got too much dead weight, and so they have a luxury. They have the luxury of having a lot of cap space. But I don't think you need to bring anybody to the team that can't help on the court. That's not going to be helping on the court. So if we talking about bringing Alicia Clark, I'm okay with bringing Alicia Clark if she's going to play a solid role position. You know what I mean? In which she's capable of, but that's not necessarily what you described. But I'm okay with bringing.
Sometimes it's bigger than that, B Will. Sometimes it's bigger than that.
That's why I say you can agree and elucidate if you want. You disagree, elucidate if you want. But I just think the Chicago Sky, because they got so much dead weight, that they need to be very vigilant about the pieces that they pick up.
No, I was exaggerating. I was exaggerating when me and Key was talking about she don't got to play. I was exaggerating about how important she would be to the team. Like she don't even got to play. If she's just on the team, I'm solid. But I think coming out of last year, she stepped in, guarded Stewie, and started lined up in the playoffs. She still got enough in the tank to at least come off the bench as like your 7 to 8 man.
For sure. Okay, but here is. Dang, I almost lost my train of thought. For the Sky, again, they can't afford to have to be investing in pieces that ain't gonna contribute on the court. I think that they got so much dead weight They gotta get rid of it, and don't nobody want it. That's what we found out. Don't nobody want the dead weight they got. So we gotta figure. The Chicago Sky gotta figure out a way to release some dead weight and make room for some actual beneficial pieces. Here's the other thing. Since we're talking about free agency, I said before, like, what is going to get free agents to come to the Chicago Sky for a 1-year rental, and they not gonna compete for a championship? Because again, for me, their road, their pathway to win now, you need a Kennedy Carter or Jewel Lloyd, and you ain't getting neither one of them. So, like, for me, their pathway to win now is gone, unless, and I'll say it here first. I can be completely wrong, but I'm a double down on this because I said this probably a week or two ago when we were talking about Kennedy Carter situation in the first place. The Sky didn't need to give her. She was unrestricted free agent. They didn't need to offer her. They could let her test free agency, and guess what? When she's a free agent, any team could pick her up. She could sign with any team, and any team includes the Chicago Sky. So I think there's still an outside possibility that we could get Kennedy Carter back.
Yeah, you gotta let that go, man.
If I don't know that I would want that if I was Kennedy, but there it is. But anyway, my whole point is, and I'm gonna land the plane. What is going to get a free agent to come to Chicago, understanding that the CBA is coming up next year? A lot of these teams are going to get blown up. The teams that are going to stay together are the ones that actually have an opportunity to win beyond the 2026. You know what I mean? Ace is going to be fine. Liberty going to be fine. In fact, you might find, you might find people vying to get on the Aces or the Liberty when the CBA comes. So, all that to say, I don't know, like, what entices any of these free agents to actually come to Chicago, except for they got a lot of cap space, so they can offer somewhat of a bag. That's my plane landed.
Okay. Hey, okay. Look, hey. So again, this is why I consider myself a outcast when it comes to team building, because I always feel team building doesn't start the year you build your team. It starts with how you set the team up once you're ready to build your team. Angel Reese and Camila Cardoso mentally is behind because of how their rookie season went. They need to get an immediate impact veteran president in their locker room for them to catch up. They're behind the 8 ball when you think about mentally. Like, the most important part of playing basketball is how you and your teammates connect mentally. They need somebody in there to connect with them mentally on leadership, how they handle players, how they handle the front office, roles and responsibilities off the court, how to galvanize the troops. When you on a 3-game losing streak, hey, take them to dinner. Let's figure out. Maybe something going on at home with a couple of them. Let's figure it out together. You see where I'm going? Be with, like, it's bigger than basketball sometimes. I'll be trying to get y'all in locker. It's bigger than basketball sometimes. A lot be going on. They're still regular human beings at the end of the day, no matter how much we see them on TV. So that's what great leaders understand and know how to either use to their advantage or manipulate. So that's, if Angel Reese is going to be our leader moving forward, no one was there in her rookie season for her to kind of, not even them tell her, watch. If she's going to be your franchise player, she needs to hit those angles mentally with players So you got to get some veterans in that locker room. You got to get veterans in that locker room that people respect, even if it costs you a year. You got to, because in the long haul, when you're in that championship window and your team gets comfortable, Angel will be able to go to them and tell them, hey, we only won one. Get it together. Camilo will be able to go to them and say, hey, yes, I'm the anchor on defense, but stop sending balls my way. You need that in the locker room, B. Will, and that's a missing part that a lot of championship teams have that non-championship teams don't have. It ain't what the stat sheet says. It's how all those stats come together and make sense. So that's what they need. They need that in that locker room. And then you got your rookies coming in. Michaela's still learning. You need somebody. Now you're getting the best side of the two coins. Alicia Clark plays their position. We want wings. She plays their position. She plays defense. She shoots threes. She's a three. She's known as 3-and-D in her younger years. 3-and-D. You're trying to establish that on your team right now. So you're getting the best of both worlds, honestly. You're getting somebody who can teach them on the wing, and you're getting somebody who can help with leadership in the locker room and get things together for the future. You don't got to be there after next year. What you got, Brad?
Sort of like a player coach.
Yeah, you people. I don't know what people be hearing, man. I look, they be confusing me. Look, you need that in your locker room. You can't just get a bunch of players and hope it just all fits together. Like, you need pieces that don't show up in the stat sheet, that do things behind the scenes that nobody realizes. And they got people in the chat right now. This and that. Like, Clark could do something for Chicago behind the scene that y'all won't even never realize. Clark probably did something for the Aces when they was winning championships. Y'all didn't realize because y'all ain't been in no locker rooms. Y'all ain't been in those conversations when the season drilling and the coach got us running all these drills and we winning. That veteran's like, hey, man, we got an end goal. So I'll load it up and let's get to it. Y'all don't see that. Y'all don't see that. Y'all only see the finished product on the court.
Her and Sidney Colson, they were like the core veteran leaders on that team.
Did you just say OKC went to the finals with no vets? Derek Fisher was on that team. See, this is what I be talking about, Brass. Channel they think they be coming on. I don't know who they thought this channel was. This is the wrong channel. But go ahead on, Brass, man. Go ahead on, Brass.
But listen.
Velli, hold on, Brass. Velli, KCP, DeAndre Jordan were on that team. You know that, right? The Denver Nuggets team that won the championship, KCP was on that team.
Mm-hmm.
DeAndre Jordan was on that team.
Yeah,
that's what I be talking about. Go ahead on, Brass, man. Go ahead on, man. Go ahead on, man.
Poor souls don't know nothing about basketball. But anyway, B. Will asked earlier, what free agent wants to play with this team, or why? I'll tell you why. I'll give you 2 words. Angel Reese. That ends that. Because a lot of them already want to play with her. Even Gabby Williams wants to play with her. She just don't want to play for the franchise. But that's because she has a very dark history with
Braz,
them.
I don't mean to cut you off, but if I'm Jeff, when I seen that, I'm flying Gabby Williams to Chicago on a private jet. She ain't even getting to Seattle.
There you go.
Like, come on, man. You at some point, Jeff, when you hear stuff like that, you do something.
Yeah.
You can't just sit back and hope things turn around. Now you got to go do something.
Yep. And to his credit, one of the things, I know it's been in the works for longer than he's been there, but what's working in his favor is that they are building a facility. So, but I agree with you. So we need veteran going on the free agency route. We need defenders and shooters. Yep. Plain and simple.
Because you're not, again, the reason, before you finish, Brass, the reason I want to get a a leader, locker room presence in this free agency, because nothing's in this free agency that we gonna keep for the future. Nothing in this free
Exactly.
agency. I don't know why people like don't get this. We gotta go get something out of free agency.
Right.
We can't avoid it. So you go get something that makes sense. You don't have nothing in this free agency that you gonna see. That's what I be talking about with people. I can't explain stuff like this to some people, man. They're hard of hearing. You're not getting nothing special in this free agency. Go get something that can just help your locker room. Go spend the cash on something that's just gonna help your locker room. Because you're not gonna hit on this free agency. Nothing in this free agency for the next 4 years. Nothing.
Well, listen, when I say defense and shooting, you can get that from a veteran free agent. I'm not saying it'll be elite, but it'll be better than last year.
Right.
Because there's only one way to go, and that's up as far as certain categories of this team, and that's defense on the perimeter and shooting. There's nowhere else to go but up.
Let me say this, Brad. Shout out to Keith for calling that out, man. For whatever we feel about Elizabeth Williams, she is not a locker room leader.
Nah.
We need to let that go. She is not who we need as a locker room leader. Like, she might be a nice person. See, that's what I be talking about, man. Just because you're a nice person don't mean you're the leader of the locker room. See, this is what I be talking about. Go ahead on, Brass, man. Go ahead on.
Yeah, to that point, she's a good teammate, but she's not a fire extinguisher. If you know what I mean.
Yeah, she's just a good person that if you need to just have a conversation, you can probably talk to. She seems solid enough to do that. But a locker room leader, everybody got to respect, because apparently Kennedy Carter ain't respect her. Dana Evans ain't respect her. Izzy ain't. You got to have somebody in there that people gonna respect, whether they think they better than them or not. It ain't got nothing to do with skill sets.
And that's what I mean by fire extinguisher, because a leader extinguishes the fire of division, discord, jealousy, envy, whatever. That's what a locker room leader is. Somebody who galvanizes the team.
Look at
police
in the team talking about it. Like talking about DeAndre Jordan. If you watch DeAndre Jordan, I'm a Lakers fan, so I watched that whole series the year they won the championship. Mm-hmm. If you watch DeAndre Jordan, even when Jokic was slipping, who was the first one DeAndre Jordan went talk to at timeouts? It was Jokic. Mm-hmm. When somebody when Gordon was hitting shots, it was DeAndre Jordan in his ear. That's the veterans you need. It ain't about they play, how many minutes they get. Again, it's bigger than y'all see on the stat sheet and in the highlights.
Yep.
Go ahead on, Brass, man.
And that's what we need. We need we got two young players. Angel is only 22, bro. Is she younger than Camilla? Or are they the same age?
They came out together, so they the same age.
I know they came out together.
They probably months apart. I don't know who older by months, but they came out the same high school recruiting class.
Oh, okay. So yeah, they both 22, 23 at the highest. So they still kids. They still young kids. Yeah. And they need veteran leadership. Today I saw Showtime. He talked about he showed the video of Angel under the wing of one Khalil Copper. Finishing at the rim. You see Khalil Copper talking to her. You see her in her ear.
You need that. You need players around you that care.
She's a veteran. And Angel was listening. All you could tell, Angel was intensely listening to everything she was saying. So you need that in the locker room. So I agree with you about Clark. I wouldn't mind at all if we signed Clark. And again, like you said, we're not winning the championship next year, bro. We're not.
We need to build something, man.
We need to put up a foundation, because in order to build a house, you have to have the foundation, the basement. You have to have a foundation.
Yeah, and when people
build,
Brass, when people hear build, they go automatically into. As soon as somebody say build, they go automatically into, oh, we tanking, we rebuilding. No, we're not blowing this up. We're building something. That's
No.
two different situations.
That's right. That don't
I
mean
literally
that
said
don't mean
earlier,
fold. That
one of the
don't mean
wins for me
quit.
is make the playoffs, build something.
Yes. Yes. Get playoff experience. Get into the playoffs. That's all I'm looking for next year is to get into the playoffs. Get into the playoffs. Get that playoff experience. Win or lose. Get the experience. Have that veteran in the locker room that's been there. Done that. In Camilla and Angel's ear. And whoever else or whoever's in that locker room who they may draft with that 3rd and 10th pick.
Right.
You see, you got to have a blend of veterans along with the rookies and young players. It's got to happen, or else you be running in place and not going anywhere. So that's what I have on that. It's not difficult.
It's not. Let's get back. Let's get to the last slide. Trade market. What's our expectations for the trade market? Like, take names out of it. Like, just what are the expectations? What you got, Key?
You said this is the last slide?
Yes, last slide.
Okay. Trade expectations. I don't have any. I'm sorry. We don't have nothing of trade value for real. And I don't want to give up the 3rd and 10th pick. It's not worth it to me. So I don't expect anything from the trade market. And I was never drinking the Jewel Lloyd Kool-Aid. So
a lot of them were.
Listen, Brad. Listen, you laughing, Brad? I've been saying, like, I'm not sold on that. I'm not sold. I was like, I was in there. Oh yeah, no, we need to get it. It's like, bro, I give up too much. We don't have enough already.
Key, that's what I told them, Key. They got mad at me. I said, how we getting Drew Low?
Same here, Prince. They got mad at me too.
Why do you think I stopped talking about it? I was like, man, y'all don't even understand what I'm saying. Who y'all think we got on our team?
It is what it is. I don't agree, but I never was drinking the Jewel Lloyd Kool-Aid. It just never made sense to me. It just didn't. It just doesn't make sense. Didn't make sense. And I don't understand it. Why people were so gung ho to
especially considering she's going to be a free agent next year. But go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. It was just like, why do all of that if we could just get her in 2026? If she wanna, she said she wanna come home and retire. Yo, and people say stuff, y'all. People say stuff all the time and do not fulfill it. They do that stuff all the time. You know what I'm saying? And then especially when it was released that we're not gonna have Ken, I'm like, then what are we giving? Like, if anything, I thought it was gonna be.
That was the only piece we had.
Yeah.
That was the only piece we had.
Only thing that was valuable. And I know a lot of people are saying, oh, well, she must not. I don't know if I believe that. If you y'all, sometimes teams draft players to make sure another team doesn't win. Other teams do things to make sure you still suck. So they might have told Jeff, nah, we don't want Kennedy. She don't got no value. And then they just gonna go, y'all don't know. So to me, I just, and this is where I said I'm 50-50 because it's just half and half with him. But anyway, for the trade market question, I don't think we have enough or anything that anybody wants in free agency. And I'm talking about you could literally package the whole Dana, Mariah Jefferson, Rachel Benham. Don't nobody want that. They don't want that. And they're not giving you anything worth trading. We have AT Cord, we got Jewel Lloyd Cord, we got Kelsey Mitchell, Gabby Williams, and Kelsey Plum Cord. They're not taking Rachel Benham for, like, come on now. They're not taking any three of those players for those top-notch players that are cool right now. So
the only thing they would take is Camilla, Angel, or your picks.
Say what now?
The only thing they would take is Camilla, Angel, or your pick.
And I don't think the picks is worth giving up for any of them.
No.
Because there'll be 1 years and they may not, stay. So yeah, that's my
you could give up one of those picks for Asia Wilson. But then now you got Asia, Angel, and Camilla on the same team. Woo. Make that make sense? See how does that gonna work? But yeah, there's nothing out there that you right now that you want to give up your third pick for sure, and you probably don't even want to give your 10 pick. And Jewel Lloyd was not it either.
Especially now, now that Notre Dame is rolling again, and Maddie Westbrook, Maddie Westbell, is looking more and more enticing right now for that 10th pick. I didn't realize how big that girl is. That's a big girl.
Yeah, she's looking good. She's getting her footing back after coming back for.
She hit 2 or 3 threes tonight.
Now, if we draft Olivia Miles, I don't mind getting a Maddie Westbell because them two can fit together. Again, if you're going to draft Olivia Miles, your 10th pick got to make sense.
Yeah.
If not, you don't get the best available. You get what makes sense for your core.
Mm-hmm.
Maddie would fit Olivia's playing style. They play together. And she wouldn't be in the way of Camilla and Angel Reese.
Right. She could stretch the floor for
the only thing I would be hesitant about, she is great help side defense. I've looked at the film on her. I'm just hesitant on her perimeter defense. That's it.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
She plays too high. She doesn't. She isn't great at funneling towards help. Like her defense, but again, you around the right coaches, the right players that could possibly help with an anchor. She don't really have an anchor at Notre Dame. It's kind of like one man for themselves kind of thing. Like they don't really have an anchor on their defense. Koval is supposed to be their anchor. She's a freshman still learning. And since Westbell been back, she's been playing spot. So Westbell don't really have an anchor behind her like she would with Angel Reese and Camilla. So I don't really know how it would look. It would probably look better. But just her stationary defense is horrible. She doesn't drop her hips a lot on defense.
Yeah, I noticed that in the game tonight. She, as big as she is, she should be swatting everybody's shot out of the arena. But she don't move.
She plays great help side defense. She'll block it from behind when you don't see her coming. But just
right,
up front blocking, that ain't her. That ain't her.
But, yeah, but 1-on-1, it's huge, and she would
be what, y'all? She would be what, 3-4?
She's stretch 4.
She'll be a stretch 4. If you get Maddie Westbell at 10, I could see her as the 6th lady off the bench coming in behind Angel, or if Angel goes to the 5 and Camilla sits down, if they want to play small ball, she'll come in at the 4, Angel go to the 5. I can see something like that because I tell people this all the time. Angel is actually taller than Fee. Y'all know that, right?
Yeah.
I'll be like, people be like, Angel can't play the 5. I'll be like, I don't think y'all know how tall Angel actually is.
She's 6'3".
Right. She's long.
Big, yeah.
Yeah, she's big.
And she's the best rebounder in the WNBA. So why it wouldn't make sense for her to play spot minutes at the 5? If you want to stretch the floor and put more shooting out there.
Right.
But Maddie, I feel there's other players that
free agency. It also depends on who you get in free agency.
I feel there's other players at that 10th pick though. I see Maddie going later in the first round, early second. I don't see her as a top 10 pick. Like just in a vacuum. I was just talking about what would make sense if we get Olivia Miles as a pick, like a player like sense, but I wouldn't get her at 10.
Does Maddie even have to come out this year?
Who? Maddie?
Yeah.
She's a senior.
She's a senior. She gotta come out. Okay. Yeah, she don't got that COVID year.
Because I know Olivia don't have to come out.
Yeah, Olivia.
Yeah, she will, but she doesn't have to.
Right?
Huh?
She don't gotta come. Olivia don't gotta come out because of injury, right? Not because.
Yeah, Olivia's is injury from 2023.
Right.
Okay.
But she's not staying.
The COVID year is over.
Yeah, COVID stuff is over with. But the injuries, they got that injury rule where if you miss a year, you can make up a extra year. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So she could stay if she want to, but she's not staying.
Nah.
She's not staying.
She's coming out.
Yeah, she's hot as fish grease right now.
It just makes sense. It just makes sense.
Yeah, she's hot as fish grease right now. This would be the best time for her to come out.
The only thing I think could possibly make her stay, and no, even that, I was gonna say the only thing that could possibly make her stay if she feel like they got a chance to win the championship next year if they don't get it this year. But even at that, they're gonna lose Citron, they're gonna lose Maddie, they're gonna lose King. Yeah, I don't know about that. So yes, it makes more sense for
Yeah.
Hey, random razor. Olivia Olivia didn't redshirt. Olivia reclassified. I know that because I did the same thing. I actually was supposed to come out in 08. I came out in 07. When you reclassify, you don't get the red shirt that year. And Olivia played in 9 games that year. She came in after the spring. So her extra year came from her injury, not her red shirting. We got to get it together. Yeah, Random. Yeah, she played I think nine games. She came in because she reclassified to that year. Yeah. So her age doesn't align with everybody in her class because she actually came in a year early. Because when you go to prep schools, like I did too, you take college courses year. Like public schools, you don't. That's why you only see it in prep schools.
Yep.
Yeah, that's why you'll see like if you watch the NBA a lot, you'll see a good player switch schools. They'll end up at like one of those matter day schools or something like that, so they can reclassify. Because a lot of public schools won't let you do it because of the courses you got to take. You got to be college certified. I don't care if you is the best athlete, you still got to be college certified.
I noticed that Cheyenne Sellers ain't been playing. She hurt.
Cheyenne Sellers, I don't think she hurt.
The last game.
She got hurt.
I ain't see no news on that.
Not
I
Virginia.
think she is, y'all. I think she hurt, and I think they don't want to let it be known.
Hey, Key, watch your mouth now. Watch your mouth, Key.
I'm telling you, I watched the game. I watched the game when she went down.
Yeah, she clearly. She clearly. You can't.
She tried to come back in. She tried to come back in, Prince. So she went down. She went to the locker room. She came back out. She came back into the game. She played for maybe a minute, and she had to get back out, and they had to go back to the locker room, and we ain't heard nothing since.
No.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, Keith. They can't hide the fact that she hurt. She clearly got hurt in that game. I watched.
Yeah, but I think they're trying to hide how severe it is, B. Will, because they know she's trying to come out this year, and so. Yeah, I think they're trying to hide that, but I could be wrong. I could be very wrong.
Hey, they don't
know. Because
Reese said they announced today. She's fine. She's day to day.
Who said that?
Bree.
All right.
Hey,
okay.
You gotta stop hating on Sellers now.
I'm not.
You need to get up off her.
No.
First of all, I do not play about injury. That's something that's not funny. None of it.
B will be hating on Sellers too.
I don't
you capping now, Zoe capping now because I'm a Sellers fan. He capping.
He be on that Olivia Miles train.
So we gotta do it. Hey, we're gonna have to do a stream and have everybody come up on here and say who they like, because I ain't never said I don't like Sellers. I've never said that.
Look, I'm just saying. I
like her. I just don't think she's gonna fall to number 10.
Yeah, me
Sellers balling, man. We gonna look. If we gonna get Sellers, we're gonna have to trade up to get him.
me and Uncle J.E. the only ones that can see Sellers at 3. That's been consistent saying that. We the only ones that been consistently saying that. Me and Uncle. It might be one other person.
I would take Sellers at 3. I'm just stuck on Citron, not going. Citron won't be there at 5.
No, I mean that's the thing. That's how scandalous this draft is. Because we all like everybody, even you, Zoe. You got a bunch of alternative plans. I love that about you. But even you, as a Chicago Sky fan, if you can get Olivia Miles, that's you pick, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So Sonya Citron be damned. If you can get Olivia Miles for the Chicago Sky, that's who you picking, right, Zoe?
Right.
Yeah, we all on that bandwagon. It's the
If I
alternative.
had my way, it would be Citron though.
Oh, so you would pick Citron over Olivia?
Yeah, if I had my way.
Okay, well, so you one of the few, because most people.
I'm on the be will. I'm on the Olivia makes sense train. But if I had my way, just in a dream world, I'm picking Citron.
So I get you. Because look,
I can double down and I can give me a point guard at 10.
Again, I agree. That's you've been consistent with that. Most everybody else though is Olivia Miles first, and then every other pick we get at 3 is because Olivia Miles ain't there. But me and Uncle J.E. been solid on the fact that hey, I would take Sellers at 3. So
hey,
look, my girl. Hey, I believe Bree Wayne. If she say she day to day and it's not that bad injury, I believe her because I saw what happened, and it didn't look like something got twisted up or anything like that. It looked like it was just like a bad bruise, like knee to knee action.
Yeah, she did. It was a situation where she knocked knees with another player. It wasn't a twist or or anything like that.
Yeah.
Hey, look at this. Who was listening to my stream earlier when I was talking about panel etiquette isn't just not over talking someone, it's making sure what you're saying is accurate, because the chat is listening, and sometimes they take people's words and they turn them into gospel. They come with that she don't shoot the 3 at the rate we need her to. Man, can you put the ball in the basket?
Who they talking about?
Can you put the ball in the basket, man?
Yeah.
They talking about Sellers?
Yeah.
She does not shoot at a high clip, but she had a game where she went 100%. And then
can you put the B-Will? Can you put the ball in the basket? Because I thought the point of the game was who could get the highest score first.
Yeah.
By the time the shot clock run out, who had the most points? That's what I thought the point of the game was. Not who shoot the most threes.
I think they'd be hanging on that 3 because of what Jeff was saying. Jeff and Tyler talking about, getting tall guards or tall wings that can shoot 3s. I think that's why they be on so high.
But Sellers is 6'3", 6'2".
Yes, she is.
She's tall. She's tall.
That's what I keep telling people. Olivia Miles is only 5'10". Olivia Miles is actually not that tall.
She ain't 6 foot, but she's tall for a girl. But Sellers is about the same height as Juju.
So we need to get that together, man. We need to get look. You that game if this on Sellers, I'm good with bringing Vandersloot in because she can learn from her, right? Like how to see the court. Like Vandersloot can't teach her how to be athletic or score, but she could teach her how to see the court. You know what I'm saying?
So she can teach her how to both Olivia or Sellers. That's what. If Chicago go get Sloot, that's what it's for.
Like that's people be sleeping on Sellers' game, man. I don't know why Sellers don't get a lot of love. I don't understand that. Y'all listening to ESPN and who they told y'all is good. Go watch the film.
She been balling.
I don't understand why it's such a disrespect for Sellers to be at 3. Y'all listening to ESPN projections and all that stuff don't even be right having. I get Olivia Miles is a talented player, but golly, y'all act like if you put her and Sellers in the same conversation, that's disrespectful. Who y'all think Sellers is? Confused. I don't know. Y'all look, y'all gotta stop. Y'all again.
I'm at the point.
That's our fault though, Key. That's our fault, Key. I'm gonna hold all of them. That's our fault because the chat be listening to us when we get on panels and we poo people. Like they act like it's disrespectful to put Sellers and Olivia Miles in the same conversation.
No, I mean they're both point guards, so they obviously will be in the same conversation. I mean, That's just what it is. I mean, I don't. For me, I'm at the point right now, y'all. I put 7 players in a pot, and if the Chicago Sky pick 2 out of those 7, I'm straight. Like
He's right. He's right though, because ESPN, the prognosticators and whatnot, they got Georgia Amore rated ahead of Sellers.
Sellers?
Yeah,
Hey, I'm telling
when
you,
they talk about point, well, hold up. When they talk about point guards, they used to have AZ Fudd, Amore, then Olivia Miles. They had Olivia Miles behind Amore. I'm talking about early in the year. When Miles first came back. This is before Miles was doing what she's doing now. When she first came back, they had Georgia Amore, and AZ Fudd ranked ahead of her as far as the guard. And they didn't have Cheyenne Sellers anywhere in the mix.
Now that's a little.
But I'm just telling you, I'm just telling you how right Zoe is, though, when you listen to these prognosticators. Now,
like they can't even tell. The reason I be mad though, Brass, because they'll be like, "No, you wrong," but they can't even tell me why I'm wrong.
Right.
All they can say is, "Well, ESPN or this or that." They get a talking point from somebody else. No, see, this is why I'm one of them ones. No, you tell me why I'm wrong. Don't give me somebody else talking point. You tell me your thoughts on why I'm wrong.
Yeah.
And they can't.
Yep. And then later on, and then when Olivia Miles came back and she was balling out a little bit, now she's rising up the boards. Now they got her at 2, but they still haven't given any love or whatever.
No love
to Sellers.
16-2 ain't got no love. They move up one bit.
Look, Marcus B said Sellers is a starving Ethiopian's juju. Come on, man.
That's funny. That's somebody trolling.
That's funny as hell. I'm sorry, it's funny as heck. But stop the cap. Watch her.
Hey, Sellers just gave her that work though. Don't sleep.
Hey, that was man.
See, that's what I be talking about though. Nobody in the chat said that though. Sellers just literally gave Juju that work.
I'm going to push back on that and say she gave.
Yeah, Juju her. I'm not saying Juju her.
I'm just saying she gave Juju incomplete work. Not the complete Juju, not the future Juju. The sophomore baby Juju. The sophomore baby Juju. He gave her the work as a veteran, which is what I would expect. I would expect a veteran of Cheyenne Sellers' stature to give Juju that work because she's older, more crafty, been there, done that. But older Juju, when she gets to the WNBA, will treat Sellers like a cone drill. Please believe it.
Because Sellers ain't gonna get no better. Okay.
She ain't gonna get more athletic. She ain't gonna get.
I'm just listening to him.
You can say what you want. I'm telling you.
Sleep on Sellers, man. Hey, shout out. Hold on, Grass.
Sleep on Juju. Keep sleeping on Juju.
Grass. Let me give somebody a shout out. Shout out Uncle J.E., aka Barbershop Talk 22. Make sure y'all go follow him. Because I'm gonna tell y'all the crazy thing. He the one who actually put me on to Sellers earlier before the season started. Because I knew about Sellers, of course, from the Angel Reese stuff. But like he the one who made me go watch film on her. So shout out to Barbershop Talk, aka Uncle J.E.
Yeah,
he the one who Uncle J.E. the one who put me actually like I knew about Sellers, but I started purposely watching film on her because of Uncle J.E. and his hype.
Yep, I gave Uncle J.E. his props earlier for sure, 100%.
Yeah. I remember he talked about it all the time. Of course, I knew about it, but I never talked about it. Not because she wasn't good, but because I've been used to watching her. Because her dad is a Buckeye. I knew her when she was a little kid because she's from Cleveland. So I've known about Cheyenne for years. Brad Sellers' little girl. So I've been known she can ball, but her thing is she's not as often injured as AZ and severely injured. She never had a real debilitating severe injury really like that, but she get those little knick-knack like now. She knock knees and she's out day to day. That's the thing about Cheyenne. But when she's on the court,
Key,
the dog.
Say, Key, who's your favorite college athlete right now?
Why are you asking me this?
Because I never hear you talk about the college players that much.
Okay, so as far as right now, I've really been paying attention to, the LSUs, the South Carolinas, the Notre Dame. I catch some UCLA games. I see Tennessee, Texas, stuff like that. I'd have to say my favorite college athlete right now is gonna be on Notre Dame. It's actually hard to pick between, like, I like all of them. I love the way that they play, the whole team. So it's hard to pick which one's my favorite between Olivia, Hannah, Sonia. I love Sonia's game. And I love, now that I've been able to see Maddie come back from injury, I like her game now that she's getting her foot in as well.
You forgetting about Leah 2 King, man.
Oh yeah, no.
They be disrespecting King, man.
I said the whole team. Like, I love literally watching that team. I love watching that team play, and it's probably Miel too. Like, the way she run her offense, I love.
They are fun to watch.
Yeah.
They are fun to watch.
And even in the blowouts, I like watching their blowouts.
Because I don't miss their games really, unless South Carolina's playing at the same time. When South Carolina's playing, I watch South Carolina or LSU. But if they're not playing and Notre Dame is on, for me they must watch TV. So yeah, that's a fun team to watch.
It's a fun team to watch, and then when you love to watch a team, it's hard not to.
If Hidalgo is playing.
Yeah, it's hard not to favor watching them. I mean, even if I don't get to watch it when it come on the next day while I'm working, I put it on and watch it. So I like Michaela Williams from LSU. I like Kaylin Gilbert off the bench. I love Flau'jae Down. But she like, I'm not like, oh my God, Flau'jae. I never have been in her career, but I like her game.
I have real concerns about it. Go ahead.
About my opinion on that? Or
No. Flau'jae.
That's why I'm not. That's why I'm like, it actually, and what I like watching LSU as well, except for Kim Mulkey's offense is not that fun to watch. So there's that, but they're a fun team to watch, as individual players. And so that's, I like the Michaela Williams, what I'm saying? The
Anissa Morrow and Michaela are the ones that do it for me.
Yeah, and Anissa Morrow. And but Flau'jae, yeah, I've watched her. I've watched her since Angel was there. And she's to me, she's the same player since her freshman year. Y'all will have to watch her from her freshman year to understand what I'm saying. She's a better player, but she's the same player. It's so weird.
Slightly better.
Slightly, you know what I mean? It's just.
I thought she would be a lot better than she is now.
Correct.
It's like Flau'jae to me is just like Paige. Can't deny their talent. Can't deny what they can do. Right. I'm waiting for them both to take over.
Yes, like just take fire, and I haven't seen it yet with Flau'jae, and it's her team. It's supposed to be her team, but it's Anissa Morrow's team.
Thank you.
It's not Flau'jae's team.
She's about to get knocked down behind Michaela.
Yeah. I
always thought it was Anissa Morrow's team. I never thought it was Flau'jae's team.
I mean,
I thought she just complimented her very well, but I always thought like it would go through Anissa.
I thought it would be Flau'jae's team Zoe. I thought it would be. I didn't predict that it would be, but I thought it would be. And it's not. You're right. That's Anissa's team.
Yeah, I always thought it would be
I
a
can
decent team.
follow that. I can follow that, Brass. I follow your thought process.
Because even though it goes through her, I thought that Flau'jae would be
The catalyst.
the catalyst, the okay, move out the way, I'll win the game for you.
Yeah.
Right,
That kind of player.
And a leader.
And leader, right.
I don't see
Right.
her being a leader. I don't see that in her. To be honest.
I see the clutch shooter, Michaela,
Yes.
the leader, Anissa, and then
Michaela
Flau'jae.
is still young though. She hasn't been there. She hasn't done enough yet. She's still young.
But every time I look up, Zoe, she's making big shots. Every time I look up.
Now she's a dog now. I'm just talking about like just respect around the team.
I think she deserves respect.
No. Look, when I'm talking about respect around the team, I'm talking about like everything runs through her. Her being vocal.
No.
Yeah.
She
hasn't done enough in that regard.
That's Anissa checks all them boxes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like that's why
Anissa checks all them boxes. Yeah. But I'm just saying, when they need a shot.
Oh yeah. You thought it would be Flau'jae, but it's been Michaela.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. I thought that would be Flau'jae. Like when Kim Mulkey, okay, fourth quarter, okay, Flau'jae, I need you to put up 15 right now. To put it and no, it's Michaela.
Flau'jae, this is the one thing Flau'jae could tweak is letting the game come to her. If she could just let the game come to her, she'd be a better player. But she forces it, and it do not be landing. It's hard to watch.
Yeah, that's what it looks like to me. That she forces a lot instead of just letting the game naturally come to her. Mm-hmm. And she has difficulty taking over games because I think, especially when defense is key on her, because they know that she tries to do a lot. But I tell you what, though. That mid-range she got is wet.
Yeah.
That mid-range she got is wet. You let her get that mid-range off, it'll be lights out for you.
Yeah, for sure.
Because that bad boy wet. Now when she get to that mid-range jumper, it's wet. But as far as and defensively is where she mostly disappoints me. Because I thought she would be a lot better defensively with her length, her athleticism. I thought she would be better than Sanaya Rivers. Because I have Flau'jae and Sanaya Rivers and Hannah at the three best perimeter defenders in the country, along with, of course, Sonia Cintron also. But I thought those four, I thought they were the elite perimeter defenders. And you got to put Juju in there now, too, because she's balling defensively. She's one of the better defenders in the country on the perimeter. But those are my fantastic five right there. And Flau'jae, she's kind of disappointing me on that end because I'll be seeing her getting cooked.
And the thing about Flau'jae is, like, I understand where you're coming from, Brass, because Flau'jae, she's one of the.
Hey, I'll be right back. Hold it down, be Will.
For sure. She's one of the few players in college that actually talks about playing defense. Like Flau'jae wants to be the number one defender. She wants to be. And so I understand why you said you're disappointed in what she's actually doing, because her defense has lacked, especially for, again, given how much she talks about it and wants to be.
And that's the thing about her. She talks a lot. You know, be quiet. Just do it.
That's true.
But, be quiet. Just do it. Just do it. Now you can talk. You can talk when you're on that microphone. That's where you prolific at off the court. But when it comes to court, just stop. Just stop, because her actions ain't backing up her words when it comes to that. Because with that, like I said, with that length and that athleticism, she should be a lockdown defender. She should be a lockdown defender. And I know it's the SEC, and I know they have a lot of athletes, but she's one of them. And she needs to be effective, if not lockdown. Not lockdown, at least hold people to way below their average. But from what I've been seeing lately, she be getting cooked, and Kim Mulkey be standing there looking like, what the hell are you doing?
Man, Kim be pissed on the sideline, man. Kim be tight, but she don't know what to do because she don't have a bench. Kim don't have a bench, so she just like, God, I just got Kim is one of the coaches, she'll bench you. Shit, when you start doing stuff,
she'll take you out the game. Yep.
She don't have a bench, and then I do think she has a soft spot for Flau'jae. I do think she has a soft spot for her.
Loves her some Flau'jae. That's
let her get away with a lot.
She coddles that girl. You would think that was her granddaughter.
Hey, but look, Seth, I was listening to Seth the other day, and she talked about Kim the look on Kim's face when she looked at what she got. I'm like, man, I thought this would be enough, but it's not enough.
No,
it's not enough.
No.
Maybe next year because they got a great recruiting class coming. But maybe
right, which she does. I think she got the #1 recruiting class right now.
Yeah, but I'm gonna get back to those questions to Key. Who's your favorite college player right now? I'm gonna go ahead and go, and I'm gonna give it to you, Brass. If you ask me who my favorite college player to watch, players to watch for me is undeniably Olivia Miles. That's my favorite college player to watch right now.
Yeah,
Number two,
that's
easy. That's easy, right? It's low hanging fruit. My second favorite, and y'all might think I'm crazy, but Sanaya Fagan. I'm loving what Sanaya Fagan is doing.
Okay.
Watching her come to her own and watching her do the things that she does, and like she does the quiet work that nobody that people who are looking for flash and all that don't see. Like I'm watching Sanaya Fagan bully people in the paint. She taking everybody's best big out of the paint. Non-factor. She did it to Lauren Betts. Everybody's favorite, prototype WNBA big. She's gonna be X, Y, and Z. No, Shania Fagan took her out of the paint. She was on. Look, they lost that game, but Lauren Betts was not a factor on offense. That's for damn. She was a little bit of a factor in the defensive man, because she clogged the paint for SC's guards. But man, Sanaya Fagan, that's my girl. And I'm gonna drop a shout out to Leah King. Leah is only like 6'1", 6'2". She played a 4. She only like 6'1", 6'2". But look at how many times Olivia and Sonia and Hannah lob a pass into Leah and watch her go get it. Watch her go get it. And then come up, and put that ball in the hole. Come on.
Yeah, I love Leah 2's mid-range game. I mean, I love her mid-range game, and she is definitely great at rebounding as well.
I like her tenacity.
Yeah.
Is that you done?
Yeah. On you, Brad.
Okay. Well, my favorite is Juju Watkins. You're looking at a generational talent. I think she's the Jordan to Angel and Caitlin's Magic and Bird coming in the WNBA. So she's #1 on my list. And the reason why she's #1 on my list is because USC, it's her, it's Kiki, who was also very disappointing this year for me because she misses too many damn layups. And after them two, it's nothing but freshmen. They're just full of freshmen. Everybody else is a freshman. And without Juju, they don't win. I think they would probably have 2 or 3 losses if it wasn't for Juju. And one against Indiana, of all people. So she's by herself, and she still puts up big numbers. She's still top 3 in the country in scoring. She's still top, I think, 5 or 6 or something like that in block shots. She rebounds. She steals. She could play off the ball, on the ball. She could play the 2. She could play the 3. She could play the 1. So for me, it's her. Hidalgo is my second favorite. Hannah Hidalgo. Self-explanatory. Straight dog. She got what Angel has. She has the same dog in her that Angel has in her. And that's saying something. If you want Hill Dog, I can go in the dark alley. I'm cool with Hill Doggo. I'm cool with Hill Doggo because I know she a pit bull. People say that since she's little. No, she's little, but she's a pit bull. Okay, pit bulls ain't big dogs, but they big dogs. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
My other favorite is I love Olivia. I love Centron. My other one though that I really like to watch is Raven Johnson.
Defensively, she's amazing.
I love her all around. Her defense, her leadership, her calm, the way she handles her teammates, the way she handles that team as a point guard, as a leader. I mean, it's just a joy to watch. She's not flashy. Yeah. She's not fancy. But if you're a basketball purist, you cannot not like Raven Johnson. Yeah. And her on-ball defense, I put her up there. I don't think I named her my top perimeter defenders. She's another one. I put in the same category with Centron, Juju, Sanaya Rivers, and in that category. But she's another one of my favorites. And as far as the upper echelon, there's a lot of players I like watching, but those are the main ones I like watching.
Look, that's a good 3. That's a good 3. I can't argue with nobody's.
Me neither. I like Sanaya Fagan is my surprise. If there was the most improved player in the country, she'd be on the list, nearly at the top, because she come out of nowhere. I didn't see that coming, especially after Ashlyn Watkins went down.
Look, the funny thing is, Brass, I saw that last year. I was like, man, Fagan be doing her thing, even when they had Miller and Ashley. I was like, Sanaya Fagan be doing her thing, so that's why I'm so happy to see her come into her own.
But I would have to question why she ain't starting. She didn't start though. There's something that no, she didn't start. She wasn't a starter this year.
Yes, she was. She been starting.
I could have swore Ashlyn Watkins was starting.
Yeah, I thought it was
when she came back. Because when she was dealing with her court thing, Fagan may have been in there starting or whatever. But I thought it was her, Chloe Kitts. I thought the front line was Chloe Kitts, her, not Fagan, but Chloe Kitts, Ashlyn Watkins, and
now, bro, go back. Fagan been starting the whole year, even when Ashlyn came back. Sanaya and Chloe they starting 4 and 5. Yep, Ashlyn came off the bench all season. But again, we know it's South Carolina, so we know it don't really matter who's starting who coming off the bench. You're getting the same production, and you're actually getting better production from the bench, technically speaking. But yeah, like Fagan been starting the whole year. It's like asking why is Bree Hall starting over, say.
Bree Hall was the other one. Bree Hall was the other because she plays small. She played a 3. She plays it. So her, Chloe, I thought it was her, Chloe, and Ashlyn. Once Ashlyn got back from her little situation.
I don't recall Ashland starting a single game this year. I could be wrong, but I don't recall that. I believe Fagan been starting the whole time.
Yeah, you might be right, because I remember they talking about her coming off the bench, but
Because Dawn is big, and Dawn is big for that. Like, one thing you notice, like, her starters are her upperclassmen. We all can see the talent of the bench players, but they're all underclassmen.
she's a stickler for defense. Well, Fagan's playing defense too, though. I'll be sharing the busting people's shots.
That's what I'm saying. Fagan doing her thing.
Yeah, she's doing her thing.
She's not necessarily the shot blocker that Ashland is, but what she does better than Ashland is she keeps the other teams big out the paint.
She's a good shot blocker. She's just not as good as Ashland, but she's a good shot blocker.
Because Ashland is a freak.
Yeah, she's a freak athlete. Yeah,
she's tall, she's long, and athletic.
Yeah.
You know, but yeah, no, so Nia
Is
Fagan.
is her and Fagan the same height?
I think so. I think they're both 6'3". I think they're both 6'3". Because I don't think Ashland is long.
Yeah, but she ain't tall like that. Right.
I think they're both 6'3".
Yeah. Okay, that's what I thought. Yes, Ashland just long as hell.
Yeah, I think for me, I said this in somebody's stream the other day. Fagan is playing better than Kiki. Kiki just getting more minutes.
Yeah, that's not saying much though, bro. That's not saying much.
But Kiki
is totally busting out for me. She's just totally busting for me. It's frustrating watching her because USC is only fun to watch if you're watching Juju. The rest of them, the entertainment factor with USC is at a 7 out of 10. It would be lower if it wasn't for Juju.
Wow, Brad.
I don't like them. I don't think they're gonna. I don't think they.
So
I don't think they. The only way they go into a Final Four or an Elite Eight is if Juju carry them on their back, because teams listen. Teams are now triple teaming, quadruple teaming her to try to take her away and make other people beat her, make other players beat her. Now Kennedy, I like.
Yes.
They have a girl on their team named Kennedy.
Yeah,
she's a freshman.
Yeah.
Kennedy Smith, but
she plays hard.
Kennedy Smith, I like her.
Yeah.
The rest of them,
No, who the other side?
They're all freshmen.
Brad, I got something to say.
Go ahead.
And just tell me how you feel about this.
Okay.
I don't like how dominant Juju is on the ball. How do you feel about it? Juju.
You don't like her what?
How dominant she is on the ball, like how ball dominant she is.
Uh-huh.
I don't like that, but is that for a reason? You know what I mean?
That's all they got.
Okay.
Consistently. That's all they got. Consistently.
Hey, Key, I'm gonna throw this at you. So, Juju is ball dominant, but whether she bringing up the ball or somebody else bringing up the ball, first option is Juju. So Juju don't really have much choice but to be ball dominant.
Okay.
On the flip side of that, I don't think Juju is too ball dominant. On the flip side, as much as I love Hannah Hidalgo, I think Hannah is too ball dominant for her team. I think Hannah can score and does score a lot, but I see Hannah pass up on easy passes, easy looks for her teammates all the time, and then she goes in and she actually makes a shot, but it's probably not the best shot that that sequence could have gotten. You know what I'm saying? And so that's why I think, as much as I love Hannah, and I was talking about her the other day, and I caused a little bit of confusion because I did say She does it on both sides of the court, and it sounded like I went back and listened to HD's stream, and it sounded like I was saying Juju's not a two-way player. That's not what I was saying, because Juju is a fantastic defensive player.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, I think Hannah is too.
Well, I would love to
super.
see, but I get that y'all are basically saying she doesn't have a choice. But I would love to see her. Like, I'm not saying she don't need to be the scorer that she is. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't think that's even possible. She's just gonna always. That's natural to her. But I definitely would love to see her be less ball dominant. But I get what y'all are saying. Like, there isn't. Like, she really don't have much to work with. And that's why she ends up with the ball in her hands a lot. And I think even her teammates, like, even they kind of, I've noticed it. I'm like, damn, I'm like, is this just the offense y'all run? Is this the coach tell y'all this? I don't know what movie I watched where the coach like pass the ball to so and so. You know what I'm saying? Don't even play that. So I'm like, damn, do they just be? But it's like Juju has to have the ball. But I think the great thing about her is I think she's good at both. You know what I mean? I think she would be good at being off ball and on ball. That's
She plays off ball a lot. She plays off ball a lot because they have a freshman who's a point guard by position by she's a natural point guard. She's just a freshman.
Heckle.
Okay.
Heckle, yeah.
Heckle is another exciting player on that team.
Yeah.
Kennedy is good. She's a solid defender, and she does.
He's their best defender. Other than Juju, she's their best defender.
Yeah, but Heckle is their other exciting player.
Yeah. She all right. She's solid. I watched them. Like I said, Juju is my favorite player, so I watch him all the time.
Yeah,
the last game that they played, I think it was Purdue. They busted Purdue's ass. They blasted Purdue. But that's because Juju's teammates were hitting their shots. When they hit their shots, they're impossible to beat because you got to deal with Juju. Now you got to deal with her teammates. But you've heard me say this before, B. Will, and this is what I say about Pow Pow. I do not like streaky shooters because they disappear too much, more often than I like, which is what streak shooters are. When they get hot, they can run off 7 threes on you. But when they cold, they go 0 for 3. Now, Pow Pow's gotten a little better because she's doing other things other than hanging out at 3-point line. So I really love the way her game has progressed. However, when I would talk to HD or Zoe or KSAT, because KSAT love him some Pow Pow. And so does Bro Claude. Bro Claude loves him some Pow Pow. Really loves Pow Pow.
I love Pow Pow.
He ride for Pow Pow. I like her, but not for the sky. I don't like her for the sky because she's streaky. Now getting back to Southern Cal. That's the thing with Juju's teammates. They can disappear, they can appear. When their last game, they showed up and showed out, and I think they scored 100 points on Purdue. Partially because Purdue is terrible. Let's just get that out the way. Purdue is terrible, but I've seen against weaker teams where they go cold and they don't do nothing. It's just Juju scoring 30-something points. Now, in that Purdue game, Juju was chill. She was cooling because her teammates were scoring. When they triple team Juju, she knows how to pass. That's another thing I love about Juju. She knows when to pass. She knows how to pass. When she passed the ball to her teammates, they were hitting their shots. Heckle was hitting her shot, and the other white girl they got that's from, I think she's from South Dakota or North Dakota somewhere.
Holly.
Yeah. See, you know the names better than I do. Holly. She was
watch all these games, brother. I watch them all.
But I'll be paying. But her teammates, I don't remember their names because they don't do nothing. But Holly was hitting a shot. I think she hit like 6 threes against Purdue the other day. So because I think Juju had maybe I gotta look it up, but she had several assists. Put it that way. She had a lot of assists because the defense would collapse on her, and she passed to either Heckle or she passed to Holly, and they were hitting their shots. Kiki got hurt in that game. She banged knees with somebody and left the game and didn't come back. But you know, when her teammates are hitting shots, they're very good. But I don't see them going that far. I think next year when those freshmen become sophomores and Juju's a junior, that's when I think they'll be legitimate national championship contenders. But right now, they too young. Because remember last year, Juju had veterans around her when she was a freshman. She had a lot of veterans around her. All them veterans are gone. So it's her and Kiki. And Kiki is a transfer. She was with Stanford last year. So she transferred there this year. They're the oldest people. They're the oldest girls on the team. The rest of them are freshmen. And, you know, freshmen coaches have a saying, the only thing good about freshmen is that they become sophomores. But they're good. They're good players. Don't get me wrong, but they're just young. And they're not, and plus, and you heard me say this also, B. Well, I'm not too keen about their coach. I don't like their coach. Gottlieb. I call her Gottdweeb.
Gottdweeb.
Yeah.
Gottdweeb.
Yeah. Because Key, she leaves Juju in the game. She plays Juju way too many minutes. I mean, she's by far the most. She get most used out of Juju. By far leads the team in minutes played. It ain't even close. This woman was up 40 points against Purdue. Like I said, they destroyed Purdue. And it's the fourth quarter, and she still got Juju in the game. I'm like, what are you doing? Your franchise player, you up 40, and she's still in the game. She probably wouldn't even played in that quarter if it was up to me. But, you know, sometimes she be doing stuff that's some goofy stuff, man. I'd be like, shh.
No, I agree with you 100%, man. It's too much. Like basketball, it's one of those sports that anything can happen at any second. So, like, why you got 50 points? Why you got any of your starters in, especially your number one,
numero uno, right?
You know what I mean? Like the one that's gonna get you wherever you're trying to get to this year.
Exactly. And if you lose her, it's a wrap.
Yeah, I feel the same way about Notre Dame. They had some games where they were up, 20, 30 points. Why are players still in now? On the only thing I would say that Notre Dame had going for against them is that for like a good portion of the year, the first part of the year, before the holidays, they only had like a 6 or 7.
I was about to say they only had 6 players. Yeah.
Yeah, they could even play. So
yeah. That's why they were so happy that Maddie came back finally.
Maddie, not Caval, but Carlin,
yeah,
and Reese.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. So yeah. And that's the thing about them. Their depth. They have more depth than USC. If they lose Juju, it's a wrap. If they lose Hidalgo, they'll still be a threat.
Yep, that's true.
They'll still be a threat. Because there's nobody on USC that's as good as Olivia Miles and Centron and Maddie Westbeld.
Nope.
Okay? Nobody. The closest would be Kennedy Smith, but she's a freshman. They're freshmen.
We know what Kiki's supposed to be.
Yeah, well, Kiki, she's playing herself out of the top of the first round, in my opinion.
The problem with Kiki is she's still putting up numbers. That's the thing. People are just looking at numbers.
Paper.
They're quiet. A lot of her points. Like she had a couple games where she did come up pretty big down the stretch.
Yeah.
But for the most part, her numbers, all her numbers, they've been really quiet. And like, damn, he scored 18 points. I
Yeah.
swear I only saw her shoot 3 baskets. You know what I mean? Like,
You know, I hear Zoe talk about this. You can score points, but are they game changing points? You see what I'm saying? And that's the difference between her and Juju. Juju scores meaningful points, like dagger points, like when she scores, it's oh my God, that'll affect the game. Kiki is more. We'll tolerate her 18 as long as we keep Juju in check. That kind of thing. Like we don't mind if she score a little 18. That's not going to change the game like Juju does. Juju is a game changer when she does her thing.
yeah.
Kiki is just and all the layups that she missed, bro. I just be like, what is going on here? Like what are you doing? I mean, you supposed to be the second pick of the draft.
Hold on, Brad.
Prospect.
Hold on, Brad. We not gonna clown people missing layups. And
Man, I ain't trying to hear all that stuff about the WNBA. I get that. This is college. You're going against 17-year-olds. Come on, man.
I couldn't help that. You know I had to.
I know. I knew somebody was going to bring it up. It went through my mind too, but nah. When you playing against 18 to 17-year-olds and you 20 and 21, come on, man.
I guess Key left. I ain't hear her drop off, but I guess Key gone.
Yeah, I don't see her profile on here.
She might see me in chat. I don't know. Maybe somebody else went live.
Yeah.
You know, people. Look, it's so many now, Brass. You know, look, me and you. We on the outside. I think you got a channel, right? Do you have a channel?
Nah, not yet. Nah.
Yeah,
Man, I'll be too busy to do all that, man.
Yeah, me too. I'm the same, man. We two of the faithfuls. We always somebody paneling in the chat or whatnot.
Yeah.
But I don't have the time to put together content. That's why I appreciate
Exactly. I would have to do all kind of research and all that other stuff. Man, I ain't got time for that, man.
I wish I could, but I don't.
I don't. I mean, I wish I could. That's another stream of income. That'd be nice.
Yeah,
but I just don't have that kind of time.
But
HD is the hardest working man in YouTube.
Oh man,
that dude, boy, he's man. You go to work, come home, and be on there for 10 hours. I'd be like, wow,
that's crazy.
That's crazy. I salute my man HD. Shout out to HD.
100%.
Shout out to HD. He's a dog. I've been telling him that too. I said, man, you the third shift god, bro. I couldn't do it. Work at UPS and then get on for 10 hours?
Yeah.
I don't even want to talk about sports that long or anything else. For real.
We got so many right now to choose from, and it's hard enough to just keep up and listen and try to be in chats. It's so many right now, but it's all good, man, because everybody doing something positive and the crazy thing is it's as many as there are. They all support her. They all be in each other's stream.
Yeah, that's what I love the most. How they support each other. I love that, like a family.
With all the stuff, all the content that they produce, and they still find time to spend time
with each other. Right.
That's what's up.
Right. Yep. Because earlier Bro Claw was on.
Yeah.
And I went over there real quick to shout him out. And I didn't get on their panel, but I shouted him out. I meant to give him a sticker, but I forgot to do it. And so he was on there talking about, the Sky situation, whatever. He had Keisha on there with him. Who else was on there? He had a panel. It was Keisha.
Key. I was up there.
Oh, you were earlier?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I came on later.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I stopped there for a few minutes, hollered at him, and then I saw that Zoe was on, And I feel obligated to get on Zoe because I got the wrench. So I was like, yeah, let me get on over here to Zoe. And then one night, Bro Claude, Brooklyn, HD, and Showtime was on. I'm like, damn. I can't hit all these dudes on at the same time. Showtime be liking to do them LA Clipper games.
Oh yeah, yep.
And he was on, and then HD was on, and then Bro Claude was on, and Brooklyn was on. And now Uncle J.E. got his on. And Keisha got hers on. And
hey, quick note. Make sure you like the video if you haven't already, man. At one time I had 80 people in here, man. Let's get the likes to 80, man. If you ain't liked the video yet, if you're not a subscriber, make sure you subscribe. Shout out to the 8 people that subscribed today since the stream been live. To the 8 people that are new subscribers. If you're just tuning in, those who stuck around, I told you I was gonna do it at the end. Wanted to reward those who stuck around. To all my loyal supporters, this is my 10K giveaway. So I told you I was going to do it 1 through whatever number was in here at the time. Right now we got 45 people in here. So the number is 1 through 45. The two closest 1 through 45 will have the option of getting one of my 3 designs. I am Zoe Media. What are we doing? One of the t-shirt or hoodie, your color artwork in your color hoodie or t-shirt, whatever one you want. Again, 1 through 45. So for the next 5 minutes, I'll open it up to the chat. I'll be monitoring it. Be Will and Brad, y'all can continue doing what y'all doing. Just wanted to let y'all know the contest is going on for the next 5 minutes. The closest one to the number 1 through 45. Email me at IamZoeMedia once I announce you the winner, and you'll get your option of choosing between whichever hoodie or t-shirt you want and whatever color you want, and I'll ship it to you and everything. Hopefully I can get it to you in like less than 5 days, because I know some people. So the contest will be going on for the next 5 minutes, 1 through 45. The 2 closest will be announced the winners before the stream ends.
Yep. Go get that, y'all. But Zoe, I gotta go. I'm about to go to work. Be well. Zoe.
Always a pleasure, my brother.
Pleasure.
Yeah,
love
hey, Brad, you already know what it is over here, man.
Yeah, love y'all, man. I'll holler at y'all. On the you going live tomorrow? Zoe?
That I don't know. I know the wife wanted to do something, so I'll see what the wife want to do.
You gonna catch the game, South Carolina?
Oh, no. I'm on HD channel. I mean, I'm on Showtime channel tomorrow for the Unrivaled game.
Oh, that's right. Unrivals tomorrow. Got you.
Yeah. I'm on his channel for Unrivaled tomorrow.
That's the reason why I was pissed off. They pushed back. Well, that's at 5 o'clock, so it's gonna be before the game. So yeah, that's cool. That's good timing. Yep. But I'll be in there. I'll be in the house watching y'all.
Yes, sir. Yeah, we gonna Brad, before you leave, one day, man, we gonna do something for the subscribers, man. We gonna do a player circle or something. We gonna create a new avenue. Look, I'm the main one pushing for it. I think we could do something special, especially going into the WNBA season. I think we can do something. I think we can do come together on the channels, and even if we gotta like come together and start up like just one YouTube itself, kind of do something like that. Cool. Yeah, man, we're gonna
I'm down. I'm down,
man. I'm pushing.
I'm down. I'm with y'all, man. I ride with y'all, man. Y'all my brothers. I like y'all, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Get that money, man.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it, man.
All right, y'all.
All right, Brad.
Peace.
Again, the contest is going on 1 through 45. The 2 closest winners will be selected. I'll be shipping you a hoodie or t-shirt of your choice. You'll be able to select between 3 different designs. So if you're just listening, pick your phone up for a second, type in your number. It only take 5 minutes. Type in your number 1 through 45. The 2 closest will get a t-shirt or a hoodie of their choice from my 3 designs. Either I Am Zo Media hoodie, What Are We Doing hoodie, or one of them ones hoodie. Shout out to all of y'all, man. Shout out to y'all. What you think about today's stream, man?
Oh, it's live, man. Can I get one of them? Hey, can I get one of them hoodies? I want mine to say one of them twos. I'm a good sidekick.
Oh man, I ain't heard nobody say that one yet. Man. Oh, that's wild.
It's a good
wow.
It's a good stream as usual.
I ain't heard nobody say that one yet. The man said one of them too, man.
Man, no, it's a great stream though, man. It's a great stream as usual.
I be trying, man. Like I be trying to give them, a different, viewpoint on certain things, stuff like that. That's what I really try to focus on.
It's always educational.
Yeah,
that's what nobody that comes to your streams could say that they don't learn something every time they come through.
Right. That's why I be telling the chat, like, if you and that's why I be telling the chat, if I say something wrong, don't be afraid to correct me. You ain't never see me go at nobody in my chat for like correcting me on like saying somebody's name wrong, the wrong number or the wrong year. Because again, I just want my channel to be informational. You know what I'm saying? Like, just come over here, learn something. I can learn something too.
Yep, I ain't never seen that. So and people appreciate that.
Yeah.
Yep, people appreciate that. You ain't got to be right all the time.
Yeah. That's why when I be on other people's channels, I be telling them, like not like the panel hosts, because they know me, they watch my streams, but like people who don't watch my streams, that's why I be telling them I don't be meaning no harm, man.
Yeah. Like, look, it's okay to admit when you're wrong or when you were other than you thought you were. Like I shot you that Instagram, tell you, oh shoot, wait a minute, I just rewatched that. I was causing confusion.
Right.
I was causing a little confusion. I promise I wasn't trying to. But when I heard it back, I was like, okay, I get what they're saying. I get where they're coming from.
Right.
Funny, I laughed so hard about that on my way to work. I was like, oh shit. Oh shoot.
Y'all been doing good though. Like out of all my 50, I think I got 58 videos. Out of all the 58, only 2 of them the way it works, y'all can't see it, but on my end, like, it'll show like a $sign. It'll be green, yellow, or red. Red means can't monetize it at all. Yellow means I can only get paid from like the subscribers I get from the video. And then the green means I can get paid from like the ads, the subscribers, the views. So like only 2, I don't got no reds, and I got 2 yellows. Somebody was cursing in one of them, and another one I was playing a WNBA like a highlight thing that got flagged. But I was able to, it didn't flag the thing, but I was still able to get like subscriber monetization off of it. I just couldn't get the viewership monetization, because basically the viewership goes to the WNBA.
How much leeway do they give you? Like, do you lose money or monetization for like a single curse word, or is it like an accumulation, or is it
accumulation in certain words? So like, no, it doesn't have like a real person that checks it. It's an automation thing where it picks up your sentences. Like sometimes you'll look at a video and you'll see how like it's like broke down. The streamer isn't doing that. The YouTube automation itself goes in and breaks down your screen. So when you go to description and you'll see like breakdown times, most of 80% of the time the channel owner ain't doing that. YouTube's doing that.
You mean a transcript?
Yeah. No, not the transcript. Well, yeah, I guess you call it the transcript. It's like at this time they started talking about free agency. At this time they started talking about NFL.
Yeah.
The timeline breakdown thing, like YouTube does that. Sometimes they'll do it, but most of the time YouTube just automatically does it. So they really like they got a high advanced system that the world don't got yet, because they can pick up on every tone, every racial slur, even chat. Sometimes like they'll X out of somebody's like chat on the live replay, they'll literally delete it. You don't even have to go in there and delete it. So they got a good like system. So the leeway is slim to none. So because they read every word, like play it back. So I mean, I don't know like the true leeway, but it's certain words like you don't even get one of.
Okay.
Yeah. That's why if you listen to a lot of people YouTubes, they've started using like the word unalive, and stuff like that. So yeah.
Oh, really?
You can't say the other word.
Gotcha.
Yeah. I learned that doing movie reviews.
Okay.
Yeah. That's why if you watch like movie reviews, you'll hear them say unalive instead of the other word.
Yes, I think that's information all your panelists need to know.
Yeah. Even like if you'll listen to HD sometimes, like he'll say like earlier he was playing the Angel Reese video and he was like YouTube commentary purposes only. So sometimes like you gotta let them know and they'll like bypass it, what it's for.
Okay.
Yeah, so anytime you're on somebody's channel and they're saying that when you're like watching before you get on the panel, they're saying that not for you. They're saying that so when YouTube plays it back for themselves, they don't like flag them for like that little part of it, or you'll have to like take it out.
Just like allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly. yeah. HD uses that word a lot. Yeah, allegedly.
But look, hey, HD be on there so crunk and live. This just I'm like, if
some he probably be like, I don't care if I don't get paid for it, but then some you can tell he like, I like hold it down. Because again, you know what streams you want to really get paid for.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. That's what's up. I congratulate all y'all, man. I ain't nothing but happy for y'all.
You're trying to do our thing, man. Look, that's why I be going to support all of the channels. You won't. I'm one of those people, especially with the people I'm tight with, like the HDs, the K-Saps, Lakeisha, Bro Clyde, Showtimes. Like you won't never hear me say a bad word about them because I know now that I do YouTube, I know what goes on behind the scenes. So they especially like that's why I was saying earlier, like the way they can come up with like different titles to videos and stuff like that. Like you gotta be like a broad thinker to do that. I can't think like that.
Yeah, 100%.
I can't. You got to be, because the title is everything. Like those who want to start your YouTube, go watch like K-Sap, Showtime's channel, how they like the way they describe the titles, like because your title is everything. Like especially when you're dropping a video and not a live stream. When you're dropping a live stream, you're live, so people are just clicking on it. But when it's a video, they read your description and then they decide if they want to watch it or not.
Yep, these are some ultra creative people, man.
Yeah, especially with the thumbnails they be doing. I don't know who does K-Sap thumbnails. The K-Sap ones be fire. K-Sap be having fire thumbnails.
Yep. They be like, man,
and they be quick. That's why I be like, I don't know. Maybe he got like some templates or something. K-Sap ones be like, something just had happened and his be paid already. Like K-Sap must be got like an Angel Reese template, a Camilla template, like because they be made already and it just happened 5 minutes ago. That's why I said I be doing so much, I wouldn't be able to get to them. Like if I was like kind of like them where they kind of report the news. That's why I say it's hard for me to report the news because I be doing so much, it's hard for me to get to my computer. That's why for me, when I do live streams, I always come on at a certain exact time because that's how my day works.
No, I think, and we appreciate that too. It's consistent, you know. You can look for it.
Cause that's how my day works, man. So I try to at least be consistent one time out the day because the way they be reporting, I could never do that.
No,
I
man.
could never do it because sometimes I ain't even got my laptop with me when something drops.
Look, I don't know if you heard me and Brass talking. But we so appreciative of y'all because like I'll never be a content creator because I ain't got the time. I don't know where I would find the time. It's crazy to me. And as much as I say that, it's crazy to me how much time now that it's so many of y'all, and every time I click off a video, I feel like I'm about to shut it down, and then all of a sudden
Somebody else live.
somebody else live, and then I gotta stop by. If it's like I'll tell myself I'm gonna stop by just to drop a like, and I'm gonna jump off because I really need to get some work done, or I need to go to sleep or whatever. Then next thing I know, I find myself listening, and then commenting in the chat, and then sometimes of course I'll end up they'll drop a link and I jump on. I'm like, well, how did I lose 6 hours out of my day? Talk about women's basketball, women's mixed martial arts. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how that happened to me.
Man.
But yeah. So
my contest just ended. The number was number 5. I made my first video October 5th, 2024. So the number was number 5 for my 1K viewership subscriber contest. The winners are Superfly J and the Demonic. I'm gonna put my email in the chat for Superfly J and Demonic. Again, the number was number 5. Email me. Again, I don't even know why I got to put it in the chat, but I'll put it there anyway in case you don't know how to spell. But it's imzomedia@gmail.com. Email me SuperflyJ and the Demonic, and let me know which design you want of the 3. imzomedia, one of them ones, or the newly sought after. What are we doing? Again, you'll laugh when you get those designs if you pick one of those too, because I just finished creating those in a crafty way. So shout out to you two. Email me on my Gmail and with your size, the color of your hoodie or your t-shirt, and we'll go from there. But appreciate y'all, man. Again, when I get to that 2000, we'll probably do something bigger. I'll probably do a whole kit like I'm doing for my members, as far as like the book sack, the water bottle, the beanie, and the choice of a hoodie or a t-shirt. So at my 2000 mark, I might have that for my contest winners, man. But shout out to all of y'all, man. Again, Superfly J and Demonic, email me and let's get that to you ASAP. And remember, when you get them, send me a picture and I'll drop them on my community post, man. It don't even got to be if you wearing it. If you want to send it to me, you wearing it, I'll put it on my community post. Or if you want to come on the panel once you get it in at that next live stream and come on the panel and show everybody your product, that'll be cool as well. That'll definitely be cool, man. Especially you, Superfly J. You a renter, man. Love you to come on the panel, man. So when y'all get them in, put them out there. Let them know. Let them know. We get it in over here, man. I don't know. I'm big on y'all, man. Because again, I could do this and 3 people could be in here. So I never want to take for granted anybody that comes on my panel or that's in my chat. So, and again, sports didn't pay me well, be well. So I got to give back a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
I ain't mad at you.
Hey, take a look. Turkey took care of me, man. You know, I gotta give back.
I feel you. Look, sports took care of me too. Sports got me my degrees,
right?
Or at least one of them, and that's the gift that keeps on giving. So I ain't mad at you.
Right. Look, I be trying to show my love, man. Shout out to everybody in the chat before we close out, though, man. Let me get to this chat. I gotta go back all the way to the top. Y'all been cutting up, man. Shout out Veli, one of my newer members. Marcus B, Mr. Louisiana Hog Boss 337. My homegirl Bree, always in the chat. Random Razor, Rajon Roy, Jackie. Who else we had in here today? Henry T. Hurley Jr., Uncle J.E., aka Barbershop Talk 22. Make sure y'all go follow him. Uncle J.E., put your link in the chat. For the people that's still in here, go follow Unc. Let's get Unc to 100. Unc, you at 100 yet? Let's get Unc to 100, man. Get him to 100, man. Get him going, man. Again, my winners, Demonet and Superfly J. Shout out to them for the 1K subscriber hoodie or t-shirt contest winners. Shout out to y'all, man. Let's get those to y'all fast. So make sure y'all email me. Let's get that out to y'all ASAP. MJ, T. Carmilla. Shout out to T. Shout out to T. I'm gonna start calling you TK. Shout out to TK. Shout out to TK. Yeah, Unc is at 45, man. Look, let's get those 55 for him, man. Even if you're watching this on playback, let's go get those 55 over there to Uncle J. Let's get him to 100, man. By the end of the week, let's get him to 100. We can do that. We can do that. We got enough subscribers, man. Get him to 100 by the end of the week, man. Get him to 100 by the end of the week, man. Shout out B Will, K Sap, Brass, HDTV, everybody. Duvall, he didn't come on the panel today, but shout out Duvall, Smoke Jr., the DJ Cole Experience, Mike for coming on the panel, my dude Saheed, my dude Jay. Shout out to them. Go follow them on Instagram, man. They be cutting up, man. Shout out to everybody, man. James Wilson, newer member Storm. Shout out to Storm. Newer member all the way from overseas following the channel, man. That's how you know you're reaching people, man. When they following your channel all the way from overseas. TD, Reddit Milky Way, as always. Shout out to you. Brian Allen Hines, WBB Universe Sports, aka Miss Key. Make sure y'all go follow her as well, man. Miss Gant, L504, Gladiator channel. Let me see if I'm missing anybody, man. Anthony Cole, got to calm down on the cursing, but shout out to you for pulling up. Got to calm down on the cursing, man. Shout out to my super chats from today. Hold on, let me get to him. DeMarcus Vaughn with the $3 super chat and Mike with the $1.99 super chat. Shout out to y'all for super chats today. Y'all ain't had to do that, man. That's y'all money. Y'all work hard for it. So giving back to my channel lets me know I'm doing something right, man. So shout out to y'all, man. Shout out to y'all. But again, appreciate all of y'all in the dark with a smile. The first comment of the day. Always got to give a shout out to my first comment of the day, man, because she came in here guns blazing. Shout out to In the Dark with a smile. Appreciate it. I even just seen your comment on my community post pop up. So appreciate it. You too, Edward T, Miss Lisa. Appreciate all y'all, man, as always, man. Miss Tamika, be with anything you want to say before we head out?
No, man, just great show. Appreciate you always having me up, man. And peace to the chat for always keeping it live. The chat is what makes the community, man. Keep supporting,
man.
Supporting these channels.
Yes. Yeah, y'all go follow Uncle J Barbershop Talk. He just dropped his link in there. Make sure y'all go subscribe over there. Get him to 100 by the end of the week. That'll be a thank you from me, man. Get him to 100 by the end of the week. We could do it. He only need about, Superfly J just followed, so he only need like 54 subscribers. So go handle that, man. Go handle that. But again, appreciate to all of y'all. I'll see y'all tomorrow on Showtime channel. We're live streaming the Unrivaled games tomorrow, so pull up over there. We'll get things cracking over there. I know Lakeisha Cut the Ish Sports is probably gonna live stream too. So if y'all can't get the Showtime channel, go pop up over there to Cut the Ish Sports Talk. Go hang out with my New Orleans native, man, Lakeisha. Shout out to Lakeisha, man, on her channel. Get her channel subs up. So if you're not subscribed to her channel as well, go subscribe, man. But other than that, y'all have yourselves a good night. I'll see y'all tomorrow. I might go live this weekend. I'll see if I can get time to. I'm gonna see. I'll be having stuff to do. But y'all know for sure next Tuesday First episode of the number 10 pick. Y'all be cool. Y'all be smooth. Get yourselves some sleep. I know I will. Deuces.
I be smoking on that motherfucking voodoo. Ay, 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 ay. I be real just like do the